because there are several distinct roles that people are playing in order to document this as thoroughly as we possibly can. So essentially, at each table there are 5 roles, 2 of which are closely overlapping. There is a caller whose job, a main job for each ballot is to call out, read off, the ballot ID on the back of the ballot, and then flip the ballot and read their interpretation of the votes for governor, U.S. senator, and state representative on the front of the ballot. A little bit of camera work to make sure that people can see this on the live stream. Just really a matter of putting the ballot in the right place. At each table there is also what we've called a watcher, whose main task is to affirmatively confirm. Thank you. I'm going to try it this way. And it's very hard for me to resist. I mean, you know, I've spent my life making eye contact, so it's hard for me not to turn my head. Thank you for that. Okay, so the watcher at each table, your task is to affirmatively confirm or question what the caller has said. So if you have any doubts whether the caller has either the ballot ID or the vote interpretation right, don't say yes, don't say confirm, say, yeah, let's talk about it. There was at least one ballot yesterday where I think it came down to majority vote. There was just not perfect agreement. Okay, and that's all right. We're not trying to necessarily come to a platonic correct resolution of all of those. There is no ballot law commission here. But what we are trying to do is document every ballot that is interesting in any particular way. And certainly one way would be if you cannot agree on the correct interpretation. Now, I will talk about some other ways in which ballots might be ambiguous, interesting, worthy of being logged. But the task of logging is the role of the flagger. And the flagger's role, first of all, is to be a third set of eyes, keeping up with what's happening. And secondly, crucially, to write down notes on any ballot that is out of the ordinary in any way. So, I'll break those down in a moment. I will break those down in a moment. I want to get to the last really important role, that of the talliers. These are all essential roles. So, as talliers, if you happen to have your tally sheet under the camera, congratulations. You are tally sheet number 1 for every particular batch. If your tally sheet is not under the camera, congratulations. You are tally sheet number 2 for that batch. And I'm not going to say you try harder. But each of you independently will be tallying every vote well, first of all, every ballot ID and every vote interpretation as it is established. If a ballot has been flagged, you will note that too. And then when you're done with each batch of 25, each tally batch of 25, you will compare your column totals. You'll make sure that the things that should add up to 25 or however many ballots you have in that batch do. And in one case, what should add up to 100, that adds up to 100. Let me talk about that for a moment. In state representative, the sum, the total that is, of valid votes, undervotes, and overvotes should always add up to 4. So, in state representative, if you see 2 valid votes, that is called and recorded as a valid vote for candidate 1, a valid vote for candidate 2, whoever those are, and 2 undervotes. If what you see under New Hampshire law is an overvote, say the voter inexplicably has marked every Democrat and every Republican, or every Democrat and 1 Republican, doesn't really matter, but 5 distinct candidates or more, that goes in the records as 4 overvotes. That's New Hampshire law, but it will also help, or procedure anyway, but it will also help us make sure that all the ballots are appropriately accounted for. Now, let's talk a little bit about what makes ballots interesting. One thing that can make a ballot log-worthy is, as we mentioned, any disagreement about how to interpret voter intent. Another is when you anticipate that there will be a difference between your interpretation of voter intent and how the scanner is likely to interpret the ballot. So a really straightforward example of that, under New Hampshire law and procedure, if someone bubbles in the target for Chris Sununu and then bubbles in write-in and writes in Chris Sununu, so they voted for the same candidate twice, that is sometimes called a belt and suspenders vote. That is a valid vote for Chris Sununu. The AccuVote scanner is not expected to see that as a valid vote. It's expected to see it as an attempt to vote twice and kick it out as an overvote. So if you see that kind of thing, where the AccuVote scanner is likely to see, in that particular example, an overvote, but you see a valid vote, you log that. If you see someone who has missed the target, or someone who maybe has grazed the target and you think the scanner might overlook the vote, but you all agree that it's a valid vote, or even most of you agree that that's a valid vote, because that's also loggable. Yeah, that's one of the things we're looking for. Something we suspect, but we have not established through any direct evidence, is that the AccuVote scanners may sometimes interpret fold lines as valid votes. So if you see a fold line that passes through a target, and that might influence the AccuVote interpretation of the ballot, you should log that ballot. If you see a ballot that is that just somehow appears suspicious in any way whatsoever, like maybe the ovals are marked in a little too perfectly, you think it might actually have been printed, or somehow the paper stock is completely unlike, or distinctly unlike other ballots in the batch, that would be worth logging. Here's one I don't always remember to say. If you make a mistake on the tally sheet, or maybe I should say when you make a mistake on the tally sheet, because my goodness, these are long days. It's, as long as you can correct that neatly in place, go ahead and clarify the tally sheet, but also log that. So we don't want there to be any questions about whether anyone's been fiddling with the tally sheets after the fact. And keeping the log sheets, the flagger logs, and the tally sheets in sync that way will, just help to document what we've done. I've had high spots. Some of you have heard this particular spiel more than once. Let me just step back for a moment and tell you one more thing, and I will take questions. I'll also let these people fill in whatever I skipped. So in general, each of you will be receiving, each of your tables will be receiving what is called a scan batch, which might have several hundred ballots. And you will be breaking that down into smaller tally batches of up to 25 ballots apiece. Yesterday, I believe I guess it was that table. Their last tally batch, they had one ballot left, so it was a batch of one, because stuff happens. So the very first thing you do, which is crucial, is make sure you have the next tally batch cover sheet, because these are in a predetermined order, and it's really good to keep the paperwork together. This tally batch ID that's pre-printed must go on both tally sheets, super important. Now the scan batches you have their own cover sheets, and they have three-part IDs of the scan batches from which the ballots come. And it says box, part, and stamp, which for those of you who were here earlier in the process, you know exactly what that means, although stamp was actually, for most of the ballots, handwriting, because my gosh, New Hampshire election officials are brave, and when Bates stampers fail, New Hampshire election officials rise to the occasion with lots of penmanship. So, when you start a tally batch, please make sure to fill this in. In general, you'll see lots of boxes on various pieces of paper. Please try to make sure they're all filled in. So that goes for you at the table, and that also goes for the runner. Runners, and it goes for the people who are doing data entry. If you see any weird gaps in the paperwork, let's just try to clean those up before they carry us away. Philip and Hari, have you noticed any major gaps in what I said? Or minor gaps, those are welcome too.
One thing was mentioned yesterday, one of the interesting things we're looking for on ballots is if there is a fold that goes to a vote target. And it doesn't matter whether the target is voted or not, just if it goes to the target, would you note that? If it's an unvoted target, please say that as well in the flagger log. So that's one of the things the flags. The flagger is kind of looking for peculiarities on the ballot as opposed to necessarily the interpretation of the votes on the ballot. The other kind of ballot hygiene issues are please no personal bags or liquids on tables that are going to have ballots on them, when the ballots are out at least. No blue or black ink pens within this confines. We should be using only red and green ink. The reason is that that's invisible to the scanner and it's obvious that we made the mark rather than the voter, if that should happen. What else around? I'd like to talk for the observers to give some idea of what's going on. So first of all,
You know what?
not yet.
I made a promise to these nice people that I would let them ask questions.
Yep.
I just want to throw in one more thing. For those of you who weren't here yesterday, I mean, how many ways can a ballot be flaggable? There was a ballot that was somehow torn at the a fold mark and then taped back together, but it was taped back together front to back. Okay, never saw that before, never thought to see that. So yeah, naturally that ended up in the flagger logs. If you notice maybe a stray ink mark that goes through a timing mark, which could the timing marks are the black rectangles at the edges, that could interfere with what the scanner sees. Please flag that. So I can't even begin to enumerate all the things that might be flaggable. Okay. Within the guardrails, among the election volunteers, do you have questions at this point? Yes.
When you're working at the table, do you rotate different jobs within to keep it less boring?
Terrific question. So the question is whether you rotate jobs within a table. That is not something we have enforced. That is something we tend to encourage. It seems to be the case that some people naturally gravitate to roles. I trust New Hampshire election officials' intrinsic sense of fairness, and you will sort that out and make sure that no one at your table just dies of boredom, because that would be a waste of perfectly good election officials. We have to take care of each other. Other questions?
Mark, do you want to mention party affiliation at tables?
Yes.
Ah.
I was going to do that.
What?
Could I ask people who are affiliated with the Republican Party among the election officials here to show their hands, just so the people watching have an idea? Those who are affiliated with the Democratic Party, and those who are officially undeclared. Okay, so we have a mix of party affiliations. We have a mix of party affiliations at every counting table, or we will.
Yeah, make sure that's true.
And we are recording the names of the people who are at each table. That will be public information, just to make people comfortable with the process.
I just wanted to say it, and I mean, one of the election officials said to me yesterday, do the observers not understand that we're all sworn to behave in a nonpartisan manner? I can't speak to what people understand, but we're trying to make the process as transparent and clear as we can. I will testify that this is something I've said all over the country really, but generally dealing with local election officials, and certainly in my experience here, I cannot tell the difference between Democrats, Republicans, and undeclareds. People are just looking at ballots and saying what they see and taking care of business. So that's my testimony. We're also trying to show the world.
So one thing is a matter of housekeeping. I want to, so people can tell which camera is on which screen. I'm just going to walk around and put my hand in front of the three cameras that are pointed at tables. So We can see that the bottom left, the bottom right, I can't tell my left from my right, is this table. Here's the middle table, is bottom left. Now that I know what right is, I know what left is. And this is then the upper right.
Yeah, and Philip, is it possible to adjust that almost so that that entire, what would be
Yeah, so we'll adjust, when we have a ballot there, we'll adjust the elbows so that, the elbows are these little document projectors here.
seems like we have a pretty good clue now that it's a little too close.
Yeah, this one could be a little tighter maybe as well. The frame could just make that a little bit bigger. Yeah. Ballot flow, just for the observers.
Yes.
This table, so first of all, we rearranged the boxes, so there's only one layer of boxes on the tables to make it easier for people to keep track of what's there and how many there are. We are now up to 30-some odd boxes, I believe. This table has voted ballots that are validly cast in the election, which are the ballots that we are now hand tabulating. All of the boxes here have ballots except this one. This has materials that we've generated in the course of the audit. These are our hand tally sheets, our scan logs, the flagger sheets, and things like that. So there's no ballots in this box. The others have ballots in them except this one that is currently empty. Because after the scanning and tallying, so they're ending up in new boxes. A box will come from here to this table, be opened by the runners. The runners will be wearing yellow jackets. Anybody who's moving a ballot from table to table will be wearing a yellow jacket. After they're opened, they will then take batches of ballots to the various hand tally tables. They will do their counting in batches of 25, or up to 25 in a tally batch. A runner will then take those ballots and the tally sheet and the cover sheets and everything over to here for double key entry. You can watch the key entry happening live. The spreadsheet is available to the world to see the data entry. Before they go to the table, I left out a step. On the tables, you see two screens here that are being projected. One of them will show the face of the ballot that's currently being tabulated, and the other will show one of the two tally sheets. Everything is being tallied in parallel, and they're reconciling their tallies in real time before going on to the next thing. We would show both tally sheets at the same time, except that would make things so small you wouldn't be able to see them. So what they will do when they're done with each tally sheet is to hold them up to the camera over here so that people can see that the two tally sheets show exactly the same data. Right? After that, the runner will take the tally sheets, the ballots, etc., come over here and drop off the tally sheets and the cover material, bring the ballots back over here to be reboxed. So that's the flow, and after the rebox, will come back over here. Any questions about the ballot flow or anything else? Ari?
Yeah, one more thing. I was yesterday watching this from Quantico, and a small observation that when, of course, you might need to adjust the tally sheet, but please don't shake it unnecessarily if you can avoid it, because that makes the image harder to read than the tally. So those small shaking is actually really distorting to the image quality. But most of the time it didn't happen. So it was just a very, very small time what happened, and just taking that mark.
In the same thing, make sure that the ballot at least has a little while to rest flat on the table, because if you're holding it in your hand, the document projector will be out of focus and people won't be able to see. So make sure it rests flat for at least long enough for people to see what the votes are.
Right, so the other side of that coin is if you're a watcher or even a flagger and you need a closer look at the ballot than you can get with it in front of the camera, feel free to pass the ballot around, feel free to ask for it, just to make sure that everyone's had a chance to get a good look at it. The other thing I wanted to mention that sometimes comes up, because most of these ballots, in fact, were numbered by hand, you may sometimes find numbers that are hard to read, as if I had numbered them, for instance, although I didn't. I haven't touched a ballot yet, hope not to. If you feel that it's appropriate to clarify a number, please don't write on the original number. Any clarification you want to add, please add it underneath, just so it's entirely clear. And that will presumably help us treat these ballots as unique individuals, so that when we're going after ballots that have been flagged, or maybe ballots that pop out in the reference images, we'll be able to find them if we need to. Okay, so to be clear, we will have a team of 5 here. It looks like you've self-organized. There will be a team of 5 at this middle table. There will be a team of 5 at that far corner. The 2 data entry people have claimed their seats. I haven't yet seen anyone claim the role of runner. Are there runners here for sure? Or are there people who kind of waiting to see where they end up? Okay, that's every role is super important. I feel like the runners are extra super important, because nothing happens if you're not taking ballots from place to place.
I'll mention just a couple more housekeeping things. We've had suggestions for how to lay out the room differently, and I want to say we actually did give this some serious thought. The reason the tables are laid out diagonally is because from both sides you can see every table, even though you can't see as many tables up close. So that's the reason they're laid out in a diagonal line. We're hoping that the document camera is, giving you some comfort that being able to see what's the business end of it, by being able to see the ballot and the tally sheet at the same time, even if you're not that close to the table. The other thing is the 3 of us are doing our best not to touch any ballots at all at this point. I think that my colleagues have done a better job than I have. I accidentally picked up a batch of ballots the other day, but it's basically just sworn election officials who are touching ballots. And when we get to the ballot forensics, that'll be a different story. But for right now, it's sworn officials who are touching the ballots.
Yeah, about the room arrangement. Yeah, I saw a lot of comments about that online, about why we had what they considered the voting machines when we had them in an awkward position. They were actually placed so that they're closest possible to in-person observers here. They were spread at both sides of the room for that reason. Diagonal table position, everything is done so that people who are here and who can attestate in person that they can see. This is to serve them best, and then we put everything else around it. So nothing here is randomly put into place without thinking about observability. We all 3 has been spending more time on the observation side than this side, and so we know how frustrating it is when you cannot see, and when you try to do your best, but you cannot observe when you try to observe. So we are trying to gather this the way we would like to see it ourselves. Thank you.
The other thing is, if you have a question you want raise your hand, and I'll be happy to come over. If you write them down, that's great. But if something is happening that you just want my attention, wave to me. I will do my best to come over right away.
All right, stop.
We're ready. Question?
Can I just make a comment
Yeah.
about yesterday? So, when we're doing the tally sheets, and you guys seem super smart number guys, but I don't do math great in my head. So, at the bottom, when we have to tally all the numbers to reach 100, assuming our pack is at 25, we found it helpful to have a calculator.
Absolutely fine. Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
And if there's an issue, it'll probably get caught over here. I think it get keyed in.
Yeah,
So,
if that bottom line tends to be a lot of numbers, and you're trying to do them all in your head, and it's just helpful to have a calculator.
Yeah, this is not about showing off. This is about getting it sorted out.
You could do that too, I
Okay, are we ready to go?
We are ready to go.
Bring your chair with you, please.
I'm Judy. I'm Judy.
I'm John.
Oh, right, Wendy. Okay. I knew you told me the time. I think I knocked it.
Yeah, right there. Okay.
Yes, we only have. Oh, yes.
Have you done this already?
It
is both person six.
So, Olivia. I do.
She says,
I'm Don.
Hi, I'm Judy. What town are you from?
London Dairy.
Oh, you're London area?
Yes. And we have to write in green or red.
I know.
I know. This is what Alan.
Oh, okay.
And this is
There are some chairs here. Do you like to tally? Excellent.
Terry.
We have hand counting on town.
Sorry, I'm Judy.
Debbie, I'm Don.
I'm Dawn.
Judy.
And oh, I forgot your name already. Oh, you didn't tell me, that's right. That doesn't sound familiar. Dawn.
I do too, because people change stuff, and I wasn't here Friday when a lot of music started. I mean, it wasn't here in the afternoon. when a
This
lot of
person gets flagged.
Okay, does everybody understand
Yes.
what they're doing?
That was a
Do we write the ballot ID number?
Yeah, she's gonna read it all to us,
And why do you want
Judy
to know?
does and I do.
Yeah.
because everything gets done to Cindy.
Now,
This one, yeah,
yeah.
and they're wanting, the camera is on you.
Read the ballot.
So we're about to open the first box of ballots, just let people see that the seals are intact.
So, first I'll use the number from the back, and if you could repeat the number.
Yesterday. Did you do this?
No, they're not ready.
All right, so you know the scoop. Okay, so you're like the old.
We'll listen to you, tell us what the ballot
Yeah.
ID is.
That'll have to.
Oh, yeah, I have a terrible one. I just don't know what we're doing.
You can do it.
Well, we're doing the tally over here.
I don't know why they're at the seal. We don't have a flagger.
Oh, well, let's find another person.
Yeah.
Did I?
I could say.
Yeah.
Keeping tabs.
So one of these people reads and one watches. Yep, that's
And non-
She would read the ballot, and then
I have one here that's got
Yesterday, the dominant.
So we are.
I'm fully vaccinated.
well, so am I. We're all wearing masks.
Read about it.
Do this for the local, yeah. What are we doing?
Oh, really, last night?
When an anomaly is found, Cindy and I have to write.
Springfield, I think Springfield was only for masks inside the election facilities.
In the ballot.
Is my town what?
line number.
Yes.
Ballot ID number. And what all paperwork together.
It's only by
And it's sort of
It's
descriptive.
live. It's live.
And don't get too hung up on that because if you're in the ballpark with your explanation, the important information is they know what line item is.
you're number 2 because you're over here.
Green. Green or red?
Is that where you live in Manchester?
Well, you have more information.
Yeah, what is that?
And if anybody has questions,
Please.
don't hesitate to say.
I don't write my name anywhere.
Am I filling this out? Badge ID, page, flag, or
Your collar, and your name was.
Yes. When we get ballots, we don't have ballots. What Cindy and I.
That is called a scan badge. That's a scan badge, the yellow slip.
Oh, Maynard, M-A-Y-N-A-R-D.
I wondered where that came from. It's a letter and 4 numbers.
T,
It'll be somewhere there.
1043,
Why does it
And I'm
say
not real
T?
sure.
tally badge.
So now you open that up, and then there's yellow.
Go down the.
And you're tally number 1 because you're at the camera, and I'm tally number 2.
I don't know the batch number.
We can hand it to me, I guess.
We're doing the same thing.
Put your own name.
So this is going to be scanned back off the side.
And I just just been putting Judy
No.
S.
There is another Judy actually.
Well, only the one person does the 25, well, yesterday.
Watchers.
Oh, okay, I'm like, that looks like a long one, 25. Okay, so we count on 25. So we count 25, put the other one aside.
So we'll know when we get to 25, if I know this is the last one.
Oh, okay.
And then you and I will tally our sheets, and they'll
Today is the 18th.
and then if you and I match, we hold them up and show
Okay,
the
I can
screen.
take.
And then when we're finished, we put the
Get
time
our
in.
runner to run away over there, and then we start again.
Keep track of the pace.
I can't get this on my finger.
It's too small. Mine was too small for mine. But your hands are small.
They are so big. So are they all the same size?
Yes, well, I think so. No, they're too small for me. I have one here.
This is for, that piece of paper they told us is just like to line things up.
So
So
we're,
you're gonna take your ballot and set it
Yeah.
right on that green paper, so that you can see that number that's written in red, and then you're gonna call out that number.
You want a bigger one?
Yes.
I already got a bigger one.
You're telling us what that number is. 4
Yeah.
We're writing that.
Yep.
Yep.
Excuse me, I don't think we're outing these particular candidates.
No, we're not, so now she's gonna flip
just the ballot
flip
number,
it over.
right?
No, well, yes, but because of, these are not candidates.
No, we're not.
Oh,
So
okay.
now, you're gonna say governor, and then tell us who to vote.
I don't see why not. Governor, so Jennifer told me, governor,
No, I mean, yes, yeah, that's, okay.
so will that be
So
that
you
then?
found it helpful to just say the last one. We're just writing the one.
Are they supposed to all be in the same direction?
Yeah.
So hold on a second while they're talking.
And you want the president on the top?
Yeah, that's but,
It doesn't really matter.
yeah, Mrs. Howard, you don't want that though, so.
This side on the front?
Do you want the back of the piece, is that longer?
Senator, and is Maynard supposed to say like, yes, that's fine, I'm
Just look.
or just go and speak up if you have an issue?
No, I'm good at that.
Okay, state rep. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
We found it helpful before you call out, make sure that only 4 blocks are affected, because otherwise we'll mark all those, and then if you say more, we have to, then it's an overvote, and you've already marked it. So now, you're all set, do you feel anything you need this
No, I
flag?
have no comment.
Then you just compile.
Yeah?
Sure. So then the ID number?
Yep, she's right. Dash 5.
Say that again. I was,
Yes, but she
Maynard
has
is
to
not.
read the, she has to read that number, and that's only on that 4.
And this is 25.
Okay, here's 12. Put them with your 13 and that's 25. What are
This is 25.
No comment.
Do I keep this one here, or does it go all together, right? Do I tally up the number of ballots when we're done?
Two what? Oh, facing the same way, yeah. These are ones I numbered.
What do you have here, Celeste?
stuff we've been here, we had done, I had checked his number. And so I knew like 0.
Great.
0 looks like a 6, sort of. So I said, how
So we have, and some of the numbers can be hard to read because they're handwritten. And if it's really hard to read, then
I don't know if there's another way to. Oh,
volunteers last week.
Well, yeah, good point.
Because the stamper machines fail. Originally, it was a stamp that was supposed to increment by 1 each time that they
if I don't
just
leave it
didn't work.
down long enough, does somebody?
You press it down and nothing would show up on the paper. So that wasn't too good.
Mine bothers me.
Probably, but also,
Okay,
you know, as long as you're not racing at all,
okay,
you know, it's fine enough for you to read it, really, not for other people.
okay. Yep. I say it and then it's helpful. Uh-oh, I just bumped it again, Mark.
This all goes together, right?
Mark, I just bumped it up.
That'll be the date time finished.
So this will actually go, when you, at the last tally now. And then it'll be stored separate.
And then they, if that one was voted and they asked us to check that the votes, did it go to any of the circles?
Yeah.
Do we have to write in names here?
Eventually, or sign it. We'll have to sign it as we finish.
I don't know if this is out of focus again. I bumped it.
If it goes through a circle,
You can see where the top
Valid ID,
top right box, okay?
1 dash.
And you see what, you see my tally sheet.
I say it again so
And
that you
then
know.
your
I'm
ballots can
writing
go
down
right
the
where
same
that thing
thing.
1852.
Yeah, I just.
Take some.
And then when she says, no, I put a 1 right there.
I need one more number, and I think it is the number of the ballot.
And who's the U.S. Senator? And then I put a 1 under member.
Number of ballots, it is right in there, 25.
And then state rep. The way this tally sheet is organized, the first 4
So we'll stop
are
after
the Democratic
25.
candidates, and the second 4 are the Republicans.
Starting with, we don't have the
So
parties
you
on here,
have
so we say starting with
State
Sodi,
rep, all
other
4
four,
Democrats.
something like that would work.
Wait for it, write that in.
So I don't know what party you want.
As we get towards the end, don't fill that in,
Oh,
because we
okay,
may
so
have
that means that's an undervote.
At the end of the day,
And so then I go into the undervote column and I put 4.
It's okay, write it in, until we get
So
down.
when you said 4 blanks, nobody voted for, there were no votes for red.
If you write it in
And
anyway,
if that ballot had a weird mark,
clear that
then
We all take a look at it.
getting rid of one.
if it had a weird mark, you would have to pay.
Okay, you ready?
Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, so this is batch 24.
Yeah.
So 24 is gonna be the first one. No.
1-735.
1-735.
7.
Write a bunch of 24.
Governor Sununu. Yes.
Sununu,
Senator.
Messer.
So we write flag on here?
Saves time.
Oh, so that's still an undervote. So
Separated for the vote, guys.
and Lynn, and 1 under.
Can I just say
Judy,
something?
I'm ready.
Did you handwrite underneath the number for clarity? They told me that you could put underneath it.
1-646.
So for later, because later on, if they need to look at this ballot, they're just like, oh, what's that number? And not to write.
226?
Yeah.
6.
Dan.
Jim,
Yes.
come first.
And these are all Republican, all Democratic.
Yes, last name.
So if it's all,
We've got a question on this ballot. Can we mark on the ballot underneath or not?
1-708.
Shaheen,
Yeah.
St. Laurent,
Yep.
Mass Turner.
Thank you.
You need to select the whole thing.
Those four make sense to you.
Yeah, yeah, the ones are.
Bieber?
I would write the whole number. Yeah, just for, yeah. Thank you. Okay. And now we need to do it. Yeah. Yep, you got it. I need to flip it over now. and do the-
1-682.
No, that's okay.
until you get used to it, you want me to just read one?
Feltus. Shaheen.
So I'm gonna read each one, Don,
Okay.
to make it.
Sorry, and see.
171?
Okay, so, I made a mistake. So, I'm gonna cross this
Governor
out.
is
Well,
under
tell me
vote.
the state, the 4 state reps. I may
No
have to
votes,
cross that out. Is Asabert one?
Senator,
Okay. So I'm
Shaheen,
gonna cross that out.
State Rep, Democratic St. Laurent, and 3 undervotes.
And I'm gonna have to
St.
write
Laurent.
flag yes,
Yes.
because I made a mistake on the tally. You have to write the same thing.
I didn't make a mistake.
Yeah, but it's flagged. on
Oh,
the-
okay, so
No vote for Asabert.
But it was 171 as opposed.
Yes, 171. Where's your point?
I put it under,
Okay.
now,
Make it clear.
that that's.
They've been suggesting.
That's the line number on our tally sheet, which is line number 5.
Okay.
Is that a correction on the tally sheet?
First one was 12.
Yes, yes,
You're gonna note,
yes.
line 1 and line 2
McMahon.
are both, so you can put 1, 2. Yeah, corrections,
That's the first time I've seen it.
corrections upon entry.
Yeah.
171.
6,
And
8,
226.
3.
Both.
I do this on the same line?
Yeah, you
Oh,
can.
1-683. I was just looking, what do you mean we haven't had a mixed ticket before?
Entry
Yesterday,
correction.
yesterday.
Oh, I see, okay, okay.
Yesterday.
You don't have to get specific to the office or anything like that.
Feltus. Shaheen.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay, 32,
Lorenz,
32.
Singareno,
Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen,
Okay.
State Rep, Democratic, St. Laurent, Asabert,
McMahon.
Roman,
I did.
You're new.
No.
No.
Or Siggy, one of the two.
158,
1-809.
1-809.
Governor Sununu, Senator Messner,
Sununu.
Nunu.
State Rep, Sodi, Sodi, Griffin, Lynn, and then the Democrat, St. Laurent.
If it's all 4, you don't have to say them.
I don't know, because they're,
Let me see it.
that one on Lynn.
1-688.
1-688. Sununu.
That's, we talked about that yesterday.
Shaheen.
I'm not used to looking at it, not because I'm a supervisor, I don't know what the machine is, but
One McMahon and one under.
We don't flag ballots that look like this, do we?
1-796.
1-796.
1-796.
if we're skeptical that the machine may or may not have picked it up.
Messner.
Okay.
I recommend you find it, especially
Sure.
if one of them is.
Oh, I made a mistake,
Agreed.
I did the Democrats.
Okay, okay. Yep.
What am I doing here, what number?
What line number are they on?
It would be, yes.
4.
4.
Okay, so
And I sprayed yes flag.
Yes. And I put a T1 there, and you can put a T1 here and a T2 there, so they know which tally
Ballot
sheet.
machine readability, something of that nature.
Because if they look for it on yours, for this one, they won't see anything. But then they'll see, oh, it was done on T2.
Okay.
That's what the voter intended.
That was line number 9.
But we have made the judgment that we want to highlight that for the assessment, whoever that's for.
okay.
Yeah, that would be good. Yeah.
161. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Representative, Democratic St. Laurent,
1-6,
Republican
6.
Griffin, Lynn,
1-6,
McMahon.
6-1.
Who is the Democrat?
St. Laurent.
Okay, thank you.
Messner.
164. Governor Sununu, Senator Messner,
Sochi and Lynn.
State Rep,
2 under.
St. Laurent, Democrat St. Laurent and Roman, Republican Griffin and McMahon.
1-665.
1-665.
Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, for Democratic St. Laurent, Asabert, Roman.
Sununu.
Shaheen.
160.
Loren.
Laurent. And Roman.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
And McMahon.
State Rep, Democratic St. Laurent, Roman, Drew, and Republican McMahon.
1-7.
1-797.
On state reps, I put in
Messner.
one extra. I did it as a target, and it should be that.
Okay.
So that means,
Great, thank
There's
you.
no line through it.
so I write that on here. So it's 24, 160.
1-720.
1-720.
They want us to write
Messner.
Yes, yeah.
Got it.
806. 168.
1-648.
1-648.
We go through each line.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, Democratic St. Laurent, Roman,
Messner.
Republican Lynn, McMahon.
Griffin.
Oh, sorry, I made a mistake. I put Sodi.
167.
That's on line 14.
Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep, Republican
And this is
Sodi,
T2.
and 3 undervotes.
No vote for Soti.
176. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, Democratic St. Laurent, Roman, Sigourney, Republican McMahon.
Yep.
38. Governor Feltus,
1-832.
Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic St. Laurent, Asabert, Roman, Sigourney.
You get more comfortable.
Yeah, we don't, this doesn't seem to be a fast, but absentee budget should be.
Four
Oh,
under,
okay.
under.
So I think I.
Fifty-four,
Makes it mix, made it mix.
1732.
Governor Felton, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, 4 Republican, sorry, 4 Democratic, St. Laurent, Asabert, Roman, Singerman.
So,
Mama,
we all at us.
Wait.
So now we put.
Sununu, Messner, okay.
956.
I'm gonna get through this page, and then you can switch over to all Republican, all Democrat.
Okay.
Yes. Six.
666.
Governor Felton, Senator O'Donnell, State Rep, Democratic, all 4. St. Laurent,
Okay, now.
Asabert, Roman, Singerman.
Rent,
And then you're just gonna hold it right
Wooden
from
line.
horizontal on it.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
It gets harder as you go down the
State
page.
Rep,
Just like if you come back here, maybe?
St. Laurent, Asabert, Roman.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe just do it from back here.
204,
and which,
Governor Sununu,
Have
Senator
to be side
Shaheen,
by side.
yes.
State Rep,
could it be a
Democratic,
ballot?
No, they'll
St.
know. As long
Laurent,
as,
Asabert, Roman.
as long as it's not one of the sheets, you don't have.
Can I just see what it looks like?
157.
The sign of the devil.
Governor Sununu,
Line
Senator
17.
Messner,
And see,
State
yeah,
Rep,
and so what those guys have said is that sometimes the machine will count that as an overvote or undervote or something,
216.
or not pick it up.
Okay, very interesting.
Governor Felton, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, 4 Democratic, St. Laurent, Asabert, Roman, Singerman.
Bye.
190,
A little bit of a break.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, 4 Democratic. Didn't even still say out the names of the, they're all the same.
You know, I'm just so glad there's a potential answer to this, because it just didn't make sense.
It didn't make sense to me.
62, Governor Felton, Senator Shaheen,
1-6,
State Rep, 4 Democratic. 214,
So then we scooch over and.
Governor
yes.
Felton, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, 4
I like
Democratic.
that
I do
word.
too.
Maynard, Gold,
41,
Pat Grant was right? Okay.
Governor
Line number
Felton,
18.
Senator
Yeah, I
Shaheen,
know.
Democratic, State Rep, 4 Democratic.
Feltus, okay.
175, Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep, Republican, Griffin, McMahon, 2 undervotes.
And 2 under.
Yeah, once you get going. Yeah. I liked when you said 4 votes for state rep, and then once you
92,
knew SODI, then you shoot, you just go like I do 4.
Governor
But
Felton,
that, I
Senator
that was
Shaheen,
State Rep 2.
4 Democratic.
1-722.
This is number 25.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did they
Yeah,
get
that's
full,
fine.
how did
They
they
could
get
just kind of
folded?
go through them quick. You know, I'm not saying they're going slow, but we'll know when you said
Governor
SODI or the
Absent
other
about
thing.
ballot.
Senator
On the
Shaheen,
other
State
side.
Rep,
So that's
4
why it's the
Democratic.
absentee ballots that were such a problem.
You could, so we shouldn't do anything, you know?
We had our staff yesterday, we didn't have any straight chickens.
Really?
Yeah, we had is
Real mixed.
they
So
were
yeah,
all
18.
this was easy, a lot easier to do it this way when you've got, because you know where Sununez is, you know where this one is, you know, you kind of just follow. Which is how, when you're doing it at your state level, that's how you get them all mixed up.
Now we tell.
Line 19.
Sununu,
Shaheen,
Uh-huh.
Roman,
Is that a lot?
Roman, got it.
Griffin,
Griffin,
Lynn,
Lynn,
and
Man.
Okay.
Are you a supervisor? Westmoreland?
There is a score on the ballot.
Sorry, what?
There is a score, a score fold line on the ballot, but not everybody
Found out
uses
from the mass border
to
and
fold their
my
absentee
property
ballot on
doesn't
that
butt the
score.
Connecticut River,
This
but
is when the absentee ballots went out, or when
hundreds
they
of
came
When they
acres
came
of
back.
field
Well, both.
behind between my property and.
Oh, that's one because you're only on school.
So we got very well, that's good.
Carol, you like
back?
that?
Seven, oh,
Speaking of the riverside, not as many. Across the street, from the hill, where people up on the hill have the bears and this and that, like we get turkey and deer and all that, but no bear, thankfully. I'm okay with that.
Loren. Okay, hold on. Griffin. Got it.
You have a Peter on your porch?
1-704.
1-704.
That's it. We have a new one. Okay.
Cigarano. Sodi.
What's the matter?
McMahon.
Yes, this whole man.
There's the new sheet.
Wait, 1-.
731.
Wait, can, Iris, what's the number?
721.
Oh, yeah, she did write page 10, you're right. And then we didn't need it.
Should I, okay, line number 22. Yep. I'll just go and read
What?
it.
No, this is the batch. It goes with, we're doing batches of 25.
But it's also a fold, right? So,
721?
yeah.
Okay, well, I thought it was flagged because I wrote 731, that I changed to 721. Okay. So it's flagged twice. And mine was, no, just right folded them in the same line. And 731 was corrected to 721.
19 and 17. And then for the, it's 2, 4, 3, 7. You agree?
I did, I just.
Roman.
And 11.
Wait a minute, it's Roman, Griffin, McMahon. Okay, so these guys are being like really loud, and we can't hear. Sorry.
Because I have to put it on the camera.
We can't hear.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No.
No, just we can't hear.
This I
That's why
can
you
do.
didn't
3,
do
4,
that,
3.
huh?
Just always in
I'm
sequence.
gonna put that down.
518.
No, you don't have, no, save your voice.
Yes,
737.
7,
we can't carry
7.
anything, so we
Whatever, separated. And what's your name? Cassie? Dawn?
Now, what's, Judy, what's the first number again?
24, yeah.
Cassie.
New.
So if you see anything that you don't think is right, or you're like, you got anything questionable, just a mark anywhere on the ballot, just note it.
Sochi.
For eyes to make sure.
Griffin.
No, your mini.
Well, the only problem with that now is we wrote Watcher, Maynard, Goldman.
All of them are gonna be 1 dash in this packet, so you can read 1 dash, but we don't have to read 1 dash if you do, whatever you want. Okay, yes. 845.
845.
write that down for next time. Yeah. You don't spell it how we fill out these sheets.
Oh heavens, never
Under.
apologize for that.
Under vote for senator.
And anytime anybody wants to get up and stretch, all you gotta do is say time out. Because as the day goes on, it's gonna get
And
tedious.
she's done writing. That's the sign.
Tedious. Okay. Cindy, are you, you all set and are you comfortable now, getting comfortable?
Yes.
Okay, good.
196. All Democratic.
Four dash 185.
135.
You know, while you're
Governor
here,
Sununu,
who are,
Senator
can you just tell us who you are?
State Rep,
Yeah.
Republican.
The three guys who
Sodi,
talked, who are they?
McMahon.
Yes, yes. 3 guys.
Yeah, but I didn't know who.
118. Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner. State Rep, Republican, Sodi, Lynch, McMahon.
Triplets.
1 undervote.
Sorry, the one on this side.
140. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
The third.
State Rep Democratic, St. Laurent, 3 undervotes.
I just wanna know, I'm passing one thing
Yeah.
I was
Oh.
looking for is if the
Oh,
ballot
okay.
is folded
That's what he
and
did
it's
with
going
when he
through
yesterday.
a bubbled
So I
in
thought that
thing,
was okay.
to know
So
that, that's gonna be something that I write on
alright.
the sheet.
So we gotta flag it.
Sure how the machine's
Well,
handling
there's
it.
somebody here from
Line
beyond.
4,
So that's another thing.
ballot 24-140,
None of them are from.
Oh,
and
selected you to,
Yes.
data entry correction.
Alright,
okay, and where are you from?
yeah, read the name, okay.
Yeah, I thought that's what you were doing yesterday.
No, we were saying that, the ones I had were all straight ticket Republicans.
I
So hold
know,
back,
they've changed it.
should hold back.
Yeah, a couple hours of the street.
Okay, thank you
done
so
that.
much.
Okay.
Okay, 105,
Each of you
so I was
should take
happy
one
with
of those
Dan.
yellow sheets. Take 2 for each
Governor
one of them who's
Sununu,
new.
Senator Shaheen,
Okay, so you should take that with you, that has their names on it.
Oh, okay.
And explains a lot about the
Thank you, then you,
details.
sorry.
10,
750.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, 4 Democratic.
And that is
185. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
Sununu.
State Rep, 4 Democratic.
Shaheen. Loren.
22.
Griffin.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
And 1 under.
State Rep, St. Laurent.
And now we have to,
And that was row 25, did you get that? Yes, and we write 10 on
now we have to add up all these numbers, right?
230.
8. Yes. And then we have to
Yeah.
compare our.
Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, 4 Democratic. 103. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, St. Laurent, Roman, Griffin, and Lynn. 9. Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, 4 Democratic. 151. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, 4 Democratic. 85. Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner,
No shake.
State Rep, Roman, Sodi, Griffin, and Lynn. 5. Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, 4 Democratic. 48. Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic.
Don't say numbers.
4.
Thank you.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic. 199. Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic. 129. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep Roman, 3 undervotes. One 128.
4-197.
Yes. 128. Governor Sununu.
So I'm off.
Senator
I'm off
Shaheen,
by one.
You don't
State
know,
Rep
maybe,
Asabert,
They might advance to 99.
Sodi, McMahon.
So what do you have going across?
11, 2,
43.
3, 10, 15.
Governor
I have 14,
Sununu,
hold on.
Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic.
You're right.
197. Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen,
Okay, so
State Rep
this
for
is
Democratic.
the tally, this is the summation line?
210.
Yeah, Griffin, 14, changed to 15.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic. 46. Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep
Yep, Griffin,
for Democratic.
Republican,
209.
14, changed to 15.
And there's actually.
Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic.
Counting. So did she
207?
report that on?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All Democratic. Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic.
4-25.
And 17?
And do you have a line? Because normally, if we didn't make a change here, this would have the 9 for
Oh,
the
okay.
number of flags.
So put it down here?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we have to put in names. So Tallier is me.
And then we give it over to the caller and the watcher, they double
I
check
see.
all of our numbers match, because this is what is getting entered real time.
Okay. And what's,
We did yesterday.
what's all this?
That's for data entry.
We did mark if it was in blue.
Is there time for me to go to the bathroom?
Sure. So in this box, you're gonna write, well, write 24 is what we're. Yes. So you write 24, and then the ballot ID.
That's all you have to look at.
7, and then in the comments.
Blue ink.
So Celeste, New London has used vote counting machines for a while, haven't they? November was the first time Springfield ever did that. Yeah. And I'll never forget, for the last 2 presidential elections, I guess that means I've been a supervisor too long. Those damn scanners didn't work. Those wand things. Yes, yes, yes.
And that was our saving.
Oh, so did you get a new
We
scanner?
got the new one and it works.
And it works.
But the old ones wouldn't work.
Oh, gee. Well, I moved here in 2006, so it's been about from 2006. Because I took somebody's place who left. Really? Wow. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. So you must have worked with Lois. Are you ever in touch with Lois? Who used to be
Okay.
the,
Governor.
we used to
15.
be on the same, symphony bus, the
Nope.
Boston Symphony. But of course, we missed that this year.
Yeah, and are they coming in next year?
About this, okay, let's read, let's see where the issue is.
Someday.
So,
But I don't know.
I have
if
felt
they-
this on line 1, line 9, line 11, and also 11.
Oh, really? That's awful.
10, full ballot
Oh
10.
my gosh.
I'm sorry,
Oh my God.
103.
Oh my gosh, yes.
We match? We match. And so the time is
They're in sequence, you got it. 10:16.
synchronized watches.
Need that ballot.
So do you have one thing right there? Yeah. Just wanna make sure we all had one yes.
Line 10.
Alright, so I made a mistake when I was counting it first, and I crossed it off. Do we have to make a note of that on something?
Oh.
It's okay.
We have to flag that.
When I try to do it the short way and I screwed up. So there were 25 yes.
That would make a good difference.
Line 10, 103. Entry
I
correct.
just signed up a year ago. It's a long time.
But
This
you've
is
done
my
it,
last.
but you did it before.
10,
Yes, but this
15.
is my last term.
So you're gonna do it a solo quality.
Actually,
A
it's
runner.
12
Runner.
something.
Runner.
No, by the, you know, I lose track. We've been
Okay,
here
Senator,
for,
23 and 2.
yeah, I lose
State
track.
Rep Democrat,
Are
20,
you left-handed?
16.
No, I'm not. Are you?
An inch, yeah, cause I'm like over here.
Oh, are you
Okay.
left-handed?
No, but I
Start
mean,
with
I have to
St.
lean my
Laurent.
over to see that.
Oh,
Ready? Line 1,
Yeah, it
line
would be easier
4,
if this were over
line
and
6,
this were over, but.
line
you can
7.
move it. So Mark, yeah, it's too.
Is it possible to move this a little bit and then move this a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. We just need to center it again, so you wanna move your tape marks and put it where you'd like it, and, we'll adjust.
Thank you.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Not to
And
take
I
action
also
yet.
have it's ballot 128, and it's line 19, so it's quite a ways down.
No, it has to be
Okay, let me,
Read the,
so go ahead and put one there so we can focus on it.
State Rep
And
Democrats.
Much easier.
surprisingly not
I made
too far off.
Great.
This just needs to go.
I'm
As
sitting
a-
in her lap and
Azabert and.
We like each other, but
Yes, fortunately.
still, we have to be until 6.
And it just needs to come down.
I wanted to be
this way.
able to sit so I could see things better.
Just make sure you're noting
Line 19,
the trademarks on the paper or if there's
correct.
Anything,
Tree correction.
Yeah,
doesn't belong.
so that changes.
It's like the dentist taking X-rays.
But it still takes time.
And 17,
I'd like to see more of the top of the page in the full.
and then 20 and 17. And then the Republicans, 4, 3,
Me, I'm the
having a
bottom.
4. And 12.
Bottom left, bottom right.
Thank you.
Okay,
So something I forgot to call out, actually, when you finish the batch, could one of you please display the two tally sheets side by side in front of the computer? In front of the monitors, I mean, I simply forgot to call that out.
Okay, thank you.
So we, right,
So what's our batch ID?
yeah, so we probably wanna know
Put
that.
them over here and show them side by side,
40,
because that's what we got a camera for, so side by side.
Oh,
and
I
I'm
see.
tally one.
Yeah.
There's always something, right? So that's something Phil has requested that is not a terrible idea.
I think it's.
All right, yep, we just need someone to pop up.
Seven, six,
Tally
five,
two
and
is in
right,
front of the
yes,
camera.
under flag.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Thank you, Jonathan, for that. Will save some time.
Yeah.
My mindset is always in terms of making things easier for the observers. It needs to be.
You've been doing a great job with that, filling those tally sheets and.
She knew from yesterday.
Shaheen,
Did we get a time on that one? Okay.
who said Democrat? Griffin, Lynn, McMahon, one under.
Okay, okay.
Alrighty, our next one is
30, 44.
1-642.
Those are gonna go right in sequence the whole day.
Oh, that's not good.
No.
Messner.
Laurent, Griffin, Lynn, McMahon.
Okay, I'm all set.
Okay.
1-777.
Okay, number 91
73. Yes.
is all Democratic. So Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep were Democratic.
O'Donnell.
87. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, St. Laurent, 3 undervote.
So there's only 3 circles. So that means under undervote, you guys want.
83.
Does it always have? Yeah, I know. I'm a quick learner, so. That's fine. Yeah.
Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, St. Laurent, Roman.
No. It's better to do too much and too
Oh,
little,
yeah.
for sure, because some people would need to write it more than I do.
Shaheen, and then the State Rep, St. Laurent, Roman, McMahon, and 1 undervote.
Messner,
And you've got Governor also, is Feltus?
Yes.
Okay.
Soti, McMahon, 2 under.
86. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
I had crossed that out because I put it into 105. Can I just go over the review? Right.
that's probably.
Shaheen is in. That needs to be Shaheen.
Yeah,
7,
7,
7, 2.
That's probably worth, is it something worth flagging, is that what you're asking?
Well, it's gonna have to be flagged.
Oh.
Question is, how do we make the correction?
Feltus,
line 5, yes, yes.
Shaheen, Laurent, Asbert, Roman,
Only if it goes through,
Lynn.
vote, right?
No. 86. No, you don't have.
Let's get another seat.
This will get knocked.
So we're doing entry correction kind of thing?
Yes.
Can I see the other side of that one? I thought I saw something that okay, I couldn't tell whether those were on the same line or not down there for
Thank
the
you.
state
Hasn't
rep.
cropped up yet.
It almost looks from across the room like they're on the same line. Yeah.
I only see one in our stack so far, and it's, the fold wasn't there. I mean, it wasn't, full wasn't
9-3.
or anything.
Yep.
Okay, so it was Sununu, Shaheen, for state rep, St. Laurent, Roman, and 2 undervotes.
Moran,
Griffin.
211,
Get on too much of a habit. So what they told
Governor
us yesterday,
Sununu,
is if you make a mistake,
Senator
they,
Shaheen,
circle the correct one.
state rep, all Democratic,
And then we should mark, and then we should
St.
flag.
Laurent, Asper, Roman.
So how do I find
so
that?
that's line
4-1.
82,
Ballot ID.
4-38.
Governor Sununu,
Tally number 2.
Senator, no vote, undervote,
Number 2.
And I marked
state rep,
Messner by
Roman,
mistake.
3 undervotes.
Sununu. Shaheen.
Error.
And Shaheen, correct.
34
Shaheen is the correct vote.
3
Something like that. Correct.
is all Democratic. Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, state rep, all Democratic. St. Laurent, Asper,
Sorry about that.
6, 7.
163, Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
I heard her.
state rep, St. Laurent, Roman, Shaheen, McMahon.
There you go. Got my 10
33,
Roman,
all Democratic.
There you go.
Cindy, would you like me to read the names, but when they're all the same? Okay.
No.
For Democratic. 117, Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep Roman, Sodi, McMahon, and 1 undervote. Oh, no, sorry. Yep, sorry. St. Laurent, Roman, Sodi, McMahon.
0.
No undervotes.
No, stop short.
wait, Messner, okay.
125, Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen,
Lynn, got it.
State Rep St. Laurent, McMahon, 2 undervotes. $45,
Other side.
all Democratic.
Yeah, not flagged. 780 was not flagged. Okay.
84,
-718.
Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep St. Laurent, Sodi, McMahon. And Lynn.
Thank you.
Senator Shaheen,
Thank you, Grace.
Laurent, Asper, Roman,
And 77,
Griffin.
Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep St. Laurent, Sodi, Lynn, McMahon.
Hold on for 1 second.
44,
I just remembered to write flagging on 13, my mess up.
all Democratic.
Yeah. Okay, so we got the number.
47, all Democratic.
5-1.
I'm gonna be hearing that in my sleep, so.
27-0, Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Griffin, Lynn, 1 undervote.
Does that mean none of the above? I guess.
Yeah.
749,
I think we should note that, I agree.
line 13.
So St. Laurent, first vote,
Line
25.
5. Ballot ID.
State reps, yes.
So we think her intent
Yeah, the intent's clear, but the machine might not.
And then it's three, so it's one vote and then three
Griffin, Lynn,
47?
McMahon.
Yes. On 170, state reps, I have state reps.
1 dash
But it's like
two.
not full
842.
No, I said,
Yeah, no, she definitely meant to do it, it's just whether or not it was enough that the machine, we know that that's what she meant,
Yes.
but.
I did, yeah, on line 47.
Right. Yeah, it's not, could the machine read it or not?
172,
801.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Roman,
Sununu,
Griffin, McMahon.
Messner.
Sodi, Griffin, Lynn, got it.
Okay.
159, Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
74.
State Rep St. Laurent, Asabert, Roman, and Griffin.
Feltus.
Feltus,
Give them something to watch.
Shaheen.
37,
Rent.
37?
Roman,
yes, is all Democratic.
Soti, and Lynn.
1-748.
174,
Feltus.
Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen,
Loren.
State Rep St. Laurent, Roman, Griffin, McMahon. 169,
788.
Sununu, Messner,
okay, 169
Soti, Griffin, Lynn,
McMahon.
is Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep Sodi, Griffin,
785.
Lynn,
785.
1 undervote.
Sununu.
Messner,
On 169, the state reps again.
got it.
It was Sodi, which is 169. Sodi, Griffin, and Lynn. And 1 undervote.
Sununu,
Oh, wait, I know.
As long as it
Oh,
says
yeah,
a
me too.
ruler,
So we're at
Yeah. Yeah.
not one randomly, like,
No, no. I don't have it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is, yeah.
eight on flags.
okay, excellent, so that number
Sununu,
Shifted that way. All this is very easy to do.
got it.
Let's get to the end.
Sununu,
Yeah,
Messner,
if you get down the page, it's harder and harder to line up.
got him.
we're even crooked together, how about that?
Yeah, that's.
850.
oh, we are, we're
Wait. Okay.
if I was doing it, it would be everyone. So you're doing great.
Tedious.
165
one.
is Governor Sununu,
787.
Senator Messner, State Rep Sodi, Griffin, Lynn, 1 undervote. 162,
And this is our last one.
Yeah.
Governor Sununu,
6.
Senator no vote, 1 undervote. State Rep St. Laurent,
Feltus.
Griffin, McMahon, 1 undervote.
Right, I'm in trouble.
Loren. Roman.
This is 25.
Okay. 173, Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep
Today's the,
St. Laurent, Roman, Sodi, and Griffin.
I have those again.
Sure. It was Sununu, Shaheen, and for State Rep St. Laurent, Roman, Sodi, and Griffin. State Rep.
Okay. No vote.
What number? 173.
I don't
They
know
vote anything on the
that.
back? I'm just curious. They just voted. Oh, okay, that makes, yeah, a lot of people vote that, yeah. Okay.
On 125.
4-195.
On line 25.
Yes.
Four votes.
I wish my one above wasn't a, yeah, I was like, whoa.
4-171.
Do you want to go for the corrections?
Sure. Why do you guys compare total before you write it?
Okay, okay.
Oh, okay.
Column number 1.
Yeah, right.
Governor, Senator Nh.
So before we write it,
I was suggesting that the governor just put balance there, and I got 22.
okay, I'm wrong again. Oh, because I didn't do these yet.
I know when you're ready for governor.
governor, I have 10 and 15.
Yep.
Shaheen, I have 11.
I have 18. Have you told the other?
Somebody did it later on.
I can't see that from here. So what's my, oh,
Those are fingerprints, Monday.
oh, that's above it.
Lines of them.
Do we want to flag it?
So it's,
I haven't gotten that far yet.
421, 111, 12, 11, 3, 5.
So my only, on the other side is, I mean, since
11,
the,
16,
it's not
16, 14,
in
23,
bubble
they added
at
200
all,
I checked.
the
Excellent. And so
marking,
we're
I wonder,
covering the number
I
of
don't think the machine
flags.
Yeah, I don't think
would,
No,
I think
I
it's
had
like
8.
5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I only have 8. Okay, so we have to clarify how many flagged.
All right.
I have line number 8 that you don't have.
Okay, was 667,
667.
was that flagged?
Need correct. Okay. So Shaheen, I'm gonna go right down.
I don't
Okay,
think
so
the
you have
machine
one that's not,
I'll
I have
give you
8
the
flags.
line number.
but if,
Okay, so,
2,
just tell me what you have.
yeah, 4 decimals,
Yeah.
okay.
7, 8, 9.
Yeah, I have, yep, yep, yep,
You good?
yep,
11, 12,
yep,
15.
yep. Okay, I missed that one. Yep. So do I have to put this in as a flag?
Okay.
That's for Mesmer. I'm showing it as Mesmer.
That's what I have.
14 the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tally one.
15 I'm showing Shaheen.
Compared it before we wrote, I remember.
Yeah, for you. 15.
It's for routine.
Yes, they're 44 for 15.
Any more tedious than anything else we do?
No.
Line 17.
Do we do 16? I'm showing Shaheen.
Error on that one.
Okay.
What number is that?
47.
Up where I live in North Wilmette, they're not as bad.
Oh, really?
I show
Moderate.
Shaheen.
Yeah, there have been years when they've been so awful, I wouldn't even go on my house to my car without a net. Because they just swarm you.
We have a prevailing breeze.
That
Up the
helps.
mountain, up the
That
mountain.
would
I
help.
show
Not only
Shaheen.
are we north, but we're elevated.
Yesterday they were down below.
I know.
Blue.
So we have a hayfield. Oh, I was just waving to you the same time.
I know, but I,
Yeah, they're-
I'm showing Shaheen.
Are we gonna be ready for something?
yeah.
Oh, so you can get every time you finish 25? Oh, okay.
20 is Shaheen.
And where are you from?
Is 37.
Wilmette.
20.
Batch ID.
Yes.
What?
I show Shaheen.
It's a new batch. Oh,
74.
there were 2 pages in that one. No.
Messner. 23 is Messner.
I don't know.
4 is a undervote. And 25 is Shaheen.
And I'm not sure what it's supposed to be.
Totals. I'll fix my mistake.
I don't. I turned the pages in. Sally.
18 Shaheen. 5 Messner.
And what tally batch is this? What tally batch is it?
Come on, Mr. Tallyman, tally me bananas.
10:45.
And it is 10:45.
Almost.
Okay.
Trying to adjust my camera.
We are ready.
That looks pretty good.
1, 6, 9, 8.
698 and flag it. Celeste.
Celeste.
Okay, yep, so the number was.
What is that now? What line?
I provided a stick.
20.
I should not be trusted with sticks.
Okay, thank you.
0.
Zero for.
Loren. Ronan.
Right.
Oh, yes.
8, 4, 8.
So I'm gonna have
848.
8, 4, 8.
Yeah, right. You got nuclear then. Not very helpful.
1 under on W.
Yep. And I haven't gone any further.
Shaheen.
Gee whiz. You know, it just. It is. It is.
Oh my gosh, the press is here.
Oh, yeah, they've been here every day.
You were, Barbara was on the radio.
1-716.
716. Feltus.
Feltus.
Shaheen.
Shaheen.
That's interesting. Laurent. Roman. Figurino.
And one under.
When you said that's interesting, you made me think about, did I say it right?
What did you say was interesting?
Oh, because Feltus is a Democrat.
Okay.
Got it.
That's why I had to stop it.
Starting with St.
I was
Laurent,
thinking about the
22, 17,
1, 2.
No. Messner. Griffin, Lynn, and McMahon.
17.
8,
All right, from the
3,
top.
7.
That's Roman. I have votes for Roman on line 1, 3, 4, 5.
Isn't it? Good Lord.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, and 15.
1-838.
And then we go 16, 18, 19, 20. And then 21 and 25.
4 under.
1-835.
835.
Ballot, 173.
That's 25.
No, 100.
1 under. Under.
Right. Well, I had to make a correction.
Under.
I just wanted to vote for president.
Could we just do, I have Sunita,
Wow.
Shaheen,
That's a second.
Durbo. Oh, I'm sorry.
733.
733.
Say one.
Yep, I'll have to.
Sununu.
So,
Yeah, that's 30, 60, 100. Yep. All right.
Loren.
Yes, I do. Okay. All right.
Soto, Griffin.
Sodi, Griffin, and Lynn.
Must be a notification. Can I have it or documented? Yep, no, no. Yeah, big enough.
373 entry correction. Okay. Should I put that as two?
Huh.
I would leave it as entry correction, they'll see it.
Okay.
So where are we at?
There we go. Ready?
Don't go away, Mark.
You're at the end of a tally sheet.
Yeah, I want to get this done and then we can fiddle with this.
Fall asleep on
Well,
your
you know
computer.
what? These are all consecutive. Yep. 1-7.
7, 3, 4.
10. We have 26.
Messner.
Stay reps.
Laurent.
I have, starting with St. Laurent,
Everybody wants to stay with their job?
9, 17,
I'm good.
9.
Pat, I don't know if you're tired of talking. Do you need to know? Okay.
3, 2.
No punching.
Sununu. Messner.
Messner.
Griffin, I have 8.
Hang on, let's start with Sodi.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sodi, and then 3 under.
I just got big too. Okay, yeah, we're ready. Ready? Yeah. Oh, you guys hold in here by the afternoon along
We agree?
Yeah, really.
Okay, and then we have 15.
Yeah, I have a sweater.
730.
There you go.
You can have that one.
Sununu.
I gotta put this one under the camera, such as it is for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
One under.
Jonathan, okay, this is in the right place.
729.
It's appropriate.
I'm pretty sure that hammer command
And three under.
up and down. Up. See, that can just go.
6, 5, 5.
Ah. I knew obviously got overshot.
Sununu. Messner. Hold on. And three under. Did I just hit what? I looked up there because I think my head hit this and I wanted to make sure it was still on the screen, okay?
Yes, I know. You're used to it. So, 651. It's got the bottom. Right now it has the bottom perfectly, so hit that little way. Slide it down, okay, so I gotta be up a quarter inch or so. Yes, so like this, the whole thing is visible single. Okay. Of course, the totals are blank most of the time anyway, but, you know, they'll just make people. Alright, got it, thank you. Let's say we can.
This is a
Shaheen.
It's a straightforward.
Lauren. Hazelbert. Cigarino.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive.
McMahon.
Go in the opposite direction. And suddenly it does. Thanks, Mark. Okay, where were we? What was the time last week?
Messner.
10:40?
Lynn and McMahon. 2 under.
This is 10. 30:45.
662.
Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Messner.
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 Soti.
My apologies for whacking the camera.
849.
49.
30 lashes next
Yeah, and then I lost my touch. Figure out which way to go with it. Okay, these
Also,
all set.
39. All Democratic.
759.
759.
35.
Sununu.
All Democratic.
1 under. Laurent.
36.
3 under.
All Democratic.
744.
50.
744.
Yes, I know. All Democratic.
Feltus. Shaheen. Laurent.
31. All Democratic. 50.
Yeah. That as ambiguous?
55.
I don't think so. If it was on top of a different vote, I would be concerned about, but it's gonna, if anything,
Yes.
be,
Senator Shaheen. State Rep.
yeah.
4 Democratic.
Laurent. Roman. Griffin. And Lynn.
215. All Democratic.
760.
57.
Shaheen.
All Democratic?
And Roman. Sodi and Griffin. Last one.
101?
841.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Asabert, Roman, and McMahon. Two, two, one?
Yes.
Yes.
With the ballot thing wouldn't have read that.
Well, it's weird because there are slants, so we were counting those because
First one?
Where's the smudge that you were talking about? Oh,
I think
in
they
the
do.
place where,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know, I think that's
Less
kinda interesting.
knowledgeable about this one, fold.
Yeah, I think,
Ask Mark. Yeah.
Oh, I see, right.
Is it interesting?
Well, that's one thing they mentioned, I mean,
think
if
what
something
they're
does
gonna
feel
do
odd, then it's something to bring forward.
Put a deck together, ballots that have
yes,
older
line 25.
circumstance, and then a group of control ballots. They're gonna run. And they're gonna run through every machine and see what happens.
Right.
There's no way to predict. It looks good, and I agree that
You
it.
gave us Governor Sununu and you gave us Senator Messner.
Oh, I didn't get that.
We are recording what we believe the voters
No.
did.
Yes.
Period.
Correct.
Right. So 101 is flag.
Wait, no, Senator Messner?
24-101.
Okay.
we were saying if it was the oval was filled and not filled, and the one it's through is not filled. I think we were saying governor or state rep.
You know,
Should I write ballot, please?
Yeah. And then what he was doing was
You,
putting
I went out, well, now they're there, it's down that way.
oval not filled or oval filled.
They had a chair in front of one of the doors, but I think you can go out
that's a
there.
good point.
But then you have to come back in there.
I would put oval filled or oval not filled. Because it makes a difference.
Whatever that oval condition was,
And the oval
it's
was
filled in. Okay, yeah, tell them.
it's Perry that's behind first.
Yeah.
And it's
What number is
yeah,
that?
all right.
Trevor, what number is that? 101. And the governor was correct. So what I did was, my comment is the ballot 3/4 dash oval fill.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. With when usually it's on the bottom, and it would be through St. Laurent. And so then it's easy to say whether it's filled or not filled, because it's only affecting one bubble.
729,
This
was
one was
that a overvote or
Okay, so 221,
an undervote, or an undervote? Line
all
13.
Democratic,
Okay, so I think I put it in the wrong spot.
729, for what?
For Senator.
89,
Messner.
For Senator, it's Messner?
I think so.
How did I
all
get?
Democratic,
Okay, I really got that one wrong.
729.
Yeah.
58, all Democratic,
Okay, so that's. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
152, all Democratic,
Yes. The error is on T2, tally sheet 2.
198,
Was, vote should be for Messner,
all
line
Democratic,
13.
200,
Just cheat a little, it doesn't matter on the back, but could you cheat a little to the left, because I want people to be able to see what those bubbles are playing.
Okay.
Assuming they are.
Sure.
And, I'll try to keep them.
On the front side or the side with the number?
We can't have that.
I agree with that.
Am I crazy over there? She's like a nursery rhyme.
She hasn't read it.
All Democratic. Sorry,
Open.
241. All Democratic.
Okay, so how many flags do we have on this group?
All Democratic.
And where's the middle one? I have 698 and I have the last one.
729 is the T2. That's on
No,
T.
but, no, 729 is one also, right?
Yeah,
Mine is 17.
and that's
Okay,
for
and
T2.
T2, okay. Oh, right.
Yeah, appreciate you. Right. If you put incomplete, I will say no sign.
Tally sheet 2.
99?
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Feltus, 4, Sununu, 16,
All Democratic?
under 5.
Yeah.
Shaheen, 11,
Yeah.
Messner, 10,
Yeah.
under 4.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just
94?
gonna read across. 10, 2, 5, 2,
Yeah.
7,
All Democratic?
6, 5,
Yeah.
56.
Oh, I forgot to add up that.
And they all add to 100.
100?
It's the same as yesterday. They have a really good time.
All Democratic?
Let's just read them down.
2, 4, 1, 4, 4, 4, 4, 3,
53.
3, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3,
All Democratic?
4.
That's it.
Get the idea.
And we have 3
I know,
answers.
I know. When you look in the mirror, like, which
6, 7?
10:57 was the time.
All Democratic?
You're welcome.
That's great.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Now, are people going to the bathroom?
186?
Yep.
I don't need
All
to.
Democratic.
Yeah, what was
2,
the last
4,
side
2?
Sandwiches.
All Democratic.
You should be signing the flag log or something.
206?
No. But, is there a place
All
on the flag
Democratic?
sheet to sign?
That was 25.
Yeah, yes, okay.
Now 6.
Every position is important.
Oh, boy.
It depends on how many elections. We get paid $12.50 an hour. But we only charge when we're in public session. So all the other work.
Yes, yes.
So instead of going to work, they sent you here, basically?
Oh, are you the one on listserv who asked
Yeah,
for
I
that?
just don't know why ours.
No, okay. Did you provide that to somebody?
Maybe Karen did.
Oh, okay. Right, yeah.
So I don't know that ours found anything for people. And it's a state thing, but it's not to a town. Yeah, the town budget, yeah. And it's good civic thing to do.
Okay, starting with
I mean, our
government.
towns, we wouldn't, we hardly get paid anything anyway, so. And it's kind of cool to be part of it. I know it is, totally. I wanted to see what was going on.
Shaheen,
There you
25.
go, 'cause I wanna know what's the truth
Democratic
about what's
state
happening.
reps, 25, 25,
Okay.
25,
Well, we get a lot on
24.
elections because we're there from,
One
we're there for like 15 and 16.
for McMahon.
Yeah. We charge for the public sessions. We charge for the
Got it? All right.
We charge them for when we badge.
I need to put that one.
But all the stuff we do,
Number two.
you know, and that's
And number two's under the camera for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Springfield, that's
And I need to take that break for a second.
well, I got a lot here. I mean, I got like $800.
Yeah. I still think of it as a volunteer
Oh, so do
job.
I. And actually, I always give away my way to
Liking that?
I usually either give it to the
Yeah.
You have people run for office for that? But who can't do it? Why? They should know. Yeah. Oh, we can't, I mean, like, for us to find somebody to agree to do it is, I mean.
No, I came, that was 2004 or 5. I came in 2006.
What is going on?
Okay.
But a lot of mistakes were put in.
I think the machine would be okay, but it's.
Fourth ballot, same one.
1046. And I'm tallying over.
Looks crazy, but I've been scribbles outside the line. Yeah. I'm scribbling outside the line. You did not color in the lines.
I am
Ready.
And for representatives.
1-807.
807.
I just did it now, so. Yeah. Oh, did you get it? I forgot.
Yeah, that was actually.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Lynn McMahon.
Seven, 6-3.
763.
Oh, hi.
Sody.
I think it's,
McMahon.
I don't,
30,
200.
McMahon,
shouldn't have a problem with that.
761.
Uh-oh. You need a tally sheet for that.
Sununu. Messner. Laurent. Sody. McMahon.
Oh, really? I didn't see him.
804.
Sununu.
Don't worry.
Messner.
Griffin. Lynn McMahon.
Oh, yeah. Maybe you want to keep it right in.
779.
Okay, wait, I wrote too many sevens. Should I flag that? I wrote 7779 instead of 779. And so I turned the third 7 into a 9 and crossed out the other one. Should I just start a whole new page? Line number 5. That ballot ID is 779.
Just write that.
Okay.
Yeah. I had 777.
213. All Democratic.
This roller.
Yeah. 56.
We should.
All Democratic.
But I know then our names would be on the pictures that they're taking.
218. All Democratic.
779. Sununu. And Messner. Okay.
60. All Democratic. 193.
640.
All Democratic.
40.
Oh, yeah, right. Thank you.
Sununu.
I forgot.
Shaheen.
11.
Wait. Okay, Loren.
All Democratic.
Sodi. Griffin.
McMahon.
73.
746.
All Democratic.
746.
Sununu. Messner.
227.
Loren.
Loren. McMahon. 2 under.
All Democratic.
Okay. 820.
68. All Democratic.
Sununu.
195. All Democratic.
Okay.
Got it.
786.
7, 8.
All Democratic.
Sununu.
231. All Democratic. 237.
1-794.
All Democratic.
Sununu.
71. All Democratic.
Huh? Are people the same?
They should
7.
be. They told us they were
Democratic.
going to be.
7.
Now you're screwing recorders up.
And it's just being recorded.
Yes. They told us.
Most of the words in this.
I have
They told us.
He said
They're hearing us.
We're saying the mistake. That's what they told us.
Okay. 72.
Okay?
All Democratic.
Sununu.
Levity is good about once an hour.
8.
Loren.
8.
Yeah.
Griffin.
All Democratic.
200.
233.
658.
658.
All Democratic.
Sununu.
236.
Shaheen. Loren.
Loren.
All Democratic.
And Roman. Griffin.
Griffin.
And McMahon.
234. All Democratic. 75. All Democratic. 187. All Democratic. 228. All Democratic. I know it. 239. All Democratic.
Yeah.
65. All Democratic. Oh, sorry, it's
11, 58, the last one you got. Laurent, Roman, Griffin, and McMahon.
Haven't seen one of these since last Friday. It's been
right.
25s across the board.
Yeah, we had a couple things yesterday that were, weren't there,
I think.
there were a few that, okay.
Yeah, there was always one or two. That
Yeah.
I assume we agree, 25.
There is a score. I was told there was a score on all the ballots.
Here's tally 2 in front of the camera. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So you have to get an absentee.
So the absentee ballots are different from these ballots?
I just had a line.
Hold one while you hold one.
I don't think we, let's not get,
See the, do you see the scoring?
yeah, okay, got it, okay.
So then I did it.
Okay.
Seven, 4, 3. Yes. Shaheen.
Okay, I'm ready when.
Yeah, you had a clean sheet with it. Otherwise, I'll be looking for it.
Yep.
240. All Democratic. 64. All Democratic.
Yes, ma'am. Sodi.
201. All Democratic.
Yes.
All right, time check.
Good.
28.
1-793.
Okay, Cassie, now you gotta do the hard job. Hold it up to the camera.
All Democratic.
Hand model.
Messner.
220.
Got it.
All Democratic.
Mine, I'm getting worse every time, I tell you. Here you go.
222.
He's a runner.
All Democratic.
Maynard's our flag. We get these terminologies.
Shaheen.
We got the best game.
Governor Sununu. Senator Messner. State Representative St. Laurent. Sodi. Lynn. And McMahon.
844.
A very bad one. 153.
Senator, one under.
Governor Sununu. Senator Messner. State Rep Sodi. Griffin. McMahon. 1 under vote.
6.
Sununu.
2.
4-165.
Sodi. And Lynn.
Governor Feltus. Senator Shaheen. State Rep St. Laurent. Roman. Griffin. And Lynn.
747.
747.
77. Governor Sununu. Senator O'Donnell. State Rep St. Laurent. Sodi. Griffin. And McMahon. 108.
657.
Governor Feltus. Senator Shaheen. State Rep St. Laurent. Roman,
Loren,
Singular,
Sodi,
and one undervote.
Lynn, McMahon.
Eight, one, six.
243. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic, St. Laurent, Esquire, Everett, Roman. 154.
821.
Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner, State Rep is Sodi, Griffin, Lynn, and a write-in vote.
4 under.
One write-in.
Yeah.
First time we've seen that.
694.
134.
Shaheen.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, 3 undervotes. '78.
1-8.
Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner, State Rep St. Laurent,
Yeah.
Griffin,
Shaheen.
Lynn, and McMahon.
We're under. And this now is gonna be our last one.
181.
823.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic.
Shaheen.
Okay, we don't have any. Oh, we
76.
do have a flag?
Yeah.
Oh, where you changed it. What number is
Yeah.
that? The 7.
779.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic.
1122.
And today's still the 18th.
17. Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner, State Rep St. Laurent, Lynn, 2 undervotes.
Every vote.
137. Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner, State Rep Sodi, and Griffin, 2 undervotes. Yes. 232. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democrat. One, 4, 6. Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner, State Rep Griffin, McMahon, 2 undervotes.
We're gluttons for punishment.
136. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Roman, 2 undervotes. One, 4, 7. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, and Lynn, 2 undervotes. One. 194. 194. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
Okay.
State Rep for Democrat.
915, 1.
Yep.
9, 3.
Yep.
14.
7-0.
13, 14, 19.
Governor
And we have
Sununu,
200.
Senator
And we have 1
Shaheen,
flag.
State Rep for Democrat.
And then we'll get a sip of water.
Oh, yeah, right.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yes, oh, yes, he is.
Gotta keep our eye on your phone.
Ah. Well, probably he interacts with the town welfare officer a lot. You're the town welfare officer? Oh, well. Yes. Well, they're in a joint project now, K&P and Crown are working on this. What can they do with vehicles for people that need them? Because up here, really, it's hard to get to work. You can't walk there. And there aren't that many places to walk to work. In Springfield anyhow, and there's nowhere to live. Yeah. So it's a little bit of a conundrum.
Other than that, we love it.
Other than that, the other people that are,
T 1047.
They didn't have a vote for president? You never know. I know.
line 1-827.
You wanna see?
Yeah.
8-17. 1-17-7.
Wait, you mean, cause they didn't fill it all in completely?
Yeah.
21, 12, 15,
Oh, that looks
13.
pretty clear to me what they were doing.
I know, but whether the machine counts it.
Remember when people used to just do the line down and it meant they wanted all of them?
1, 15.
Yeah. We have people who just put a check line in ours. Yeah. And,
Tally 2.
yeah, but I'm saying, so for people who were used to not doing that, and then they switched to a machine. Cause we have people who just do a straight line, if they're doing the whole party, they just do a straight line. Okay.
Not yet, some of the machines will be smarter than us. But not yet. Okay, so here we go, we have Governor Sununu. Senator.
See it, and I can read it.
Or under.
Right.
672. So
It's mixed, and so Governor is Perry.
Harry.
Perry. Senator Shaheen.
That's a big printer.
Loren.
Hold on. Okay, Loren?
Oh, you were ahead.
So we've got 1, 21, 2, 3, 17. Yep, okay, time?
This one is
671.
What time does the gym start?
I'm surprised they got one posted.
Yeah.
Makes no sense.
Well, maybe they use that to make
So
it.
this is the
Possible.
third one, and the third flag.
There you go.
All right.
Feltus,
Shaheen,
I'm ready.
79.
Moran,
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Roman, Fingerhoof, McMahon.
727,
178. Governor Sununu, Senator no vote, 1 undervote. State Rep Griffin,
Shaheen,
3 undervotes.
Proud, come on now. Doesn't matter.
Roman and Cigarette.
There you go.
Sodi and McMahon.
107. Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Lynn, and 2 undervotes.
670.
229. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
Sununu,
Sununu.
State Rep for Democratic.
Laurent,
182. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen for Democratic.
723.
723,
2-1.
No, sorry, no, just, you did,
Governor
but I just,
Sununu,
my.
Senator Shaheen,
Yeah, I
State
know.
Rep
I guess I
St.
know,
Laurent,
I'm leaning back now. I'm back to killing.
Griffin, Lynn, McMahon.
and Elizabeth,
Yeah, I don't wanna like, I don't like.
And 1
Griffin and McMahon.
One, 3-3.
653.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Roman,
Sununu.
Griffin, McMahon.
Griffin and
Griffin and
McMahon,
McMahon.
2 under.
235. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic.
Let me see.
That's
Who are we talking about?
McMahon.
Yes, I do.
145.
I think the machine would have picked it up.
Yeah,
Governor
if the machine's gonna pick up a fold, I would think the machine
Mesmer.
would pick up that much ink.
State Rep Griffin and Lynn. 2 undervotes.
649.
1-649.
98. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic.
Griffin.
Griffin, Lynn, McMahon. Now, let me ask
179.
you guys a question. My sheet
Governor
has
Sununu,
that line on it.
Senator Mesmer,
Is anybody gonna
State
think
Rep
that's a tally
St.
of the
Laurent.
I
line?
don't think so.
Okay.
Griffin, Lynn,
Well, it's
McMahon.
kind of a bluish
It's a smudge.
smudge, but it's up in a corner.
Is your,
Doesn't-
is your pen leaking too? Mine were leaking.
144.
yesterday. Mine is still leaking, see?
Yeah, no, I have trouble getting the ink out.
Governor Sununu,
Okay,
Senator Mesmer,
okay,
State Rep Sodi. 3 undervotes.
okay, the perfect number.
184. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic. Number 1. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent,
Messner,
3 undervotes.
got it.
138. Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep McMahon, 3 undervotes.
Sununu.
Senator, one under.
Under.
Yeah. 93. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democrats.
790.
155.
Messner.
4-173.
Governor Sununu, Senator O'Donnell,
Got it.
State Rep St. Laurent, Sodi, Griffin, and Lynn.
700.
132.
Shaheen.
Governor Sununu,
Rent.
Senator Shaheen, State Rep McMahon,
McMahon.
3 undervotes. One, 4, 8. Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep
692.
St. Laurent, Roman, 2 undervotes.
Sununu, Shaheen,
7-4. Governor Sununu,
Man,
Senator
One under.
Shaheen, 4 Democratic. State Rep.
826.
826.
223. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, 4 Democratic. State Rep.
4 under. Got it.
1-6.
7,
Governor Sununu,
724.
Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Griffin, Lynn, McMahon.
Laurent.
I got a cross out on line 22.
699.
So that was Griffin, Lynn, and
Sununu,
McMahon.
Shaheen,
16, yes. Data correction.
Yep, St. Laurent too. Okay. Did you get St. Laurent?
Yes.
Okay.
I just put
Yeah.
Griffin in the wrong spot.
Yep. Okay. 141.
I think that's fine.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Sodi, Lynn, McMahon.
We have pencils. Oh, no, not in the.
Hang on, I just did it again.
Yeah, we handed them both pencils and they took them.
Griffin was not part of the,
But we had 2 pencils
No.
because we were on
I got a mark
paper
in
ballot.
So that's line 23,
675.
141.
675.
Yep.
Sununu.
Shaheen, Laurent,
25.
Roman. Sigarinu. 1
Governor
under.
Sununu, Senator Mesner, State Rep St. Laurent,
828.
Sodi, Lynn, McMahon.
Sununu, Shaheen,
188.
Oh my gosh, no way.
Okay.
Wow.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, 4 Democratic.
678.
70.
Good. Thank you.
Shaheen, Asper, Roman, Seven, 1, 3.
All right.
Actually, you don't have to set this up.
733.
I was looking at where they were sitting.
Sununu, Messer,
Messner. Griffin.
met 630 supervisors. This is Saturday. They haven't met the one.
6-0.
660.
We haven't had that training in person.
Sununu.
Shaheen,
Huh?
Griffin, McMahon.
McMahon.
So.
No. Are they?
And it's, who's the third?
Yeah.
No.
Oh. Griffin, McMahon, and Tulum. You were talking too loud.
The two of you.
Somebody knows her.
Yeah.
He's got that deep voice.
Oh, yeah.
From all the reps, that whole thing should add to it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I think they were the last one.
So how many yeses did you have? How many
They
yeses?
have like, he knows changes and he's not there. My friend.
Edward.
Griffin.
Griffin.
We're just not capable of making them straight upside down. Sorry. And balance.
Sununu.
Shaheen.
This is sitting on.
Do they bring it in here?
Got it.
Do they bring, oh, it's in the hall? Yeah.
8-0.
Yeah.
Sununu. Shaheen. 4 under.
Oh, good.
702.
And this is our last one? Yep.
It's almost lunchtime, so we'll get a break.
Sununu.
That's fine.
1 under.
Loren.
We got 2 and 23.
And the time
And
is?
then we got 1, 18, 5, and 1.
Where do you live?
It's still 18.
20? No.
And did we have Six Flags? Great Adventure?
6, yes.
10, 4, 7, 8, 9, and 21.
Very good.
Okay. Tally 2 is under the camera for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Did you get the lunch break, the picture camera?
Report 2 things.
We're doing pretty well.
Yeah, that'll be
Picked
great.
up the pace. Everybody, I think, is coming.
Yeah. Well, it's, I would think. Have a round of applause. Come in and start doing that.
Dispatch?
You're about to, you're almost done with one.
Yeah, so that was next.
Yeah, do you think it's suspicious?
Great place.
Doesn't matter, yeah, we got you, yeah, yeah,
London Dairy.
we get you.
London Dairy. Okay.
19?
19.
Yep. Governor Sununu, Senator Messner,
If they go
State
like
Rep.
out of order, if there's like 3 and then one jumps, just maybe just heads up, because I'll probably just mark right ahead, like, you know, get on a roll. Thank you.
131. Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep McMahon, 3 undervotes. 18. Governor Sununu,
we don't have
Senator Messner, State Rep Sodi, Griffin.
We're gonna break for lunch after the tally tables finish their next tally batch.
45?
Okay.
You're good.
That's it, 2 undervotes.
Okay.
Griffin, Sodi.
123, 1942, 13, 3, 5,
6, 9.
One year we only gave out
5.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen.
That's it.
Yeah, let's do one more. Make the afternoon shorter.
Okay.
104. Governor Perry, Senator Messner,
Okay, well.
State Rep Lynn, 3 undervotes.
Well, do you want to have a longer lunch or a shorter lunch?
106.
I wouldn't mind getting another packet done.
Okay.
Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State
Margaret?
Rep St. Laurent, Griffin, Lynn,
And we can switch around if you want. Anybody that wants to write can take a turn writing.
150.
I'm happy to do anything.
Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep St. Laurent, Griffin, and Lynn.
Don't leave me.
I'm happy sitting here beside my good friend Margaret.
Yes, 1 undervote. Thank you.
They just got loud, really.
This is
Oh, it
one.
would be fun. I rely on Barbara for so much.
Oh dear.
And then they never know when I call.
This lady was responsible. I had this ridiculous dream. I wanted to have a piano recital for my 70th birthday. Can you believe it? 5 years ago.
This
Can you
is
believe
true,
it
it's
was
not a
5
dream.
years
This
ago?
was an
Yeah, we
aspiration.
haven't had it.
Overvoted.
In case then you would say,
Why?
Correct that.
So I had it, but that started off a little bumpy.
So she decided she was gonna do a piano recital for her whole family that was coming for her birthday.
Yeah, yes, I
Your
did.
70th.
Yes, yes, yes.
So, she did not pick some star or something, she didn't even pick something like that. She
Okay.
picked jazz, she
So
picked.
this one's going to have a,
Who they were, straight.
Oh, yeah, yeah, your Billy Strayhorn and Duke
Duke
Ellington,
Ellington.
Harry T. Burley, and Scott Joplin.
So you look at the page,
ballot 149.
it was all, the pages were all black, it was all notes, there was no space.
Incomplete copy.
So she said she
Incomplete
was,
oval.
Very, very
she
nervous.
said she was nervous playing in front of people, so she was
Okay,
gonna
so
do
149.
a final rehearsal, so I went and sat in the audience.
She was my audience. She sat there for more than an
Governor
hour.
Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
Cause I didn't want it,
That put me over the hip,
St.
over the
Laurent,
hump.
I didn't want it
Roman,
barging on her. Although no one would have noticed. I would have blended right in. Yeah. So, Scott
Governor Sununu,
he was really tall and big.
Senator Shaheen,
And we
State Rep,
had gone to
or
church, our church
Democratic.
in Norwalk was totally integrated.
Okay.
And I tell people,
123.
we were so integrated that we had white people singing the gospel choir.
Governor Feltus, Senator
So
Shaheen,
we,
I missed that.
State
we
Rep,
were very
Democrat.
comfortable. I'll tell you later at lunch.
Okay, okay.
It's about
9-0. Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep,
10:48.
or Democratic.
T.
202. Oh, right.
11, 90.
T1, 6, 7, 9.
Moving right along.
Sununu.
Shaheen.
Shaheen.
And I write oval fill just because if they're trying to get it back, that they might determine that. They're, what they initially thought was that the unfilled oval might be being read as both. But it's also see that the filled in ovals are not read. have an fax that's all absentee, or you would say, same as whatever.
Yes.
Have, avoid having to
Yes.
plug it in, you know, for the ones that are overfilled and the ones
Rent
that are.
and enrollment.
But, okay, so 202.
McMahon.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democrats.
687.
Yeah, because it is a little easier to tally.
124. Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner,
They were all mixed
State
up.
Rep McMahon.
Shaheen.
300.
Asberg.
29. Governor Feltus,
771.
Also flag.
Senator Shaheen,
Oh, yeah.
113.
Someone's gotta watch the watcher.
Governor Feltus. Yep, she did. She just put Feltus up with a line.
Sununu.
oh, from today,
She added
from
it
the,
to
from the next one, yeah.
added to the line.
Griffin and McMahon. Okay, I wanna check that I didn't hit the camera. Where am I? Okay, we're still on. Okay, it's fine. Something like that.
29.
Okay, so 29.
697.
697.
Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic. 30. Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic.
Shaheen. Rent and enrollment.
203,
Griffin and McMahon.
all Democratic.
726.
59. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic.
Sununu. Shaheen.
Yeah.
Rent. Asberg. Roman.
183. Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic.
Sununu.
114.
Mesner.
Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep Asabert. 3 undervotes.
740. Sununu. Shaheen.
Shaheen.
192.
Griffin.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic.
802.
802.
110.
Sununu.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Roman, Singer,
Got it.
and Griffin.
856.
51. Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic. 115. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
What do you mean, you're gonna leave us? What?
Harry.
Asabert, Roman,
Maynard.
and Griffin.
Laurent. And Roman.
When you back out. Yeah.
189.
McMahon.
McMahon.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic.
811.
25 coming up.
111.
Sununu. Mesner.
Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep McMahon, 3 undervotes. So if he's under the camera, but then it doesn't move. I think no, I think they want everybody to. That's on, yeah. They'll make it less confusing.
So, we're gonna finish these or no?
They said not to. That's why I was thinking if I put it under the camera, clear, nobody's moving it.
Got it?
When there's 715.
715.
Maybe that's why.
Governor Smith.
Yep.
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
2 Democrats,
Laurent and Asper. Griffin and
You said
Wynn.
tally brush, right? After when you finish the tally. Again, that.
684.
Oh, right.
Sununu. Messner.
Sodi and Lynn,
and Lynn.
2 under.
810.
10.
Sununu.
Sununu.
Messner.
Got it?
714.
714.
Sununu. Messner.
Got it?
839.
839.
One under. Yeah.
Got it?
Ah. Wow. 736.
736.
Yeah.
Sununu.
Yeah.
Laurent and Roman. Griffin and McMahon.
840.
840.
Sununu. Messner.
I made a mistake on the last entry. 25, ballot is 111. I entered 3 overvotes instead of 3 undervotes.
That's an entry correct.
That's an entry correction.
Feltus. Shaheen.
Shaheen. Signorino.
Signorino.
Right
And
where you
Roman.
are.
Okay.
Confirm.
Lynn.
Lynn.
Confirm.
100. Okay.
16, 14.
Confirm.
738.
3, 6.
Confirm. Confirm. Okay.
Sununu.
There.
Laurent.
Number 2 is under the camera for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
659.
659.
We can change
Yes.
position. It's on the tally. We'll never finish.
Roman.
And Roman.
Sodi.
Correct.
Yes. 739. Sununu.
Senator O'Donnell.
O'Donnell.
Democratic candidates,
Laurent.
Loren
Signorino.
and Signorino.
Griffin.
Griffin
And
and
Lynn.
Lynn.
Yeah, it's going fast.
Sorry about that.
And we had 6 flags graded in.
So we need to go through. It, well, number 2 recorded the overvote on ballot number 24-178. Yep.
Said about keeping it.
I'm sorry. Senator, Larry. U.S. Senator, sorry. Okay, so she put overvote. Did I put yes? Did I put overvote? It should be an undervote.
For some reason I don't, well, we're in a different school now.
So the line is up to
The other stuff like evening, I was going to.
ballots
When it's so cold in there.
178.
How big is it?
Okay, so if you could hold off on numbers.
Yeah.
Fix your total on the right line there, okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you need to show both
Yep.
so that they match?
8 is in front of the camera for 1, 2.
I have a chair in my car. That's not.
Okay.
Actually, I would not put that in there because,
Okay, ready?
No.
The sheet stays with the ballots, but these, this other paperwork actually is, saves them. Okay. Standards, so it's just something I didn't mention. So all that paperwork, this is ready.
Okay. 1, 2, 21, 1.
Yes.
1, 14, 10.
Yes.
12, 3, 8, 2.
Yes.
10,
Yes.
16, 12,
Yes.
14, 23,
And 6.
and 6. And these add to 100, I checked them. All right, we'll see you outside.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna assume they have beverages.
They have water.
Okay.
The tally tables have finished the batches that they were working on. We're going to break for lunch and resume at 12:45.
I'm game. The only thing I can't do is announce because my voice is just.
You're the bed with the kid, aren't you?
I'm fine staying here.
I don't know, somebody's feeling good. I'm sure she's willing to name her. If she wants to rotate out.
Yeah, I hear you.
So,
Yep. Oh, you know, unless you have a dedicated team, teach them something. Not everybody's busy all the whole time, so it is what it is. And they do the best we can, which is exactly what we do. I committed to Ann that I'd be here until this phase was built.
okay.
After that, I told her after that, we meet because the resources needed. And I assume only to move ballots and whatever they gotta do, because they don't wanna touch it.
And I respect that.
So, yeah, I golf on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I'm striking out this week so far.
You are.
Playing through the fever now.
Obviously, it's a working time.
Yeah. They've done some good work recently. Of course, it's in really good shape. On the backside, they made a big move, cleared out a bunch of trees between that short R3 down the hill to the pond. And that, to the right of that hole were a bunch of trees and couldn't see the T or 14 from the TI. 13, 19. They cleared it all out. And that has really opened it up. They did that for sun, to get the sun to it was a good move.
That's the one for the city.
Yeah.
Over these years, I think it may eventually.
Well, I think the sad thing is, I think of itself, it's gonna be housing. So I think Concord, as long as it's making money, you don't wanna hang on to it. And, there's been a pretty rapid turnover of pros. The one that's in there now is in charge. Unlike previously, or the maintenance guy, landscaper was in charge. And that caused all kinds of problems. And I do an annual membership up there, have for about 10 years now. And you don't get a consistent set of decisions there. The maintenance guy, you do have a problem. Plus you don't get the visibility in the market approach. So this Phil program is all over. It's doing a great job. So I don't know that they'll sell it in the near term because it's making money. There's a lot of it. But, you know, it's a great course. I play with a group. I'm 75 and I'm the youngest.
We don't look at it.
And we walk.
Okay.
There's about 6 or 8 of us. Whoever's there at 7 o'clock. So,
They will be on.
yeah. And as long as we can get out first, we can play 18 walking in about 3 to 3.5 hours. Yeah. And we don't rush. We just play ready ball. We know how The other thing I've done with my life after working is I've brought my
Really?
what a treat. Well, I consulted for about 8 years, so I was all over the United States and spent some time in Europe as well, so my club went or I rented. And it was about, I got the third one, and I said, you know, I might be able to do all this. So after I retired, my wife and I planned 3 trips. In 3 different parts of the country and finished it. Met some absolutely wonderful people. And the courses that I played were, you know, I just picked them out of the search. And I call them, say I'm single, and here's what I'm doing. And I appreciate it if I can get off first thing in the morning. Because we used to fly in the morning and travel and go into the next one. And they all were very yeah, I played a couple times by myself, which was kind of hard coming out of the course. But usually I was with some locals, you know, which were fun. Well, you'll love it. I need this. One of the I need to. So I leave. My writer says you need to get it done because you won't be if it works the same way for you as it did for me, you'll be able to see it.
Ready? Yep. Taking phone calls. Ready? Staying in the same place. Switching.
How's it going? I know, I heard. Oh, I don't want to sit yet. I'll wait. Yeah.
Stream break. Just live streaming.
Correct. I want to thank EMR has pulled a couple of seconds off of that live stream and broadcast.
They've been outside a couple of times, but I've never seen them inside.
I haven't seen it.
They just do the whole thing from outside.
I have met about half of them, and they are delightful people.
I've met Josh Paradise. She was actually, yeah, she was taught in class with person, very nice. We had our reunion this last time, she didn't go to that. But, graduated 78.
You know, like if somebody has a question.
Right? 44.
I'm beyond my 50s. I also didn't go to school. Used to be the rubber capital of the world. Now you can't find the Are you a New Hampshire native?
Since I was 12, born in quite a few times before my parents settled down in Plaza. He has lived in the same place in Plaza. We were high school sweethearts. Actually, junior high school since we were 12.
My wife and I met in junior high school.
There's 4 other couples we went to school with. I still know. It's a big deal. It is a big deal. The years this year.
Both my sons have been divorced.
So my daughter lives in this house. She lives on Bridge Street. All the way up near Candia Road. My daughter. And she has a really nice house that they got. It's a real nice little neighborhood. Oh, okay. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. Well, we're so happy for her. She got her house up. I was wondering, yeah. She was, they moved in late. And they were like,
I didn't notice it either.
I might actually eat my apple today, so you said,
And I think we're down a person. I don't think you're supposed to have a
That's me. Yeah,
I saw that.
really?
Mark did it.
People asking me.
All right, everybody staying the same?
Maybe a little bit. And later in the day.
I'm good right here for now.
So sometimes I go to make a zero.
I'll tell you what, if he doesn't switch with you later on, I will, because around 4 o'clock, I'm gonna be toast. That happened yesterday.
I'll switch with anybody. I don't have a problem. It really rather not do the No, what about correcting every sheet?
No, you don't do that.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, really?
You can start until. He did. You know, they're not.
I think you should do that. Where the teachers go table. They never took the ballots away.
You said we couldn't start.
No. Oh, no, I did one batch, that's 24, I think. Two sets?
Two sets.
Ooh, the cool.
Yes, right.
What did you say?
Um, 47. Oh.
You write them down? Good.
And the one gets an apple. Because you never just have an apple. 80, sorry. 66. So let me get the rhythm here. 66. Governor Sununu.
Right, everybody seems to be back, so we are ready to continue.
State rep or Democratic. 26. Governor Sununu. Senator Shaheen.
We
State rep
cannot start until
Roman.
5. So
3 undervotes.
we are either going to be taking one of the data inputs temporarily to this
224.
table, unless Philip can.
He did, I saw him
Oh,
talking.
that's good. I thought he was making an announcement too. I think he was just
Yes,
talking.
it was the gentleman in the black suit.
Okay, so 224.
I think it was him who told.
Governor Feltus. I think just new people started. Okay. Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen. State Rep for Democratic. Oh, they must need somebody left and then you, coverage. 191. Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, 4 Democratic. 156.
They're right there.
Wow. This is a pencil. So it's Senator Shaheen. Sorry, Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep Roman, and 3 undervotes. Would the machine beat that?
Let's see, because you are allowed to use pencil.
Are you?
Right, yeah.
1049.
Well, I think you're allowed to do whatever you want, but whether the machine reads it.
Oh, boy,
I would say let's write this down.
yep. Line 5, 156.
It was one round.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm happy where I am, if that's okay, but
This is a readability issue.
They did a very nice little job with it, though. Being very staying in the line.
Yeah, so you're the watcher now. Okay, so
My name is Judy. Silver, S-I-L-V.
And then you say four.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5-2. All Democratic. 225.
takes care of all the
Oh, sure.
Any number, okay, I wrote that down.
Oh, I know, but it didn't like where it was laying.
Yes. All Democratic.
yeah.
Okay, this is fixed now.
Yeah.
217. Oh, sorry. Gotta get used to the basic again.
217.
Yes. All Democratic.
How about if we do
643.
27.
that's a whole big picture.
Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep Griffin, Lynn, and McMahon. 1 undervote.
Because I don't think they'll take it from Republicans.
112,
Yeah, Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Governor Sununu,
Messner.
Senator Messner,
Roman.
State Rep McMahon, 3 undervotes.
Lynn McMahon.
782.
82.
113, Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent,
782.
Griffin, Lynn, McMahon.
So they didn't vote the ballot.
6-1, all Democratic.
Yes. Sununu. Messner.
9-7, all Democratic. 1-2,
6.
yes.
7-3.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, 4 Democratic. 9-6, Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep, 4 Democratic.
Lauren?
Wait. Lauren, okay, go ahead.
2-0.
All right, so I made a mistake
Governor
and I put
Sununu,
in Sodi instead
Senator
of
Mesner, State Rep
flag.
Sodi, and Lane.
Yes, I'm sorry.
2 undervotes. 9-5.
Is this on,
Governor Sununu,
73?
Line 4.
Senator Shaheen,
I did.
State Rep for Democrat.
Right. No vote for Sodi, just say. Okay.
8-0.
Yes.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent. 3
Was
undervotes.
this for, row 4? Row 4 was for the
1-3.
state representatives, there was a vote for Lauren.
Yes, I put it in Sodi.
Governor Sununu, Senator
Oh, okay,
Shaheen,
okay.
State Rep for Democrat.
Yes.
7, 5, 5.
5.
This last one's 7 with
1-4-2. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent. 3 undervotes. 1-8.
So we'll have to okay, all right.
21, 20,
7, 6,
8.
142.
So let's go down to and then it's full vote representative.
180.
Governor
Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner, State Rep
Okay.
Griffin,
And Roman.
Lynn, McMahon. 1 undervote.
So we go to over, so you're gonna wanna go across your line.
166.
To where it says overvote and write 4.
Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner, State Rep Sodi, Griffin, Lynn.
Overvote is 4.
1 undervote.
Overvote is 4, so because you can only vote for 4 and it has to add up to 4.
109.
Too many times.
Governor Sununu,
I don't think so.
Senator
Unless you find
Mesner,
something odd with that.
State Rep
other than the fact that
Sodi,
you voted for 20
Lynn.
people, which is an overvote.
2 undervotes.
Got it?
130. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep Azabert, Roman, Sodi, and Griffin.
Okay. 1-691.
25.
6, 9, 1.
1691.
691.
This one is.
Yes, Azabert and Roman. And then of the Republicans, it's Sodi and Griffin.
Mesner. Loren. And Roman.
And Roman.
Lynn and McMahon.
This is going to be a. 1-753.
753.
753.
So, that one I think we should flag for sure. Okay, so that's line number 17.
Did I read it?
So, you and I are gonna go across and write yes, you are now 2. And now we figure out,
Griffin and McMahon.
42.
This is 25.
Okay. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democrat.
1-663.
663.
The last one?
Governor
The last one?
Senator
Shaheen.
Republican as a whole,
McMahon. Sununu, Messner,
42.
Roman, Sodi, Lynn, McMahon.
Was that a flag? And the one previous was not a flag? Okay, I'm good. 798.
Governor Sununu.
Sununu, Messner.
4 Republican candidates, Sodi, Griffin,
Got it?
Got it.
What that? I wasn't counting that. I was looking to see.
783.
Does it have something?
Governor
Sununu,
Senator Messner.
Messner.
4 Republican candidates, Sodi, Griffin, Lynn,
Got it?
Got it, Barbara?
Got it.
1-664.
664.
664.
This has to be
That was 24.
on the other side. Yeah, no, yeah, so, yeah, this is gonna be good. No, it's a different people. Okay, what's the number? 1-664. Okay? All right, so that's gonna be, we don't have to say where it is. Okay, so, I'm calling these guys, yeah, I'm not ignoring.
No, I looked over there.
Yeah, okay, yeah, they're not holes, okay. Governor Sununu.
Sununu,
Senator Messner.
Messner.
1 Republican, Lynn.
Lynn,
And 3 under.
3 under.
Oh, because it bleeded, okay, it bled through on that side.
Yep, yeah, that's what, that way. Okay. 1-799.
799.
Governor Sununu.
Sununu,
Senator Messner.
Messner.
Time is
Sodi, Griffin, Lynn.
17.
Got it?
Okay. 1-644.
644.
Ready?
Yes.
718. 19:6.
Republican, no, sorry.
16,
Sununu.
14, 16, 13.
Democratic candidate, Roman.
4, 5, 6, 4.
McMahon.
2 under.
Got it?
Okay, so did you get 20, 5, 2?
I have 5.
1, 2, 23, 23, 23, 23.
Let's do the other one.
1,
6 and 4.
and then did you have 1?
And 22.
One yes.
Sununu,
Okay. Read me which,
Roman,
150.
Yep.
Oh, I see. I'm looking too high, I'm looking at the screen. Yesterday,
Yes.
you had it in, 24.
Bless you.
Oh, for
Yes.
800.
800.
Yes.
Okay, this one is mixed. Governor Sununu.
Sununu,
Yes.
Shaheen,
I have one at 24. So it will be the
got it.
next to last ballot.
1-757.
757.
Okay.
Read all of the reps. Yeah.
So, Governor Sununu.
Sununu,
Senator
Shaheen,
Shaheen.
Soti.
And 3 under.
Got it?
The next one is 1-758.
758.
758.
Okay, this is mixed. Governor Sununu.
Sununu,
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen,
Shaheen,
Democratic candidates
Loren,
Loren,
bless you, bless you.
Republican candidate
Griffin,
Griffin.
and 1 under.
1-711.
711.
Sununu, Messner.
Oh, that's that. I was just like, you know, this is yours. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like a mess someone left here that was like, somebody inside of there.
Oh, yeah.
Go figure it out.
Twenty-three.
Tally twos under the camera for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Seven, five, six.
He's not one of ours, yeah. I saw that one before and I said, let's pass it around. I think that our candidates are being wrong. And the rest of them are published. We can flag it if we, we don't have to worry about moving if you're not checking this. This will get one that I
Is this 24 or 4?
24.
I think that's okay.
I don't know what the problem would be.
Do you think they're filled in enough that?
Yeah, no, I think they're filled in enough, yeah.
That's what we wanted to get.
Yeah.
Number down to 15. Anticipating a short
7,
step.
5, 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty, Governor Sununu,
Yes.
Senator Messner,
Yes.
1, 2, 1.
Democratic candidate
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
Hasbert,
State Rep St. Laurent, Roman, Lynn,
Lynn.
McMahon.
It's so easy when you can read the name.
Yes.
1,
1 to 6 fold.
9, 0.
They wouldn't like that.
No, yeah. 4-0. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic.
Lynn, McMahon.
One dash eight.
1-8.
102.
833.
Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent. 3 undervotes. 127.
118.
Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep St. Laurent, Roman, Griffin, McMahon. Two, 3. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Griffin.
23 and 6 apart.
122. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic. 120. Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep St. Laurent, Roman, and Griffin. 1 undervote.
Over there, but it should be there anyway. This is the first one I just confirmed the bottom, I'm sorry. Gotta get what you do.
Then go to the next four, Sodi.
7.
Skip one to Lynn.
I wondered when we were gonna get that.
That's how they all worked for us yesterday.
23-265. Governor Sununu.
Okay.
Senator Shaheen. 2 votes for
116.
Skip to Roman.
Governor Sununu,
Say that one more time.
Senator Shaheen,
St. Laurent.
Yep.
State Rep St. Laurent, Asbert, Sodi, and Lynn.
You wanna say that, Pat? You like that one?
Yeah, no, that's fine, you had said one other sound in your,
One,
but
two.
that didn't work.
Oh, sorry, that was, yeah, another one.
No, yeah, yeah.
23-152. Governor Felty.
I'm doing it quickly. Or the thing is,
How many flags did you have?
you don't allow me to put the things going on.
8.
I have 10.
I have 10.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes.
25,
Yes.
13,
Yeah.
11,
Yeah.
1,
Yeah.
10, 1, 8, 1,
8, 1, yes, I forgot the date, don't know.
8, 15,
Yeah.
14,
1,
16,
2, 6.
27,
Yes.
and 10 flags.
Okay.
Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep Azabert, Sodi, Lynn, McManus.
Okay.
88, Governor Feltus, Senator
Where's Jerry off to?
Shaheen, State Rep St.
He
Louis.
had a
Three
KLPA
undervotes.
meeting today.
St. Laurent.
Yeah.
Not KLPA, Sunapee Lake, LSPA,
119.
Lake Protection, LSPA,
Governor
Lake
Sununu,
Sunapee Protection.
Senator Messner,
At the new place,
State Rep
actually. At the new, they have a brand new, really redone lake house right for the Sunapee, Lake Sunapee Protection Association. It's right down by the harbor.
244,
Yeah, it's been redone
Governor
inside.
Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
Redone, and
State
the
rep
entrance has
for
been
Democrat.
reworked, and they've added a whole big, display and work area for children and education.
81,
on the second floor.
Which yellow house?
Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep St. Laurent, Azabert, Lynn, McMahon.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty house before,
Great.
but, they've updated a lot of the heating and plumbing and.
Governor Sununu,
And what is it?
Senator Shaheen, State Rep Roman,
Man.
3 undervotes.
No.
6-3,
I don't know it.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for
All I ever
Democrat.
heard was that it was somehow it was a gift to,
1-4, Governor Feltus, Senator O'Donnell, State Rep for Democratic.
oh,
238, Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep for Democratic.
oh yeah, I've seen it. That's another big property.
143,
1050.
Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep Sodi,
680.
Griffin,
And you have a.
2 undervotes.
And proposed, okay. So this mix, Governor
Feltus,
Senator Shaheen,
139,
and candidates Laurent and Azabert.
Laurent,
Governor
Azabert,
Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
McMahon,
State Rep St.
You know what, I'm
Laurent,
just gonna put this way.
Azabert, Roman, and Sodi.
This one is going to be played too well with.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's split for polls without vote representative. 177.
767.
Hold on.
Well, so it's
Yeah.
between,
Okay, 1,
it's between,
7, 6,
between David and
And then without numbers for the rep, right?
Yes.
He gets the candy bar.
you get to split it.
Feltus,
You get a buck, you get a buck, you get a apple.
Roman,
Griffin, Lynn,
No, no,
What
but so
happened
it's
on that last
between
ballot? Was that
Debbie.
a flag? Got it.
so we have 3 flags so far?
3, 1, yes.
Between, well, we have undervote.
What's the number?
1-731.
731.
Oh, I do. Okay. Yes,
Vote representative.
yes, that was into the back.
And number. All right, okay. Governor 15.
Sununu,
Shaheen.
Oh, we did.
22.
Really?
Laurent,
Laurent,
18.
What's like it?
18. 2.
This one is also going to be
And I had one yes, did you?
1-what?
770.
770.
126. Okay, do you want to pop? Take the 126 over there.
So, Governor
Sununu.
Shaheen.
Laurent.
candidates Somty, Griffin,
Move yours over a little.
Griffin, and Lynn.
Got it?
Okay.
this one is also gonna be flagged. It's 1-681.
681.
681.
And it's Greg, Fold with vote representative. Okay, and next, Governor Phelps.
Feltus.
Senator
Shaheen.
Representative,
Laurent. Roman. Singarino.
Republican representative,
Yeah.
I got 117.
I think we are done, unless someone comes up with the flags for now. So this is fine.
Maybe I missed it. 127.
4-3.
Okay, this is
Now I lost count.
Governor Sununu,
Sununu.
No, that's my fault.
Messner.
Okay, I'm ready.
State Representative for Under.
Ready
Got it?
Got it. 706.
706.
Yep.
Sununu.
Yep.
Shaheen. Laurent.
Where's the technical? I feel like it just keeps getting.
McMahon. Got it?
We're the only ones asking questions. I feel like my paper
792.
keeps shrinking. Shrinking. See, I can't get it to be all on the screen at the same time. Is that
Messner.
fine or? Like you see, I'm not touching this, but this is us. I don't know what's wrong with it, but I'm not touching it, but it just keeps shrinking.
703.
Maybe we should hit the snow button. There we go.
Messner.
Then the snow will come down.
Sodi.
19.
Lynn.
Maybe it just kept coming. Maybe it just kept falling.
Okay, 3, 16,
That's so much better.
1, 12,
Thank
6,
you. Are you sure we can't
15,
make
10, 11, 6, 5, 5, 5, 4,
Why is there a snow button?
Sodi.
Griffin.
15, 10.
Would it be fun? My head hurts.
824.
And tally 2 is under the camera for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Messner.
Seven, one, two.
Wait a minute.
When you go from the number to the governor, positive.
Sununu.
Yeah, no. All right, you got Sununu,
Griffin and McMahon.
Oh, shoot.
806.
I did. So, what do I do here? So they told us to make 2 lines through the error,
Somebody get it?
and then 3, and then circle the 3 and your 1. Those are the correct numbers. Yeah. Oh, I see, circle this, circle the correct this. And then we're gonna put a yes here, and then we'll flag that. Give you something that says
Sununu.
23-.
Laurent.
Tally number 2.
Elizabeth.
And then
Griffin.
correct
McMahon.
reps are St. Brian.
709.
The fun. Oh, thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
Messner.
The number.
What's that?
21.
I think by saying the number. No, say it out.
A regular Tom Cruise.
So, yeah.
a little over a week ago, and I indicated that I would be providing an oral opinion today. I'm prepared to do so. This is, as I indicated, file 20-9238CZ, and we are here today to receive the court's opinion on the defendant's joint motion for summary disposition pursuant to 2.116C4 and C8. Now, we heard argument on this motion on the 10th, pursuant to the court today provides its decision after taking this matter under advisement last week. We are on Zoom, and I recognize that there are likely a large number of people who are watching this decision today. It's important, therefore, I think, to discuss exactly what we are addressing here in court today, and perhaps maybe even more importantly, what we are not addressing. So I'll try to do so in non-legalese and then proceed to my decision. This motion tests the legal sufficiency of the claims that have been brought by Mr. Bailey. It is not a test of the facts. The parties, through their lawyers, can bring a variety of claims to court, but the claims must meet certain legal criteria. Circuit courts don't give advisory opinions. We do not answer questions, even good questions, even important questions, simply because they've been asked. If we did, then there could be a difference of opinion between each and every circuit judge around the state as to what is an important question. That's chaotic. There must be a legal basis, therefore, that allows the court to decide issues presented to it. If a complaint asks the court to resolve an issue, the court must have the power to do so, and that power would emanate from the Constitution, from state statutes, or from prior decisions of the appellate courts. Today, I am deciding whether there is a legal basis for the claims that have been made in Mr. Bailey's complaint. A motion for summary disposition that's filed pursuant to 2.116C4 asserts that the court lacks jurisdiction with regard to the subject matter. Whether subject matter jurisdiction exists is always a question of law, and that's Fez versus Mercy Memorial Hospital, 475 Mich, 663 from 2006. When you're reviewing a C4 motion, I must determine whether the pleadings demonstrate that the defendant is entitled to judgment as a matter of law, or whether the affidavits and other proofs show there was no genuine issue of material fact, also from Fez. Under the court rules, a determination that there is no genuine issue of material fact can play a part in ruling on a motion for summary disposition pursuant to C4. And this may, out of necessity, involve the evaluation of certain factual elements of the case. And that's Mills versus White Castle, 167 Mishap 202, 1988. Any evaluation of factual elements in a ruling on a motion for summary disposition based on lack of subject matter jurisdiction must be made by a judge, not a jury. By the way, I think I misquoted earlier by citing to Fez when I meant to cite to Eaton County Board of Road Commissioners versus Schultz, 205 Mishap 371, 1994. And when I cited to Mills, I meant to cite to Weishun, Weishun versus Catholic Diocese of Lansing, 279 Mishap 150, 2008. Those prior citations related to the second basis of the motion for summary disposition, which is 2.116 sub C sub 8. That section of our court rules is with regard to failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted, and it tests the legal sufficiency of a claim, and that is Speak versus Department of Transportation, 456 Mich 331, 1998. Only the legal basis of a complaint is examined, and that would be Fez. The factual allegations from the complaint in looking at a C8 motion are accepted as true, along with any inferences that can be reasonably and fairly drawn therefrom. Also from Fez, unless the claim is so clearly unenforceable as a matter of law that no factual development could justify recovery, these motions should typically be denied, and that is Mills versus White Castle. Now, in general, this case, as we know, relates to concerns over the November 3rd, 2020 election in Antrim County. Initial results from the county at the presidential level showed 16,047 votes cast, with 7,769 for President Biden and 4,809 for former President Trump, and 145 votes for third-party candidates, along with 11 write-in votes, for a total of 12,423. The results were recalculated on November 5th and showed that there were 17,327 total votes in the presidential election out of 18,059 votes cast in Antrim County. Out of that total, President Biden received 7,289 votes, and former President Trump received 9,783 votes. Prior to certification by the State Board of Canvassers, a new tally on November 21st of 20 showed, in fact, 15,949 total presidential votes out of 16,044 cast in the county, with 5,960 for Biden and 9,748 for Trump. These numbers are laid out in the figure at item 1 on page 2 of the plaintiff's brief and response. These discrepancies showed up in several down ballot races as well throughout Antrim County. Now, the county clerk has advised throughout the pendency of this matter that the problem with the reporting of Antrim County's results was due to a failure to update certain software on all precinct tabulators when a late change was made to 2 of the township ballots in the county. On the date of the State Board of Canvassers' certification of Michigan's election results, that being November 23rd of 20, the plaintiff filed the instant action. The Bailey complaint consists of 6 counts against Antrim County. The first is a claim under Article 2, Section 4, Sub 1, Sub H of the 1963 Constitution. It is the audit provision of that section. And item 2 is with regard to the purity of elections clause under Article 2, Section 4, Sub 2 of that Constitution. Count 3 relates to violation of Article 1, Section 2, that is Michigan's equal protection clause in the Michigan Constitution. Item 4 is a statutory claim pursuant to MCL 168.861. Item 5 is a statutory claim again under MCL 600.4545. And lastly, there's a statutory claim at item 6 pursuant to 168.765 sub 5. Now, importantly, the plaintiff asks for the following relief. First, that a forensic imaging of precinct tabulators associated with the November 3rd, 2020 election be taken, and further, that there be a nonpartisan audit regarding the November 3rd, 2020 general election. Further, he asks for a protective order to preserve evidence and such other relief as is equitable and just, which is a catch-all provision made in almost every civil lawsuit in this county and probably in this state. As indicated, these claims were made against the defendant, Antrim County. Now, the court allowed the Michigan Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, to intervene in the case, and it's fair to say that since that intervention, the Secretary of State has taken on the role of the primary litigator with regard to the defendant's defenses and claims in this case. The defendants have filed a joint motion for summary disposition, which argues 3 main points. First, that the plaintiff's claims are moot, as all requested relief has been granted, and therefore this court lacks jurisdiction to review moot claims. And with regard to item number 2, that plaintiff lacks standing to bring its claims into court, and item 3, that plaintiff has failed to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. We're going to go ahead and visit the first issue. The defendants first argue that plaintiff's claims are moot as there is no case in controversy involved. In other words, the court has already granted the relief sought by the plaintiff in this case, and the court therefore lacks subject matter jurisdiction. Now, a case is moot which presents a, quote, abstract question of law which does not rest upon existing facts or rights, period, out quote, and that is People versus Richmond, 489 Mich 29, 2010 case. At the outset of this case, in deciding the plaintiff's ex parte motion for temporary restraining order, show cause order, and preliminary injunction, the court, in its order of December 4th of 2020, allowed a quote forensic audit, out quote, subject to protective order of the tabulator in the possession of Antrim County, limited the tabulator's connectivity to the internet, and required Antrim County to preserve and protect records in its possession with regard to the tabulation of votes on November 3rd of 2020. Regarding that election. This relief is largely what the plaintiff asked for in bringing this litigation. The question before the court is whether the plaintiff's request for an audit has also been resolved. The only avenue for such an audit that is available is a so-called constitutional audit, and the plaintiff's complaint seeks such an independent audit of the November 3rd, 2020 election. The people initiated Proposition 3 of 2018, which amended the 1963 Constitution at Article 2, Section 4 to guarantee, quote, every citizen of the United States who is an elector qualified to vote in Michigan the right to have the results of statewide elections audited in such a manner as prescribed by law to ensure the accuracy and integrity of elections. This language has not been fully reviewed by any appellate court in this state, although it has come up in the trial courts. First, it came up in the Wayne County Circuit matter of Constantino versus the City of Detroit, Wayne County File 20-014-780AW. Constantino involved a series of challenges to the process of the November 3rd, 2020 election in Wayne County and included a request from the plaintiffs for a constitutional results audit under Article 2, Section 4, Sub 1, Sub H. Judge Kenny from the Wayne County Circuit Court wrote that following the adoption of amended Article 2, Section 4, the Michigan legislature amended MCL 168-31A effective December 28th of 2018. MCL 168-31A provides for the Secretary of State and appropriate county clerks to conduct a results audit of at least one race in each audited precinct. Although plaintiffs may not care for the wording of the current MCL 168.31 sub A, a results audit has been approved by the legislature. Any amendment to MCL 168.31A is a question for the voice of the people through the legislature rather than action by the court, out quote. The Court of Appeals denied leave, as did the Michigan Supreme Court, to review Judge Kenny's decision. In the order denying leave, there were several comments that were of note. First, Justice Viviano's dissent argues that the Supreme Court should hear the nature of the right to an audit pursuant to Article 2, Section 4, Sub 1, Sub A. Justice Zara, joined by now retired Justice Markman, in concurring with the order, notes that the Constantino plaintiffs, quote, raised important constitutional issues regarding the precise scope of Article 2, Section 4, Sub 1, Sub H, and its interplay with MCL 168.31A and other election laws, out quote. The Supreme Court's order is, the Supreme Court's order recognizes that a minority of the court at the time had concerns with the scope of Article 2, Section 4, Sub 1, Sub H, but is not precedential and is not binding authority on this court's review. Another trial court, the Court of Claims, the Court of Appeals acting as the Court of Claims in the matter of Janetsky versus Benson, file 20-0216-MM, per Judge Christopher Murray, addressed the Allegan County Clerk's request for declaratory relief regarding an Article 2, Section 4, Sub 1, Sub H audit to evaluate the process of reviewing signatures on absentee ballots from the general election in November of 2020. In reviewing the language of the article, Judge Murray focuses on a citizen's right to audit results of statewide elections in a manner provided by law. Both Janetsky and Benson acknowledged that Article 2, Section 4, Sub 1, Sub H audit, or an audit under that section, did take place or was about to take place following the November 3rd, 2020 general election. The legislature, using authority set forth in Article 2, Section 4, did adopt MCL 168.31A, which at Sub 2 gives the Secretary of State the authority to, quote, prescribe procedures for election audits, out, quote, under this constitutional section. Judge Murray, for the Court of Claims, found that plaintiff Janetsky had, quote, no support in the statute for plaintiffs to demand that an audit cover the subject of their choosing or to dictate the manner in which an audit is conducted. MCL 168.31A, sub 2, leaves that to the Secretary of State, out quote. In our matter, Mr. Bailey argues that no audit took place. The Secretary of State did perform two relevant reviews, however. The first is a hand recount of the Antrim County presidential votes, which occurred on or about December 15th of 2020. The defendant, Secretary of State, admitted in oral argument, however, that this hand recount was not an audit pursuant to the power given to the Secretary of State under 168.31A sub 2. Rather, the defendants point to the statewide election audit discussed in the Court of Claims as their 168.31 subway audit, a process outlined in press releases dated 2/12 of 21 and 3/2 of 21 from the Secretary of State in their argument on this motion. The plaintiff argues these releases wouldn't be admissible as they're hearsay, but the court believes that the records would likely be admissible pursuant to 803 sub 8 as public records, or be introduced pursuant to direct evidence from one of the state actors in this case. There is therefore evidence of an audit conducted pursuant to 168.31A. To be clear, that audit is not what the plaintiff would have liked, as indeed the audit in Janetsky was not what the Allegan County Clerk would have liked. However, it did occur, and it appears to have been done so pursuant to authority set forth in 168.31A. I do find Judge Murray's analysis regarding the availability of an Article 2, Section 4, Sub 1, Sub H audit beyond the Secretary of State's audit pursuant to 168.31A to be persuasive. There is no right, either in the constitutional section or the statute, for the independent audit that Mr. Bailey seeks. A petitioner under Article 2, Section 4 does not get to choose his own audit criteria. Rather, the legislature has given that authority pursuant to Article 2, Section 4, 1H of review to the Secretary of State. So while a citizen may seek to audit the results of a statewide election, it must do so according to the law. That law provides for performance of the audit by the Secretary of State. There is no other relief available to the plaintiff on this point. As the plaintiffs have either received all of the requested relief from this court or are not entitled to the relief requested as a matter of law, pursuant to my previous discussion, the plaintiff's claims are in fact moot. Granting judgment to plaintiff on its claims would have no practical legal effect, as the audit available under Article 2, Section 4, 1H has already been done. There is no reason to do it twice. As the plaintiff has no additional relief available, there is no need to review the remaining counts that it has brought. the plaintiff's claims in this case are moot. No additional relief is available, and therefore no claim has been stated. Summary disposition is granted to the plaintiffs as to plaintiff's complaint under 2.116 sub C sub 4. As an aside, the court would note that at its core, this case has involved from the beginning something that we all learned to do in kindergarten, and that is count. We've, over time, and perhaps with good reason, in the conduct of our elections, taken this very simple function and made it into a complex and often computerized exercise. By deciding this motion, the court is not saying that there were no problems in the way that Antrim County conducted its November 2020 elections. The clerk has admitted that there were challenges and problems in the elections, although the hand count ultimately of the presidential election showed results largely consistent with the canvass totals that were entered by the state and reported by the county. Nor am I saying that the processing of election data here wasn't corrupted or corruptible. I don't have the facts to make that determination. The plaintiff's reports and the news of the day, including a computer hack recently of a main petrol fuel pipeline on the East Coast, might well suggest that this is something that policymakers should be looking into in the future. If election results were to be held for ransom in the future, one can only imagine what would happen. I am saying that, as pled, the plaintiff's request for an audit is not available. Anticipating the possibility of appeal, this court will take all pending motions under advisement. This court's order with regard to the preservation of ballots, etc., entered in December is stayed. I will need an order from Mr. Grill as to my decision today for the reasons that have been stated on the record. All right, thank you all very much, and good luck going forward on this case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just, Your Honor, before proceeding, just to be clear, all other matters are taken under advisement. There are some discovery matters open this week. Should those also be stayed as well?
Yes, it's my anticipation that all matters will be stayed pending, but we'll see what the parties wish to do with regard to appeal, but pending the possibility of appeal.
Okay.
All right, thank you all.
And I'm going to teach the people of Georgia, and we're going to get this done in Georgia, and we're going to get this audit going. And I think we're probably going to find more than y'all find in Arizona.
Yeah, you know, it wouldn't surprise me. We're having a competition who finds the most fraud. You know what made me super happy? As you know, I'm a huge fan of Linwood and Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani, the best lawyers in the world, right? You know, and the first thing I asked you, didn't I? I was like, hey, can you ask Lynn what he thinks about this affidavit, right? And these notices, because I wanted to hear from somebody that has the type of experience
Senator Mesner,
Oh, yeah, he's here.
State Rep Sodi,
He was bad, he got
Lynn?
assigned to babysitting us.
2 undervotes.
Who is it when he went off with the last one?
That's Jean. I almost
One,
thought
one.
we should rise to her defense because she was being
Governor
taken away
Sununu,
by the principal.
Senator Shaheen,
Okay,
State
so
Rep
our
St.
total
Laurent,
here's 52.
Roman,
So 13
Lynn,
times 4 is
McMahon.
52, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that makes. Okay, so
8-6,
2-10-1,
Yes.
9-4,
Yeah.
Governor
6-4-3,
Sununu,
Yeah.
4-7-5-9,
Senator Mesner,
14.
Yes.
And we
State
have
Rep
1, 2, 3,
Griffin,
4, 5, 6,
3
7,
undervotes.
8. Do we have 8 flags?
Okay. Yes.
3-7. Okay. Felton,
3-7.
3-7, yes. Governor
That's the only
Felton,
road that they
Senator Shaheen,
That's the only road
State
that
Rep
there's data entry.
Sodi, 3 undervotes.
Their entry follows the bottom lines.
So I have to say, whenever I've asked a question on it, which one are we concerned, who was the challenge?
Originally, my understanding is it was a close race for one of the representative seats.
But
and
we
that
don't know
person
who.
I don't know who.
We don't know.
That person requested a recount. They did the recount and things looked worse.
We don't know who. No.
I don't know.
Whenever Nick answers a question in one of those webinars, I never understand his answer.
Really?
He always does all that legalese around it, and then I just say, well, okay, fine.
What about Bud? What about
Well, if
Bud
Nick's
Fish?
already answered it, then Bud doesn't answer it.
I know, but what do you think about Bud's answers?
Well, including, but not limited to. I like Bud. But the interesting thing with Bud is, if you call and ask Bud a question, like I did that time about the Lois Marshall issue, he answered it like 3 times, and he kept saying, am I answering your question? I said, no. Well, then here's another example, no.
Oh, the legal.
And then I said, here's the question.
nuances
Oh, then I did.
Are really mad.
Lois Marshall showed up in Wilmot to vote, but I had seen her a month earlier when she had told me she'd already been settled at her new place in Concord. And in fact, her son and daughter-in-law, or vice versa, daughter and son-in-law, had even changed the locks on the house so she couldn't even get in the house anymore, where she used to be living. And so then so a month later she showed up to vote, and I said, Lois, you're not living here anymore. And she didn't move to a assisted living or to a nursing home, she just moved to one of those retirement, 55 and over.
We could let Celeste do, we could do the first 25.
So
and let
the interesting
Celeste do
thing
the next.
was,
Let me just say what's on we could do the first 25 so we can get started tallying. Unless you do the flags at the end.
so then Lois and
Yeah.
Barbara rode on the bus together.
Just trying to see if we could just,
Lois was complaining to Barbara.
yeah, yes, and everything.
Have to be allowed. So then I had to call Bud to confirm that Lois was wrong.
Yes.
He confirmed that what I had done was fine.
Oh, I got 115 now.
I was scared to death.
So, let's deal with it. I'll read you from top down for Shaheen.
1, 2, 3,
Box 19
5,
open.
7, 8, 11, 12.
I don't have 11.
Yeah, you can always
I have, yes, 58.
So, on these, I don't see any scores.
That's what it shows.
So they printed different ballots for absentee and not absentee?
You fixed it already?
Yeah. Scored.
Okay.
Right, so then some got printed with
So
scores
we
and some
now
got
have
printed without scores.
115.
And all the ones that were absentee.
12, 5, 8, 6,
Yeah.
5, 7, 6, 11.
Oh, I see. But this is an absent, well, this says absentee and official ballot, and there's nothing on it, no score.
And official. It says absentee and official.
And then the ones that were scored were used for absentee.
Tally 2 under the camera. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So maybe a lot of the folds were on one. So then maybe a lot of the
Don't
folds
worry about
were.
that.
Trying to figure out how to move my hands.
Those people for a second.
we never used to care before.
I know, Oh, they folded them,
What numbers?
Oh, we can ask. This is our last one. Then they'll bring the chart.
So, yeah, you know, why weren't all of them scored? There are a lot of questions. That's what I would.
Is Bill coming back tomorrow? Is Bill coming back?
You know, I honestly don't know. I know Pete isn't.
Yeah, luckily.
And I think Bill's indicated one way or the other. I just don't know.
Yeah, I know he said today, tomorrow, today.
Oh, that's right. The doctor's appointment. He won't be here tomorrow.
No, the other day, I'm not sure if he was here yesterday because.
There's 25.
The other days, we, circulating,
Who's that?
still fine.
I saw that.
Medicare, Bedford. I'm not sure I saw him yesterday.
Oh, I know. From Bedford?
Yeah.
Yeah. Monterey. I didn't see him yesterday.
I didn't, but I don't know. It was because I was sitting facing that way all day.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right. What's that? Okay. 187. Governor, State Rep, or Democratic.
Okay, this is 15.
101. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State
Oh, wait,
Rep.
I messed
St.
up
Laurent,
something.
Roman, Griffin, McMahon. 252.
This is 16.
This is 10.
That's 16.
So that's,
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen.
this is 25.
State Rep. St. Laurent, Roman, Griffin, McMahon. Two, 4. Governor Sununu,
And this is
Senator Shaheen, State Rep. St. Laurent, 3 undervote. 195,
25, I think. I haven't
Governor
counted
Sununu,
them
Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Roman, Griffin, McMahon.
25.
119, Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Roman, Griffin, and Lynn.
No, there you're good.
221, Governor Feltus, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, 3 undervotes.
Right. You know what she told me? But I don't know anyone in Concord.
255, Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, 3 undervotes.
But then she told me.
Yes, can you believe? Would you like
9-8,
No.
Well, you got it
Governor
anyway.
Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
1052.
State Rep
52.
St. Laurent, Roman, Griffin, McMahon.
Getting bored with these people?
220, Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner, State Rep St. Laurent, Sodi, Griffin, and Lynn. Yep, Sodi, Griffin, and Lynn. 209,
No, I don't think so.
Your ballots just aren't
Senator
showing on the
Shaheen.
screen, but you're done calling your ballots right now.
State Rep St. Laurent, Lynn McMahon, 1 undervote.
Who did? Oh, okay.
100.
Okay.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
Alrighty, are we ready?
State Rep St. Laurent, Roman, Griffin, McMahon.
26
26 is our first two digits.
dash
253,
58.
Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner, State Rep Lynn.
So is everything gonna be 26 dash? Okay.
Yes, 26 dash.
Here we go then.
222,
Okay,
Sununu.
Governor Sununu, Senator
Messner.
Mesner, State Rep McMahon,
Man.
3 undervotes.
Okay.
254,
126.
Senator Mesner, State Rep Sodi, Griffin, 2 undervotes.
Man.
192,
81.
Governor Feltus,
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen,
Messner.
State Rep St. Laurent,
Laurent.
3 undervotes.
Griffin.
Lynn
Lynn
McMahon.
McMahon.
245,
19.
Governor Sununu,
19.
Senator Mesner, State Rep St. Laurent, Griffin,
Shaheen.
Lynn McMahon.
Laurent and Roman.
Hold on. Rent and Roman.
115,
McMahon.
Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner, State Rep McMahon, 3 undervotes.
187.
193, Senator
Sununu.
Governor Sununu,
Shaheen.
Senator Mesner,
Roman.
State Rep McMahon,
Sodi.
3 undervotes.
Griffin. McMahon. 204. Sununu.
135,
Messner. Sodi.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Roman, Griffin,
69.
Sodi. Sorry, this was the O of the day. Sodi Griffin.
Sodi.
Yeah.
Shaheen. Griffin. McMahon.
Down, up.
And 2 under. 109. Sununu,
What number?
Messner, McMahon.
Oh, yeah, I think that's.
Got it.
Not supposed to be.
Okay.
68.
109, you're flagging?
No. We are, but we just did?
Governor Sununu, Senator
one-
Shaheen,
Okay.
State Rep St. Laurent, Griffin, Lynn, McMahon. 73. Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep Griffin.
Can I see?
3 under.
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
here.
see it.
10.
Yeah.
Governor Sununu, Senator Messner, State Rep Griffin, Lynn, McMahon.
Yes.
1 undervote.
117.
18.
Messner.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
Okay.
State Rep Griffin, McMahon. 2 undervotes.
I don't think it's a vote.
This is 25.
All right. 1-5. Governor Sununu, Senator Messner. State Rep Griffin, Lynn, 2 undervotes.
As a vote.
Oh, yeah.
It is 2.
No. No. 13. Sununu. Shaheen. Griffin. McMahon.
Excuse me, can we see some of your sheets here? We ran out.
Okay.
All right, they can print more if we need them, but since you guys have some, we might as well steal if you don't
I
mind.
hope they're gonna get some more.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I didn't know if you wanted to stop for something else. Okay. 26-210.
210.
All right, this is mixed. Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Democrat,
Laurent.
Republican,
Griffin.
Lynn, McMahon.
Griffin. Lynn.
I'm ready.
McMahon.
One.
Yep.
Okay.
8, 7.
23, 22,
Sununu, Messner,
Messner.
Yes.
McMahon, and 3 under. 7-0.
7-0.
These last time was 205. We're like cranking these out.
You guys
Sununu.
are good.
Shaheen.
Laurent and Roman. Griffin and Lynn.
80.
8-0.
You think this is easy, but it's not.
Shaheen.
It's the hardest part. Yeah.
Laurent and Roman. Griffin. And 1 under. 21.
21.
Sununu.
I am sorry. That's part of my job and I'm falling down.
Griffin, Lynn,
That would have been embarrassing.
72. Feltus.
Shaheen,
Shaheen.
Laurent,
Laurent. Roman. Griffin.
McMahon.
This is 26-209.
209.
Oh, you got ready?
Yeah, but we haven't reconciled yet.
Oh, I see.
Try to keep one ahead.
Yep.
Okay, so Governor Feltus.
Feltus.
Senator
Shaheen.
Democratic candidates Laurent.
Laurent.
Ready?
Roman,
2, 23, 15, 10, 16, 1, 8, 1, 3, 15, 8, 13, and 35. And tally 2 is under the camera for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
110. Loren and Roman. Griffin and McMahon. 8-6. Sununu. O'Donnell. Loren. Roman. Signorino.
Lynn. 262. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep McMahon, 3 undervotes. 9-7. Yeah. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
7-9.
State Rep Griffin, 3 undervotes.
Sununu. Shaheen. Loren.
Roman, 219.
Griffin and McMahon.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep
57.
St. Laurent, Asabert,
Sununu.
Metzner,
Metzner.
Man,
Sophie.
Lynn,
153.
1 under.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep Griffin,
98.
3 undervotes.
Sununu, Metzner,
Metzner.
9-6.
Griffin,
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Roman, Lynn McMahon.
205. Sununu.
218.
Lynn.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
I'm not gonna do flags until we get to the
State
very
Rep
end, in case we
Asabert,
find some discrepancies.
Roman,
That's good.
McMahon,
Save us that correction.
1 undervote.
221.
121. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep Griffin, 3 undervotes. 99. Governor Sununu, Senator Metzner, State Rep McMahon, 3 undervotes. 134. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Asabert, Griffin, McMahon. 113. Governor Sununu, Senator Metzner, State Rep St. Laurent, Roman, Lynn McMahon.
Yeah.
Three. Governor Sununu, Senator Metzner, State Rep Sodi, 3 undervotes. 238. Governor Sununu, Senator Metzner, State Rep Lynn, 3 undervotes. 1-4.
421.
Governor Felton,
14, 10.
Senator Shaheen,
Wow.
State Rep St. Laurent,
Well, wait, let me recount.
Gordon, Griffin.
I got 112.
243.
I have 114, 10. Okay, we need to do a recount on
Senator Mesner, State Rep Sodi. 3.
Senator.
You wanna go through the rest of
Oh, Leo, 11, 9, 1, 5, 12, 9, 17, 36, okay.
1, 2, 3.
Messner.
Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner, State Rep Sodi. Oh, I'm sorry, that Sodi's correct, but
58.
Roman, Democrat was Roman.
And should I circle that?
And Republicans, it's Sodi, Lynn, McMahon.
126.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
81.
81.
Yes. So wait, those were 3 Messners and Sununu, Shaheen?
107.
Okay.
187.
Sununu, Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent,
Yep.
Roman, Gardner,
Yep.
Griffin.
Shaheen?
Yep.
Messner? Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Mary. Oh, yeah, you
Wait,
saw it
87
on
is
the ballot.
Messner?
No, he
Okay, hold
used
on,
to
I
be a
got that wrong.
supervisor of the checklist up until
Okay.
recently.
Well, don't you have to like mark
1
it?
through 3. Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner,
Line number 12.
State Rep
Line
St.
number
Laurent,
12.
Sodi, Lynn McMahon. I was wondering why you couldn't tell.
Mm-hmm.
237,
Yep.
Yes.
Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner, State Rep McMahon. 3 undervotes.
Okay, now I messed it up.
Number 4,
15.
Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner, State Rep St. Laurent, Sodi, Lynn McMahon.
I marked it for Shaheen, but it should be Messner. Yep.
266. Governor Sununu, Senator Mesner, State Rep McMahon.
Yeah.
3 undervotes.
Mm-hmm.
2113.
Yep.
Yeah.
13.
Okay.
Governor Felton,
Yep.
Senator Shaheen,
I have a correction.
Yes.
21. Ballot is 13. That's a
Yes.
recording correction. Yeah.
I apologize.
Okay.
All right.
So
and
now
I'm
I
going to-
have 12 and 12.
Yeah, that's what I've got. I agree.
Okay, so it was Governor Felton.
No, there were
Senator
2.
Shaheen, State Rep Asabert,
But it was,
3.
oh, yeah, 4 total.
Okay, and then one
4
at the
total
bottom,
flags.
because I have to change my total line. So 5.
Okay.
166.
So the total line also,
Governor
Celeste
Sununu,
changes.
Senator Mesner,
I had 14 for Shaheen, it
State
should be
Rep.
12.
Griffin, McMahon. 2 undervotes.
And 10 for Messner should be 12.
17.
So total of 5 flags.
Yes.
Governor Sununu, Senator O'Donnell,
No, 10
State
should go
Rep
to, 10
St.
should go to
Laurent,
12.
Roman, Lynn McMahon.
Sorry, guys.
208.
No problem. That's why we've got.
Governor Sununu,
I'm always moving my paper around to make
Senator
it like
Novo,
easier.
undervote.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, oh, it's kind
Another
of,
correction.
have to be, when the camera's watching you, so you can't like screw up, you know?
23, ballot was
Well, now the
17.
daughter and the son-in-law spend a lot of time in the Woolman House. I saw them last year, because they came down from, they live in Toronto or
Are you gonna
Montreal,
be here every day?
and they wanted to get out of the city.
Like, come in tomorrow.
So just gotta give them 4 weeks, John?
Yes.
The choice is Governor Sununu, Senator no vote,
Oh, not that you're
State Rep
Last time I saw her, I think, was,
3 undervotes.
On that bus ride.
Yeah.
When she told you I did the wrong thing. And if she's on the polls, and I called her and he said, well, of course not, that's why we have to check in, that's why we have to see, that's why we ask people to confirm where they still live.
Senator
oh, God.
State Rep St. Laurent, Griffin, 2
So I
undervotes.
said to her,
Oh, so is this one.
so I said, well, you're gonna have to talk to our town clerk.
I mean, when you said it, it's like a lot of
And
times,
she went in
not
to
the
see
same way
Rhonda.
it used to be, 'cause a lot of people don't enunciate, so it's like, they're saying Daniel, like, kind of like, sometimes, like my husband's really sloppy speaker, so I'm like, okay, what does he have that word, like, you know,
The nerve.
you said 4 or 40, I don't know.
And Rhonda said, oh, she don't live here, you can't live here. So I was like, okay, I'm vindicated.
That would not be what I would.
But he's allowed to. Still, yeah, because he, but you, when you leave a town and you go to a senior assisted living, absolutely. Because we have people who are in Woodcrest and they were from Vermont and these people. And in fact, Martha.
Oh, yeah.
Well, she left Wilmington, is in some assisted living nursing home in Massachusetts, close to her sister. And I don't think she left it because she was running for presidential election. She
Oh.
absentee ballot. And then she moved. So I had
I'm like, whoa.
she moved to like assisted living, and I talked to Shannon. I said, oh, honey, she said.
Okay up there, I think it's
10:53.
We changed, a roster change.
We have at least two, our first two are gonna be flagged. 26-35.
26-35.
Dash 35.
Because they decided to write a whole bunch of jobs in my college candidates. They haven't voted and been directed.
But they did not start.
They did not fill in the. Scanning machine, my brother girl. Okay, so, Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's great.
Yeah, I wrote the names on the side.
I'm just.
Marcy, and they didn't start
I'm just looking at the people over there and saying, where are they from? Those
Oh, weird.
They filled in things, but they were kind of.
You are.
But they just repeated the names that
3,
they had already
22,
So that's the same, maybe they just wrote it
1,
down.
12, 11, 1,
Oh, what?
10, 4, 7, 3,
Okay. Okay, Sununu.
5, 8, 7, 15,
Sununu.
and 41.
Commissioner.
You're looking for Lynn.
Lynn,
Number 2, tally 2 is under the camera. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Under U.S. Senator is going to be on. None.
Okay, so two overvotes.
2 overvotes.
Okay, so
It should be, it's only one person voting.
After this, I
Yeah, let's get this shit.
Yeah, put two.
We don't have to mark out where we're going to attention. So, so for state record,
Sody and Lynn.
And 2 undervote.
I'm sorry, let's say we have 5.
There'll still be 1 overvote.
If there were 5 kicked off, Jay, you could. I know.
No. Oh. Okay, I'm not even sure.
Hey,
Okay.
anybody sits here and does it perfectly, way out of my league.
No, not 5 people voted. They
116.
voted for 5.
5 people, you put 4 overvotes.
Yes.
Governor Shelter,
See, I thought it went, you put the 4 in.
Senator Messner,
But then how would you know who to go?
State Rep St. Laurent, Griffin,
We were having a
Lynn,
discussion about overvote.
McMahon.
That was Feltus and Messner.
Yeah.
That's the first time I've seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
87. Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, McMahon, 2 undervotes.
No.
1, 2.
So if there's more than the number of votes that are allowed to fill.
Governor Sununu,
1
Senator
over.
Shaheen,
Or depends, it's 4.
She's talking about
State
the
Rep
She's talking about the
St. Laurent,
All right.
Roman,
Now we will understand that better.
Griffin, and McMahon.
I got it now.
We have
142.
The one thing I have to do was the work these other things, but because it bled through like here, it wasn't, didn't interfere with anything.
Senator is 1
No.
overvote.
The bleed through is not on the line where the light is.
Griffin.
Has no impact at all.
Nobody else decides.
247,
26-.
Can I speak?
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
This is an overvote?
State Rep St. Laurent,
Look at that.
3 undervotes.
They were
2-8,
confused. I hope.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, McMahon, 2 undervotes. 194, Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Roman, Griffin, McMahon.
In our places, sometimes we'll think about it and say,
2,
Oh, you can get another ballot.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
Really?
State Rep Alphabet,
Drive my
Roman,
clerk crazy one day.
Singernu, Griffin.
53, yes.
2653.
7-4, Governor
Yes.
Sununu,
Shaheen,
Senator Messner,
Laurent, Roman,
State Rep Griffin,
Soti,
3 undervotes.
McMahon. 195.
I've entered previous
Sorry,
undervotes in the overvote column.
53 was not a flag, correct?
I really believe this one.
Okay.
So
And we're now
lines
at
2,
195.
4, and 5 will be
Sununu.
the yes for flag.
Shaheen, Laurent,
Yeah, they're all
Griffin?
every correction.
Lynn, McMahon. 151.
Okay, for line 2, what is the ballot number?
87,
Sununu.
Line 4?
Shaheen.
47,
Laurent.
Sigurino.
Sigurino.
Republican Griffin.
Griffin.
And McMahon.
McMahon.
that's enough.
213. Sununu.
Senator O'Donnell.
O'Donnell.
Yes.
All right. 151,
Griffin. Griffin.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent,
7.
and 3 undervotes.
Sununu.
Shaheen.
Laurent. And Roman.
4-6,
Griffin. And
Governor
McMahon.
Sununu, Senator Mesner,
92.
State Rep Asabert, Roman, Griffin, McMahon.
Messner.
Sodi,
4-7,
Griffin, McMahon,
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep Griffin, McMahon,
28.
2 undervotes.
Sununu,
Messner.
156,
Laurent,
Governor Feltus, Senator
Griffin,
Shaheen,
Lynn.
State Rep St. Laurent, 3 undervotes.
228. Sununu.
152,
Shaheen. Laurent.
Laurent,
Governor Sununu, Senator
Sodi,
Shaheen,
Griffin,
State Rep
McMahon.
Roman, Sigurnu,
186.
Griffin.
Sununu. Shaheen.
6-3,
Laurent. And
and
Roman.
Roman,
Governor Perry,
Griffin.
Griffin,
And Lynn.
Senator Mesner, State Rep Roman,
143.
Sigurnu,
3.
Lynn,
Sununu. Shaheen. Laurent. Griffin.
8-1.
Lynn. And McMahon.
Governor Feltus,
5,
Senator
6.
Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, Roman, 2
Messner.
undervotes.
Soti.
Sodi, Lynn,
The national
Soti. Lynn. And 2 under.
232.
138.
Governor Sununu,
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen,
Shaheen.
State Rep St. Laurent, Roman,
Shaheen, okay.
Griffin, McMahon.
Laurent.
Laurent,
And Roman.
Roman,
No, it's not a race we're doing.
okay.
Lynn. And McMahon.
Well, it would, but except we're not doing that race.
Okay, yeah. 26, 239. Sununu. Messner.
But doesn't the other race count?
Laurent.
By the machine, and it's just the
Soti.
race with the right in there.
Lynn.
You didn't count it at the end of the
McMahon.
month?
No, we're not doing that.
No, I'm just asking it.
Yeah, the machine is 10.
243.
But the one that had the right, when it gets kicked to the side in the regular election, the hand count would only just be that race. The machine counts everything else, that's
Sorry,
right.
the McMahon. Oh, that's the second one, as a bet. Okay, as a bird, yep.
125?
Griffin.
No,
Lynn.
Griffin.
McMahon.
Got it.
Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen, State Rep St. Laurent, 3 undervotes.
Sununu.
Shaheen,
Shaheen.
154,
Laurent.
Roman,
Roman.
Sigurino,
Governor Feltus,
McMahon,
Senator Shaheen,
20.
State Rep St. Laurent, 3 undervotes.
Sununu.
Those are, it doesn't matter because they're not racing.
Laurent, Sigurino,
Or, yeah,
Griffin, and
I mean, well,
McMahon.
we would have been able to determine, but,
96.
okay. 3-5.
Governor Feltus.
Feltus.
Senator Shaheen.
Governor Sununu.
Democrat candidate Loretta.
Senator Mesmer.
Roman.
State Rep St. Laurent.
Serino.
Roman.
Candidate Griffin.
Sodi and Lynn.
Sodi.
Sodi and Lynn.
108.
This one is mixed. Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Democratic candidates Loretta.
Laurent. Asbert. Roman.
Republican candidate McMahon.
McMahon.
26-22.
22.
Okay.
I think it keeps falling down.
217.
No, it does fall down.
It does.
Governor Sununu. Senator Shaheen. State Rep Asbert. Roman. Sodi
I
and
hit,
Lynn.
I hit mine with my head every once in a while.
This one I noticed does fall down.
Calculator? Can I read them?
5. Governor Sununu. Senator Shaheen. State Rep St. Laurent. McMahon. 2 undervotes. 124. Governor Sununu. Senator Mesmer. State Rep Griffin. 3 undervotes. 228. Governor Sununu. Senator Shaheen. State Rep St. Laurent. Griffin, Lynn, and McMahon.
Sununu. Messner. Sodi. Griffin. Lynn.
23.
49.
Feltus.
Shaheen. Laurent. And Roman.
Griffin and Lynn. 166.
185. Governor Sununu. Senator Shaheen. State Rep St. Laurent. Roman. Gordner. McMahon.
Serino. Griffin.
Lynn.
Yes.
77. Sunset.
Sununu.
Shaheen. Laurent.
And Roman.
Griffin.
Griffin. And
178.
Okay, and as far as we know so far, we have 3 flags.
3 flags.
Governor Sununu. Senator Mesmer. State Rep Sodi. Griffin. Lynn. 1 undervote.
Oh, 3. And then the number is 23-190. This is not that. Yeah. But it's for sure, there's the blue red.
Yes.
Yeah.
Easy to do.
Oh, wait, it is back. It is a little messy. Because the first one is on one side and now we're.
This must be the one, they had one of these the other day.
Yes, but we can
Probably the white and the
So I don't know, I don't know how the machine interpret it, because it's reading it straight down. So,
no,
Unless it
be able
can
to
know
read
by the,
because of the scan codes, yeah.
yeah, they would know which page.
you're reading, we know that they wanted Felties for governor.
Governor Felty.
Governor
Wow.
Felties.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to read all the way down on the side, these marks mean something.
Yeah, we're just doing what we can visually see,
Okay.
and then just note it on the page.
Okay.
Voted for Governor Felties.
Okay.
Senator Shaheen.
Maybe, although, like, some people
Yes,
can
and
change.
then they voted for Laurent as synced. So this is, exactly. And I don't know how you wanna break that, but the top was ripped off, everybody fell back.
And a fold through Lorraine.
So this was one where it was completely ripped off, and then they taped the top to the back. Like here, so this is the front of the ballot, and they taped it, and now we're, right, isn't that bizarre? So I don't know what the machine is.
If I call them animals.
Right, so I don't know what the machine is. Right. You want the other side? Sure.
Okay.
2:23.
Yes.
1:15, 7, 2, 17, 2, 9, 5, 8, 17, 13, 14, 15. And then 3 flags.
16, 3,
Did you sign it?
Yes.
4, 12, 6, 11, 33. Tally 2 is under the camera.
We only have 3.5
1, 2,
hours left.
3, 4, 5.
It's 3 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock.
I know, 6:30. They said it could go a little.
He said we're going to be ending around 5:40.
No.
Yeah, well.
That one I can't hear because my voice won't.
Okay. I'd be happy with 5:40. I'd be happy with 6.
I would like to.
I just printed out the program for my piano music at the hospital. Did I tell you that?
Are you playing the piano at the hospital?
At the New London Hospital. I haven't gone, yeah, it's a nice piano up there.
When are you playing it?
I can start any day I want, but I'm just, I'm just too nervous to start. And this is not a good week to start. So probably another 2 weeks. Just up there, whoever's listening. There's only 2 of us who has volunteered to do it right now, so the schedule's open. The schedule is pretty open.
Well, this is hard because if you
Yeah, you just call the New London Hospital and tell them, yeah. And just give them your name, you have to fill out some forms or whatever. Oh.
You wanted to check.
That's what I did.
You okay with this? Yeah.
Name stamps?
Come on over here. You'll just have to check, just check.
Who has name stamps anyway?
And writing down.
The president. Oh, that's a good idea.
She would sign a check, and she would say, we're gonna reach out, so I can't read the signature, I said, no, I didn't return anything.
That's probably true, yes. Oh.
So Debbie, ready for the caller?
Yes.
Yeah. So, who makes name stamps? You just go in.
Right here. Box 21, clerk C, 21.
I have a small collection of Peanuts rubber stamps. Snoopy dancing, Snoopy eating ice cream cones,
C, 21.
Lucy and her
Remember, don't fill out the
doctor's booth. The doctor is in.
You can do the date, and then the pink slip.
Yeah.
Is your batch ID.
23
It's right on what you found the green, T3.
Yeah. The rest of our crew took a little break. Oh, see, I touched it. So now.
But mine drops. I
The
know
date
that.
in here. So am I, is this the right spot here?
Oh, you got that down.
It doesn't look, I don't think ours looks very sharp.
Tip the pile over.
Oh.
Or very straight for that matter, but it's been that way the whole time.
Like this?
Yes.
I've been using this as scratch
Okay.
to add this mess over here, because I can't go right. So these totals go in the blank line here, yes, yeah, okay. We're still in dash 21, right?
Right here. And then he said if you, and then Mark said, try to put it like the present.
Could we just put a number 1 for the tally?
Here?
So like if Sununu gets the vote, we just put number 1 in Sununu?
Okay, so which one are you doing now? Governor, the senator, and the reps. Bear with me, I'm bringing it up this far. How does it look on the camera?
Last night, I think it was a little bit after 5:30, but it was before 6. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said one more batch and then take a break. He said one more batch and then take a break. Are we ready? 25.
Oh, I'm sorry, the batch number before we get going?
It's 30, 57.
I take 89.
Yeah, well, for you, that makes any sense.
And you're
And I've never had a problem with traffic.
Okay, ready? Governor Sununu, Senator Shaheen,
10:50
state reps, St. Laurent, Roman, Griffin, McMahon.
Couple flags.
That's where the ballot number was?
And it is flag.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
7.
7, yes.
191.
Okay. Yeah, it just caught my eye. I just looked over quick and yeah. I see.
Shaheen, for the reps, St. Laurent, 3,
Sununu, Messner,
One Democrat, Laurent.
Laurent,
Republican,
Griffin, Wynn, McMahon.
204.
Next one we're gonna do is 26-24.
24.
Yeah, Feltus, Shaheen,
It's way because it was circled way beyond the bubble.
for the reps, St. Laurent,
you know, how
Roman,
much cherry do you fill in those
Griffin,
circles?
Lynn.
Not well.
Yeah.
Not well. With great effort.
You might wanna use
40,
assisted.
40.
Oh, I didn't even know there was one.
Yeah, the one in the tent.
Sununu,
ADA one?
I know, but
Messner,
does somebody go in there with you?
for the reps,
I've never been in one.
Sodi,
Go in it, and then it just
Lynn.
makes the ballot, but it fills the stuff.
2
Oh,
undervotes. Thank you. I'll take mine.
no.
On
Yes.
7, yes.
Sununu,
41.
Messner, St. Laurent, Griffin, Lynn.
Sununu, Messner,
Okay, so we're on,
for the reps, Lynn,
we're on 24, right?
Yes.
3 undervotes.
And Governor Sununu,
Sununu,
Senator
Shaheen,
Republican candidate Griffin,
Griffin, and 3
Am I
under.
going too fast?
oh, then we have any.
No,
Oh, okay. Well, you start using
116.
184. Sununu, Messner, for the reps, Griffin,
This is a little bit.
I think it's,
I know, but this is McMahon.
if that wouldn't count, that wouldn't read it, the machine wouldn't read that?
I think that's questionable.
All right, then put down questionable.
26-116.
not completed.
Oval not complete.
I think if there's any question, we should flag it, look at it first.
Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Democrat
Roman.
Roman.
Wait a minute, Roman.
Okay, I can't get the next word out anyway. Republican McMahon.
McMahon.
And two under.
2 under.
So we're flagging
121.
the line, the line first.
Loren.
I am.
5.
Gotcha.
I already checked it. Yep. Time.
Ready?
Loren.
84.
Griffin.
Sununu. Shaheen. For the reps, St. Laurent.
9.
3 undervotes.
Sununu. Shaheen. Loren. Soti. Griffin. McMahon. 63.
Number 7.
Oh, we got a new runner now.
Sununu.
Loren.
Messner.
Lynn.
For the reps,
Lynn.
2 Sodi.
And 2 under.
Griffin. 2 undervotes.
100.
Okay. Governor, 1 under.
Number 126.
1 under.
Senator Messner.
Governor is 1
Sununu.
under.
Shaheen.
Okay.
Senator Messner.
For the reps,
Messner.
Griffin.
Republican candidate
3 undervotes.
And 3 under.
Number 33.
91.
Sununu. Shaheen.
Sununu. Shaheen.
St. Laurent.
Loren.
Sodi.
Soti.
Griffin.
1 under.
McMahon.
26-23.
23. Okay.
Number 34.
Sununu. Messner.
Sununu. Shaheen.
Soti. Lynn.
And 2 under.
St. Laurent. Roman.
26-179.
Sigurno.
179.
Griffin.
Guessing that you have a card, right?
179.
Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Number 6.
Shaheen.
Republican
Sununu.
McMahon.
Shaheen.
2 under.
St. Laurent.
26-124.
3
1,
undervotes.
2, 4.
Okay, next. Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Democrat Laurent.
Laurent.
Number 143.
Lynn. McMahon.
Sununu. Messner.
26-25.
St. Laurent.
25.
Sodi.
This one is mixed. Governor
Griffin.
Sununu.
McMahon.
Shaheen.
Democrat
Loren.
Republican
Soti. Griffin.
Number 181.
26-194.
194.
Sununu.
Okay, this is mixed.
Shaheen.
Sununu.
Senator
St. Laurent.
Shaheen.
Democrat.
Roman.
Democrat
Loren.
Laurent.
Laurent.
McMahon.
2 under.
Griffin. And 2
2
under.
26-97.
9.
Number
97.
19.
7. This one is mixed. Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Sununu.
Loren.
And Roman.
Messner.
And Roman.
Republican Sodi.
Soti.
Soti.
And Lynn.
And Lynn.
McMahon.
Okay, those are dramatic.
2 undervotes.
26-52.
52.
5. 2.
Okay, this is mixed. Governor Feltus.
Felton.
In case there is any, there was a
Shaheen.
Number 22.
Loren.
And Roman.
Roman.
Republican Griffin.
Griffin.
And McMahon.
McMahon.
Feltus.
Griffin.
Shaheen.
And McMahon.
Okay.
St. Laurent,
64.
64.
Griffin, Lynn.
Okay, this one is mixed. Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Number 142.
Shaheen. Laurent. Roman.
Severino.
Severino.
And Republican Griffin.
Messner,
26-3.
26-3.
McMahon.
Okay.
3 undervotes.
Sununu.
Senator Messner.
Messner.
Republican Sodi.
Soti.
6-9.
Lynn.
Lynn, 1
Feltus,
26-181.
181.
Okay.
St. Laurent,
Sununu.
3 undervotes.
Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Democrat
Laurent.
Laurent.
And Roman.
Griffin.
141.
And Lynn.
And Lynn.
106.
106.
Sununu,
This is mixed. Governor
Shaheen.
Sununu.
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
St. Laurent,
Cigarino.
Griffin,
Roman.
Roman.
Severino.
McMahon,
Sodi and Griffin.
Sodi and Griffin.
And Griffin.
Okay, 26-54.
5.
4.
32.
Okay, mixed. Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Sununu,
Democrat Laurent.
Laurent.
Messner,
Roman.
Republican Griffin.
Sodi,
Griffin.
McMahon.
McMahon.
3 undervotes.
26-105.
105.
This big Philly case.
206.
Governor
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Democrat Laurent.
Laurent.
Sununu,
Wait. Griffin got it.
And 2 under.
2
St.
under.
Laurent,
26-133.
Lynn,
133.
McMahon,
This one is mixed.
1
Governor
undervote.
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Democrat Laurent.
Laurent.
Republican Griffin. Lynn. And McMahon.
Griffin, Lynn, and McMahon.
Number 189.
26-10.
10.
Sununu,
Governor Sununu.
Messner,
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Democrat Laurent.
St.
Laurent.
Laurent,
And Roman.
Republican
Sodi,
Griffin.
Griffin.
Griffin,
McMahon.
Lynn,
26-153.
153.
Okay, this
number 140.
fixed. Okay, Governor
Sununu.
Senator Messner.
Messner.
Sununu,
Soti.
Soti.
Shaheen,
Under.
Griffin,
Yep.
26-94.
94.
1 undervote.
Governor
Sununu.
Senator Messner.
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 Republican McMahon.
21.
McMahon.
3 under.
Man. And 3 under.
Sununu, Shaheen, St. Laurent, Roman,
307.
2 undervotes.
This is number 25.
188. Sununu, Messner, St. Laurent, Nazabert, Roman, Lynn. Well, the green is the top.
Catholic school, they colored it in the line. Not quite as
Green
green.
on top of those. Just the green. Those on top of the blues and on top of them. That stays right on top of the green. Then you put this here. But you might wanna save that in case it's an error. Yeah, so the blue ones will go. No, they'll go with this one, and then we'll give them to the runner and they sort them. But the green stays right on top of the ballot. Isn't that funny, we're all here at the same table. When we do our own, what to do, and then when we sort what to do.
Looks like a good batch.
Okay.
123-1, 18-7,
Yes.
16-9, 2-8, 16-9, 14-26.
Okay. And three,
Oh, yes, 3 flags.
flags. There was a documentary made about, about the election. Which election was that? I think it was about the 2004. It was either, which election, whichever election had the hanging chads.
2000.
2000. Okay, there was a documentary about the Florida election that year, and it was quite horrifying. Quite horrifying, the shenanigans that got played.
4, 20, 15,
Secretary of State.
10, 16,
With all the makeup.
1, 7, 1, 6, 13, 9, 38. You.
Okay, so. Well, he's gonna put the totals in the bottom row.
Yeah, it's gonna take me a minute.
Yeah. The end of the batch. There you go. Yeah, I'm good. The whole box. Yeah.
I think he's just driving.
Yes, she has.
Okay. Yes.
You have to show that under the camera.
Okay. No.
Okay, here's tally sheet number 2 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, it looks like he's ready to talk.
Yeah, just a small break.
Taking a quick break? Yeah, make sure the green.
Of all of the places that closed permanently.
All right, we are taking a small break here so that people can stretch their legs, etc. There are questions. I will read the questions, and also Philip will explain that how after we have closed, he will do a demonstration of how to reconciliate the seats so that understanding how the math works. So the first question is from Katie Person or something like that. Asked by people to identify themselves by party affiliation by raising their hands. We did that in the beginning, so everybody raised their hands based on our party affiliation. Would it be possible to sharpen camera focus on the ballot shots? We asked people to put the paper down for a second because it's auto-focusing once the paper is down for a second. So that's a automatic feature of those cameras. It should autofocus. And I don't know if, okay. Then there's a fold effect noted. All 3 races situated by the fold. The safe race is largest, following governor and register of deeds. Being hand-counted, our volunteers looking for fold effect within the governor's race as well. as the instructions were told in the beginning, all anomalies on the paper are asked to be reported. So not only both of the faults, but if there's more faults or anything interesting.
We're going to jump in there. So there are examples of that in the flagger sheets from yesterday. If people want to see those flagger sheets online, they've been posted to the to the Attorney General's website. If you click through on yesterday's date, May 17th, there's a big PDF file in there of flagger sheets, and you will see examples of folds through the gubernatorial contest as well.
And then Lisa is asking why LHS has presence in the room from day one. It's a conflict of interest, etc. So first of all, LHS is not in a room right now. But second thing, I did ask LHS to send a representative in case we have a problems with the machine. We had a mechanical problem with the bearings, so we asked them to be available so that in case we have something we need to sort out with the machines, we will consult to know that we follow the right procedure, as we did when we had a mechanical failure of one machine. At the same time, they didn't, the LSF representative never came to this protected area, so they have been staying out, but they have been requested to be so that they're available in case something goes wrong. Mark C is asking whether you're going to check when the voting machines are looked forensically. First of all, the little bit of announcement, we originally were planning to do the start the forensics of the machines on Saturday. However, because we have mounting evidence right now that the folding might be one of the bigger contributors, for that reason we are delaying to Monday or Tuesday the machine audit, because we want to add a new step and we don't want to lose evidence. Because one of the possible things which might be contributing that one machine's not working not performing the same results as the other ones is if there's a building up of dust or whatnot inside. We don't want to disturb it. And we are adding a step of multitude of desk techs which are going to be run through multiple machines. So basically we are going to test a known desk tech created in all the 4 orientations, folded and unfolded through multiple machines, and that's why we cannot open the machines on Saturday as planned, because we want those machines to be intact and the internals not disturbed when we do the desk techs. And last is possible to set up 4 separate live streams for each table to clear audio from the table. So we did ask, we wanted to have more cameras. Unfortunately, that has not been possible. We asked if it's possible to stream the streams separately. It was not possible. That's a limitation of our vendors. And all the streams are recorded separately. So once the place to place these recordings downloadable, then those recordings are available. And there's a later comment saying that rather than doing that as Arizona Audit has done, so I need to double check. Arizona Audit started with 18 tables. They enlarged to 20 tables of ballots plus the other tables. They have never had more than 9 cameras, so we have way more cameras and way more visibility than they have had. So we are doing the best we can, and yes, if we could have 8 cameras, we would have 8 cameras, but right now we have that limitation that was not possible. So we wish we would have done that.
There was concern expressed over the fact that there is no camera pointing at that table. We don't have a camera to point at that table. We needed to use the last one to get a wide-angle shot of the room to make sure people can keep track of where the ballots are going. But the work that they are doing is fully checkable by anybody in the world, and I will explain how in detail later after we stop doing the hand counting. But basically the tally sheets that are being generated at these tables that they're key entering their data from have been scanned from yesterday and from Friday and posted to the Attorney General's website. Each of those tally sheets has an identifying number on it. You can go to the corresponding row in the spreadsheets that they're entering things into and confirm that the numbers on that piece of paper match what they keyed in. You can also watch their data entry live and confirm that they're keying the same numbers in. There's a tab in the spreadsheet that is supposed to show any differences between the other 2 tabs that they're keying in, Unfortunately, owing to the vagaries of Google Sheets, sometimes it shows a discrepancy where there isn't one. But at any rate, the raw data are there available for anybody to check. So I'll walk people through that on screen so that if anybody who's interested, once the day's tally effort is over, I'll walk people through that so you can see how to do it yourself.
Yeah, the Google Sheets link is available.
Yeah, the Google Sheets link is available on the Attorney General's website. The front page for the streaming has a link to that live spreadsheet. You can actually watch every time they go from one field to the next and see them key the numbers in right now if you want to follow. But if you want to double check that they accurately keyed what was on the corresponding piece of paper that they were typing from, those pieces of papers have been scanned and uploaded from Friday and yesterday. And at the end of the day, we'll scan the tally sheets that were generated today and post them either tonight or tomorrow.
And for the record keeping purposes, before the work started and when the link was not yet on the website, it was before work started, read aloud on the video so that people can get it immediately from the second one. So after people felt that they have stretched their legs enough, we can continue the work. Everybody nods, back to business. Thank you very much.
I had a consultant when I worked at Nestle from wherever this guy's from, and I could barely. We were doing multivariate analysis.
It can be difficult. Your ear has to, it takes time for your ear to adjust.
I think he spoke even faster than this guy.
I think that what?
He spoke even faster.
Oh my God.
And very assertively, and he was an international expert, and I was this little research monkey that was supposed to understand what he was doing.
Back to the grind. Look, we're gonna need more blue sheets. Where do we find those last ones?
We are 137.
I'm not drinking it, but I'm here.
Rent and Roman. Griffin and Roman.
237.
I would love a water.
Oh, they gotta fill some stuff in
And we'll just have to catch up.
Roman.
So you are Kathy.
Just don't say underwear.
Givara.
55.
Thank you.
Sununu.
Thunderbolt.
Senator Thunderbolt? Okay.
Number 2.
Griffin and no.
Senator.
Correct.
Okay.
Sununu. Messner. Laurent. Soti.
Griffin and
Lynn.
One, 184. Sununu.
Messner. Hazard. Singarino. Lynn and McMahon.
29.
Okay.
Sununu. Shaheen.
Laurent.
Laurent.
Roman.
And Sigarino.
Sigurino. McMahon.
185.
It's the soldiers.
So you don't.
Laurent and Sigrid.
Who's coming down, yeah. Yeah.
Sochi,
They're right.
Lynn.
one 35.
Okay, we ready? No, when it ends.
Sununu.
Ready?
Messner.
183.
Laurent and Roman.
Sununu.
Griffin and Messner.
Griffin.
13,
Man. 2 undervotes.
Sununu.
Messner.
Laurent,
Laurent.
65.
Griffin, Lynn, McMahon.
So I take it the gym is open now?
Feltus.
Okay.
Yes,
The thudding.
Undervote on senator.
168.
For representative, Roman. 3 undervotes.
Sununu.
Messner,
37. 2-9.
3
Sununu.
3-8.
Messner. Snowden. Griffin.
Shaheen.
Lynn. McMahon.
Laurent, as a
Oh wait, I put Laurent on the wrong line.
31.
So on line 10,
Sununu.
there's no
Shaheen.
Saint Laurent.
Correct.
St. Laurent.
So that's the first
Roman.
flag.
Griffin. McMahon.
On 26,
Row 10.
168.
Line 10.
66.
168.
Sununu. Shaheen.
Right.
St. Laurent.
So
Roman.
I crossed out I
McMahon.
incorrectly marked Saint Laurent and I crossed it out.
So that should be a
So that'll be a flag.
flag.
85.
Okay, so now we're moving back to number 38.
So
Shaheen.
the state reps was St. Laurent.
Okay, Saint Laurent and Asper.
Roman.
Okay,
Griffin.
And 2 under.
McMahon.
sorry.
Okay.
167.
234.
167.
Okay, Governor, Feltus.
Sununu.
Feltus.
Senator
Undervote on the senator.
St. Laurent.
Laurent.
McMahon. 3 undervotes.
That's fine.
Okay, 26-224.
224.
16.
Okay, Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Messner,
Messner.
Sununu. Messner.
Lynn.
and 3
St.
under.
Laurent.
26-2.
Sodi.
2,
Lynn.
2.
McMahon.
Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Sununu,
227.
Messner. Laurent.
Republicans,
Sununu.
Sodi. Griffin.
Messner.
And Lynn.
Sochi, Griffin, and
Griffin.
and Lynn.
3 undervotes. You see that?
26-140.
Governor Sununu. Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen,
Democrat
Roman, 3 under.
What line is it?
26-145.
145.
You gotta write 21-226.
Governor Sununu.
Sununu,
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
21 dash.
Laurent.
There you go.
Laurent, Roman, Sereno,
Crease/fold.
Griffin.
Bubble filled.
That's good.
26-129.
If we wanna be consistent.
Sununu,
Shaheen.
He's colorful.
Laurent and Asper. 2 under.
Oh.
232.
Did you guys put yes on your line?
Thank you, yes.
Yes, okay. Number 150.
Laurent.
Sununu.
Messner, St. Laurent,
So our numbers
Griffin,
should be a little more, obviously, if we're not adding up to 25, we're
Yeah.
adding up to Griffin.
Messner,
Feltus and
number one.
Messner,
Laurent,
Laurent,
Sununu,
Soti,
Soti,
Shaheen,
Lynn. I got it in Griffin instead of Lynn, so hold on.
Sodi, excuse
It's
me
Lynn
now.
and McMahon?
Soti,
Griffin,
Lynn, and
Lynn.
McMahon.
Okay, so
McMahon,
it's number 231, 26, 231, 19.
number 205.
I marked Griffin incorrectly, so I crossed it out.
Shaheen, St. Laurent, 3
Yeah, yeah.
undervotes.
Yes,
No vote for Griffin.
no vote for Griffin.
149.
I'm learning from our neighbors there. They say no vote,
Sununu.
vote, no vote, no vote, line, no vote.
Shaheen.
So I picked it up.
St. Laurent, Roman,
131.
McMahon,
Sununu,
162.
Messner. Griffin,
Sununu,
McMahon,
2 Messner, St.
Oh,
Laurent,
wait, I can
Is that right? So what
Lynn,
do we have?
go ahead.
What should our
2
total?
undervotes.
238,
231.
Is 16 or 17? So I had 10, 7,
Sununu,
16, 1,
Lynn,
12, 15, 12,
St. Laurent,
2, 1, 4.
3 undervotes.
Perfect. And no yeses.
132.
Time was what?
61.
Sununu, Messner,
Sununu, Shaheen,
McMahon.
Griffin and McMahon.
St. Laurent,
And 2 under.
200.
Griffin, 2 undervotes.
8, 8.
89.
Sununu, Shaheen, Laurent,
Feltus, Shaheen,
Griffin, McMahon, and
St. Laurent, 3 undervotes.
And we need a new one. Sununu, Messner,
We need a new box.
52.
Oh, good.
Last one.
Sununu, Shaheen,
5, 9.
St. Laurent, 3
Sununu,
undervotes.
Shaheen, Laurent, and Roman,
186.
Griffin,
Griffin and McMahon.
Sununu, Shaheen,
332.
Azabert, Roman,
Don Lincoln.
Griffin, McMahon.
Well, people moving around, I said, okay, so
230.
plus it's my nap time.
Perry, Shaheen, St. Laurent, 3 undervotes.
Definitely goes after.
20. Sununu, Messner, Sodi, Griffin, Lynn, 1 undervote.
Just writing the numbers.
30. Sununu, Messner,
Batch ID is T 2050.
Sodi, 3 undervotes. 26. Sununu, Messner, St. Laurent,
Yep, show the number.
Lynn, 2 undervotes. 53. Sununu, Shaheen, St. Laurent,
Sodi, 2 undervotes.
Number 25.
175. Sununu, Shaheen. St. Laurent, 3 undervotes.
All you wrote down was totally bad.
It's also Audit, right here in St. Laurent.
Line 3.
2 and 23.
Yep.
13
Yeah, and then the blue on top.
3, 7, 4, 11, 8, 13, 35.
On 2 flags.
And 2 flags. I bet you will start a new packet.
So it's sealed, yep.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, yes, yes. You're behind.
There she goes, she's opening a new box.
Line number 6.
So I look at what our moderator does on election night, everybody and the pet, the piles and the counting, and I can't imagine what that's like, that on steroids.
It's,
Yeah, I got mine at 4 o'clock. Oh, okay, I didn't check it.
but our counting doesn't start until the checklist and the number of ballots matches.
Ready when you are.
See, that's
Okay.
what we do, because the checklist, everybody says the checklist is the gold standard for who voted and who didn't, because they have to check in and they have to check out, and that's the list. If this is,
22,
we
that's
use
fine.
paper ballots, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The machine, right, but you do have to, well, we
I thought you switched
tried
to a
to-
machine.
We used the machine for the first time in November, and at that time, we reconciled the number of voters we had on the checklist that had checked in to vote, and the number of ballots the machine said it had received.
We did that and we were off by 1 person.
Did
We
you
had
find
one,
the
we
one?
had one more voter
22.
than votes. But I think it's because we,
Okay. And over to Shaheen, we get 14. 9
Only for the primary.
undervotes. And then we get 17 for St. Laurent. 1, 6. 17, 1, 6. 6, 10, 7, 11.
Oh.
42.
11.
I think the reason we were 1 off is because we have our check-in and our check-out be equal numbers.
5.
They should be, they must be.
And if we had a couple places where there was a discrepancy between the two, so we went with one instead of the other.
Oh, I see, if that, when that happens with us, we go to find out which one.
Well, we tried
Was
and no
marked.
one could figure out.
Well, if you go through row by row, you'll see that John Smith doesn't match up with Jim Smith. It was Jim that wrote it or whatever.
But it wasn't, somebody got marked and somebody else didn't.
Yeah, you find that. You find out who it was. Which one?
Yeah, but we had somebody up here in the B's got marked and somebody down, check in, and somebody down here on check out, but the ballot clerk was a T. They didn't have any reference to each other. Mo-
10:56.
And we're going to start with one exception, one flag.
207.
207.
And the reason why the flag is because they did not properly fill in
Line 15.
So, this next ballot is.
Can I just see them? So that's not, wow, okay.
We ready? 198.
I understand, I'm just thinking of people who got, you know.
We might do that.
Okay.
Undervote or senator?
Griffin.
McMahon. 2 undervotes.
Griffin.
McMahon.
200.
Number 83. Sununu. Shaheen. Griffin.
Absolutely.
McMahon. 2 undervotes. 197. Sununu.
178.
St. Laurent. Griffin.
Sununu.
Lynn.
Shaheen.
McMahon.
Laurent.
Griffin.
Griffin.
Lynn.
Lynn.
And 100.
94. Sununu.
78.
78.
St. Laurent. Roman.
Sununu.
Griffin.
Shaheen.
Lynn.
Line
Line 8.
Lawrence. Roman.
77.
Lynn and McMahon.
Yep.
26-83.
Sununu.
83.
Shaheen. St. Laurent. Roman.
Sununu.
Lynn.
Messner.
Messner.
Roman. Sodi.
So,
67.
do the start the state representatives yet?
Sure, Democrat, Roman.
Roman.
Sununu.
Republican,
Shaheen.
Griffin, Sodi.
St. Laurent.
Griffin.
And Roman.
Okay.
McMahon. 1
26
undervote.
dash.
Oh, these are not that small, but I'm pretty sure they're. 26-30.
30.
3-0.
3-0.
Yes. Okay, the next ballot. Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Senator Messner.
Messner.
260. 260.
Asper. Roman.
Roman.
Feltus.
Griffin, Shaheen, and Lynn.
St. Laurent.
26-60.
3 undervotes.
6-0.
246.
Governor
Sununu.
Sununu. Senator Messner.
Sununu.
Messner.
Democrat,
Saint Laurent.
Lawrence.
St. Laurent.
Sorry, I'll do it.
McMahon. 2 undervotes.
Soti, Lynn.
241.
26-125.
Feltus.
125.
Shaheen. St. Laurent.
Sununu.
Asberg. 2
Shaheen.
undervotes.
Lawrence.
And
Roman.
102. Sununu.
82.
Messner.
8-2.
St. Laurent. Sodi.
Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Griffin.
Senator
Lynn.
Messner.
Republican candidates Griffin.
211.
Griffin, McMahon,
And 2 under.
and 2 under.
Perry.
26-189.
Shaheen.
189.
St. Laurent.
This is a mixed ballot.
Roman.
Sununu, Governor
Griffin.
Sununu.
McMahon.
Shaheen,
Republican candidate Griffin.
Griffin,
4.
3 under.
That was our last one, that was my
Sununu.
Shaheen.
26-90.
9-0.
3 undervotes.
Alrighty, Ms. Ballot, Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
201.
Shaheen.
Candidate Laurent.
Laurent.
And Republican candidate
Sununu.
Lynn.
Messner.
Griffin, Lynn,
Griffin.
and McMahon.
3 undervotes.
26-85.
8-5.
82.
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Democrats,
Sununu.
Laurent.
Laurent.
Shaheen.
And Roman.
Republicans,
St.
Griffin
Laurent.
and McMahon.
Griffin and
McMahon.
McMahon.
2 undervotes.
26-171.
171.
169.
Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Sununu.
Laurent.
Laurent.
Messner.
And Roman.
And Roman.
St. Laurent.
And McMahon.
Lynn and
Roman.
McMahon.
Sodi. Lynn.
26-18.
1-8.
93.
1-8.
18.
18.
Sununu.
Yes, okay.
Messner.
Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Griffin.
Senator Shaheen.
Lynn.
Shaheen.
2 undervotes.
Laurent and Roman.
Republicans,
71.
Griffin and McMahon.
alrighty, 26-27.
Messner.
47.
4-7.
4-7.
St. Laurent.
Mixed
Roman.
bag here. Governor Sununu.
Griffin.
Sununu.
McMahon.
Messner.
Democrats, Laurent.
Laurent.
Republicans, Sodi.
Sodi.
And
257. Sununu.
89.
8-9.
9.
St. Laurent.
Alrighty,
Sodi.
Governor Feltus.
Feltus.
Senator
McMahon.
Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Democratic, Laurent.
Laurent.
130. Sununu.
26-40.
Shaheen.
4-0.
4-0.
St. Laurent.
Okay, Governor
McMahon.
Sununu.
2
Sununu.
undervotes.
Messner.
38.
Soti.
Sununu. Shaheen.
26-17.
St. Laurent.
17.
1-7.
56.
Sununu.
This is the best group in my running.
Messner.
Sununu.
I'm happy to be.
Shaheen. St. Laurent.
And
Griffin.
McMahon.
Lynn. McMahon. 263.
Sununu. Shaheen.
Messner.
Soti.
St. Laurent.
And McMahon.
Mazzaber.
2 under.
Griffin. McMahon.
Lynn.
9.
66.
Sununu. Shaheen.
Sununu.
Griffin.
Messner.
3 undervotes.
Hold on.
Soti.
Soti and Lynn. 2 under.
264.
Well, they do white and dark, but it's still
Undervote on the governor.
1-9-8.
Shaheen. St. Laurent. 3 undervotes.
Feltus.
The last one.
Shaheen.
256.
Roman.
Sununu. Messner.
163.
Lynn. 3 undervotes.
Sununu.
Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Sorry, what time is it?
Laurent and Roman.
Republicans, Sodi and Griffin.
Soti and Griffin.
3-3.
3.
This is mixed. Governor
Sununu.
Senator
Messner.
Laurent.
Griffin. McMahon. 1 under.
26-26. 45.
45.
Okay, this one is mixed. Governor Sununu.
Yep.
Senator
Messner.
Messner,
Democrat
Laurent.
Sodi, Griffin,
Griffin.
McMahon.
Sophie, Griffin, and McMahon.
119.
Senator
Shaheen.
Hold on. Shaheen, okay.
Democrat
Loren,
and this is the last one, right?
Yes.
Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Senator Messner.
Messner.
Republican
Soti.
wait a minute. So this is Sununu and Messner. Okay, now Sodi,
Lynn. And McMahon.
okay. Okay.
Is 350.
More than 25 left, right?
Yes.
Those boxes?
I looked at that and I turned out in front because I thought they were very,
Second opinion. Third opinion. That's why we're doing multiple people.
What'd you get? Perfect. I have 1, 2, 21, and 1 undervote. 21, and then 1 undervote. And then 16 and 8 for the senator, and then 1 undervote. Okay, 18, 2, 6, 3, 13, 9, 13. Yay.
Number 26.
Tally sheet number 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
The one I was most concerned with is missing and absence. Not an absentee, right? You're not used to looking. So I've been spending. So I've been trying to spend especially, to check through, to make sure there's nothing in there.
I'm missing somebody in, oh, no, not yet, sorry, never mind.
I'll probably put that one aside. Since I'm not confusing the machine.
Okay. 3 and 22, 14 and 11,
14, 1, 9,
9, 12, 9, 15, 31, and 1 flag.
and 1 flag. That's it.
What's that? 128. Feltus. Shaheen. Hazelberg.
Yep.
Roman. Segurno. 1 undervote. 39. Sununu.
What is it that makes your bones crack like that? What is it? It didn't used to happen.
Lynn. 2 undervotes.
That happens every time I sit down and get up. Oh, man.
132.
My husband did not.
Why does your husband do? Does he do bones?
Griffin.
Not in a bad way.
3 undervotes.
Oh,
It's not bad.
yeah.
164.
There's a lot to know.
My husband doesn't like to read, but he still knows it.
Shaheen.
And he's very convincing.
There's so much modern pop culture now on Jeopardy, because we watch
Sodi.
Jeopardy and we
McMahon.
don't know the answers to a lot of them.
That's in the New York, in the New
host
York
for
Times
Jeopardy?
crossword puzzle.
No,
I
they've
get
got
called on
guest
for
hosts.
French
Yes, so.
and popular culture.
Oh, sorry.
54.
Gotcha, yeah, you're right. I'm 21.
Well, I stay pretty close to them for my daughter, so I tend to know things.
St. Laurent. Griffin. 400 votes.
And there's a lot of it.
157.
Did you get to stand up?
Sununu.
1057.
Roman. Griffin.
Okay.
Lynn. McMahon. 79.
I got that from my husband just so he would do that, and he doesn't use that
And he
function.
doesn't.
St. Laurent. Roman. Griffin. McMahon.
You go, girl. Okay, what's our number here?
1057.
1057.
This one is going to be, that was a flag.
St. Laurent. Griffin.
6-27.
100 votes.
Bubbles in that.
Oh, what?
Perfect. 200.
What
Line
is this?
25.
What is this statistical?
Philtis.
Thing of that?
Shaheen.
We should ask.
Sununu.
Roman. 3 under votes.
Laurent.
111. Sununu.
113.
Sodi.
Unless they stumble across
Griffin.
anything, they won't be flagged, but we could catch that.
McMahon.
Okay,
100 votes.
Flip, Governor Sununu,
Sununu.
Senator Messner.
80.
Messner.
Democratic, Laurent.
Laurent.
Republican,
Sununu.
Soti.
Shaheen.
Griffin. McMahon.
St. Laurent. Griffin. Lynn.
26-148.
McMahon.
148.
Okay.
226.
Sununu.
Senator Messner.
Sununu.
Messner.
Republican,
Messner.
Soti.
3 under.
Griffin.
3 under.
3 under votes.
26-118.
118.
78.
This is split. Governor
Okay.
Sununu.
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Republican candidates Griffin
What's that?
and Lynn,
Griffin and Lynn.
and 2 under.
Sununu.
Okay. 26-123.
Shaheen.
1, 2, 3.
St. Laurent.
Okay, this guy's split 2.
3 under
Governor
votes.
Sununu.
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Democrats Laurent and
95.
Laurent and Sigurino.
Sununu.
Lynn and McMahon.
Lynn and
Shaheen.
McMahon.
St. Laurent. McMahon. 2 under votes.
No, it's not German governor at all.
199.
26-5.
5?
Perry.
Just 5?
Just 5.
Okay.
You gotta start somewhere.
Okay.
Good. Yep. Roman.
4.
Yep.
23, 2.
Yep.
23.
Griffin.
So Governor,
Lynn.
this is split.
2,
Governor
2,
Sununu.
2, 2.
Nunu.
Senator Shaheen.
4 yes.
Shaheen.
Democratic candidates Laurent.
Laurent.
Asberg.
Roman.
Roman.
Let's just put it up on the screen first and then we Sununu. Messner. Lynn.
This is split.
3 under votes.
Sununu.
Senator Messner.
Messner.
Democrat
215.
Laurent. Roman.
Sununu.
Sigurino.
Shaheen.
Griffin.
St. Laurent. Griffin. McMahon. 1 under vote.
101.
72.
Sununu.
Shaheen.
That was pretty amazing.
Shaheen.
Griffin and McMahon.
Yeah. Lynn.
120.
There we go.
Hey, this is
8.
Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen.
Sununu.
Shaheen.
Shaheen.
undervotes.
Lynn and McMahon.
233.
Take a break and figure that out.
107, Shaheen. St. Laurent. Asabur.
Sununu.
Griffin.
Shaheen.
McMahon.
Laurent and Roman. Griffin and McMahon.
190. 28. Undervote on the governor. Shaheen.
Sununu.
St. Laurent. 3 undervotes.
Griffin and 3 under.
70.
Phillips. 2.
Yeah. St. Laurent.
Sununu. Messner.
Griffin. McMahon.
Laurent.
137.
And Lynn.
Sununu.
152.
St. Laurent. Griffin. 2 undervotes.
Sununu.
27.
Messner.
Sununu.
Lynn and McMahon. 2 under.
St. Laurent. Griffin. 2 undervotes.
26.
26.
Last one.
210.
Perry.
Sununu.
Shaheen.
Messner. Sodi. Lynn. 2 undervotes.
One, 3, 0. Sununu. Messner.
Sodi. Griffin. McMahon. Okay. 215.
Okay, this is split. Governor
Sununu.
Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Democratic candidate Laurent.
Laurent.
Republican candidates Griffin.
Griffin.
Lynn.
Lynn.
McMahon.
McMahon.
26-150.
150.
Okay, this is split. Governor
Sununu.
Senator
Shaheen.
Shaheen.
Democratic candidates Laurent.
Laurent.
Asabur.
Asabur.
Republican candidates Sodi.
Sodi.
And McMahon.
Want the ballots moved. I don't want the equipment moved. Let's do the audit. Let's do it at your facilities under everybody's purview. They said, well, we can't do it because we don't have legislative authority to do it. So we ended up holding a hearing, which is great because we had 6 hours of them helping us understand and helping the citizens of Arizona of how the election process works. And at the end of that, the Judicial Committee, this was in December 14th, the Judicial Committee, they issued 2 subpoenas that would give the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors the authority to do more forensic audits. Unfortunately, they came back and said, well, I feel like I was slapped in the face because you just did these subpoenas. Not true. The week before, we had actually gone through a number of meetings that laid out what we were going to do on Monday, and they were told that there is a good possibility there would be subpoenas issued on Monday. So don't be surprised. I don't like blindsiding people at all. So instead of saying, okay, we have the authority, now what they did is they took us to court. They sued us because saying that we didn't have the authority to issue subpoenas. And after that, few weeks of going to court, costly, the judges came back and said, yes, you are the Senate. You are doing this for the purpose of finding out if our election integrity is to where it should be and fix anything that needs to be fixed. We have all that authority. The judge issued that. From that time on, it has been nothing but delays, delays, delays. Every time we have asked them to please work with us on this, we have received nothing but pushback. and continual to the point where they don't even want to answer our simplest questions. This is frustrating, but we will get this. This is our job. We owe it to our constituents to get their questions answered. I have said from the get-go, I'm relatively sure we're not going to find anything of any magnitude that would imply that any intentional wrongdoing was going. I believe that we were going to find what we've known all along. And some of the things is that we could probably do a little better job with chain of custody and all the things that we've all talked about. So that's where we're at right now. This is why it's taken us 6 months to get to this point. And let's get this thing done and get our questions answered and get it out to the public and let everybody know that our next election will be 100% safe and secure and everybody can feel comfortable going to the polls again. So that's what we're here. So with that, let's start with Senator Peterson is here with me. He is the chair of the Senate Judicial Committee, and who we are talking to, which you will introduce and get their qualifications. So I'm turning it over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President, and appreciate all of you being here today. One of the biggest reasons we're here, it is unfortunate that the county is not here, because we were hoping that they could be here as a follow-up to the letter that we sent. We sent a letter with questions on it. We got back responses, but those responses have just given us more questions. And so today we hope that we can answer respond to some of those things that have given us more questions. But we want to start with all of you that are here today by introducing yourself, if you could first. And I would also, we'll just start with introductions. So if you can just say your name and who you're with, and we'll start with you, Mr. Logan.
I'm Doug Logan. I'm the CEO of Cyber Ninjas.
Okay.
I'm Ken Bennett. I'm the Senate liaison.
I'm Ben Cotton. I am the founder of Cypher.
Okay. So we appreciate you gentlemen being here this morning. I want to first ask you guys about your qualifications. Mr. Logan, I'd like to start with you. Could you please share the qualifications that Cyber Ninjas has, as well as Wake Technologies, who's also part of this audit? They're not here today. I would like you to also talk about their qualifications, just briefly, both of you.
Sure.
So I run an application security company. We work with some of the largest names in the financial services space, as well as the government sector, evaluating applications for vulnerabilities, finding problems with them, and helping people fix them. We're also did work in Antrim County this year, evaluating the systems being utilized there, figuring out how they work and what problems might be in those. Wake TSI has conducted a couple of hand counts. They did one in New Mexico a while ago. They just recently did one, or they just recently had their report released for Fulton County, Pennsylvania. That report is actually available on the Fulton County website. They did hand counts as part of that, in addition to other audit work.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Bennett.
I'm born and raised in Arizona. I have a degree in accounting from Arizona State University. I've spent about 35 years in the private sector, usually as either the CEO or CFO of a variety of companies, including our family business in Prescott. I've had kind of a dual career in politics. I served on Prescott City Council for 4 years, the State Board of Education for 7 years, 2 years as president. Also served in the state Senate here for 8 years, 4 years as president of the Senate. And then I served from 2009 to 2015 as the Secretary of State for the state of Arizona, which is the chief elections officer of the state.
And how are you helping? What is your role right now?
Well, I've known Senator Fan most of our adult life. We were both from the Prescott area. When I saw the back and forth between the Senate and the Board of Supervisors, having been a state senator, but also involved in elections, I called to offer if I could be of any assistance. And doggone it, she called me back and said, would you be a liaison so that her and the rest of you here in session could focus on that? And she asked me to be the Senate liaison, and that's been the role I've been performing.
Thank you. Mr. Cotton.
I'm the founder of Cypher LLC. Cypher LLC is a national level incident response and forensics firm specializing in helping companies solve problems. We also support legal firms in both the plaintiff and the defense side of the legal matters that may arise involving digital evidence. I personally have over 25 years of computer forensics and incident response experience. 13 of those years were spent as a part-time instructor to Guidance Software. They're now owned by OpenText. They are the manufacturers and the makers of the EnCase software. I have a master's degree in information technology. I also am a CISSP and hold numerous forensics certifications.
Very good. Madam President, if it's okay, I would like to start with the first question.
Please.
And this question would be for Mr. Logan. We've heard that there were other audits that have already been done. Why do we need to do this audit? So I'm hoping you can help me understand how this audit is different than some of the other audits that have been done.
Sure. So the other audits primarily focused on making sure that the version of software that was expected to be running on the machines, whether that's the tabulators or the EMS or so forth, was in fact the version that was in use. They also did, they ran some off-the-shelf software to detect any malware that's on the machines, and they ran logic and accuracy testing, which involves taking about 100 sample ballots, run it through the system and making sure that for those sample ballots, they're counting. But at no point in any of those audits did they actually take a look at actual ballots and run those ballots through the system or do actual counting of it to validate the results. They're all focused on whether it was the right type or whether the right version of the software. Our audit is focused on specifically the results. Are the results exactly as they came through? Are they the way they were cast? And does it go all the way through the system that way?
Okay, thank you. Did you want to ask? I can. That's the only question I have for now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move the this. Well, do you want to do the security now or later?
Yeah, I'll ask that.
Okay, go ahead.
You can ask about the next question.
So let's move on. We'll move to the security after this because I think what we need to do is first of all get some stuff straightened out. We're trying to, as I said, we appreciate you being here. You are our liaison and you are our hired contractors. And with that, we have a contract with you with expectations of what needed to be done and at what point it's going to do. So I think what we want to do is, first of all, let's start at the beginning and let's talk about chain of custody and that process. I know that Doug, you and Ken were both involved with that. I want to make very, very sure that any questions about how that all happens, we as a Senate body need to know that that was done correctly on everybody's part. So could you please address the chain of custody issue?
Okay, that would probably best be me.
Okay.
Madam President, I was the liaison for the Senate and I dealt directly with the county when they showed up on April 21st and 22nd. The machines and equipment were delivered mostly on the 21st. There was one pallet, I think, of machines that came on the 22nd, and then the ballots also were delivered on the 22nd to the Veterans Memorial Coliseum. As your agent, as your liaison, I took the lead. I want to compliment Maricopa County and their co-election director, Scott Jarrett. He was very professional on both of those days. They were very long days. We received, the equipment went probably a little more smoothly than the ballots. I don't think there was any variations on the manifests of the equipment to what was actually there. But we checked off 385 ballot tabulation machines and 4 large high pros and the Canon high volume scanners and some other related equipment. That went very well on the 21st. On the 22nd, we received 46 pallets of the ballots. We did have some minor issues that we worked through together on that day. We had, for example, 26 boxes that were mismarked on the manifests, but we corrected those as we ran into them. Mr. Jarrett and I personally inspected all 46 pallets and all 1,681 boxes. We found the 26 mismarked ballots and corrected those on the manifest. We found 8 boxes that were on the pallets but not listed on manifests. 1 on pallet 12, 4 on pallet 22, 2 on 38, and 1 on 41. Just to kind of give you the level of detail that he and I were kind of working through on that day. We did find a couple of boxes that were listed on the manifests, but not on the pallet. That was on pallet 40. And we determined that they had been combined with 2 of the other boxes that were listed on the pallet. And then we found 3 boxes listed as being on pallet 43, but they were actually on pallet 45. So we worked through all of those issues. Mr. Jarrett was very professional, and the other county staff that were with him, and we worked through all those issues. I think that's, as I've read your letter, Madam President, I think perhaps the county misinterpreted the chain of custody question that we were asking, which I've been asking for weeks myself, and that is the chain of custody between the election in November and when the ballots were delivered to us on the 21st and 22nd of April. The link in that chain that occurred on those 2 days in April that delivered the ballots to me as your representative and to the Coliseum, that link is very secure, and we understand it correctly. We both agreed, as I said, on 1,681 boxes of ballots on 46 pallets. And but the question we had, we still haven't received as far as chain of custody, is the documentation of the chain of custody between when the ballots or boxes in the ballots, boxes with ballots in them, started to be filed away in their warehouse between the election and April 22nd is kind of the questions that we still haven't seen any chain of custody documentation. There was a pretty famous tweet with a picture of 8 or 10 pallets that seemed to be loaded in the back of a truck that was tweeted out shortly after I think the court decided that your subpoenas were legitimate. And it seemed to be tweeted out by the chairman of the Board of Supervisors saying that we have these ballots ready to deliver. We would have liked to and still would like to see the chain of custody documents between November and April to see if that type of an event is on those chain of custody documents. But it's the chain of custody between November and April that we haven't received.
Just to that point, Madam President, Mr. Bennett. So the president had a question about chain of custody. The question was, or I guess the question was from what was the chain of custody from November to April 21st, and the county has still not provided that chain of custody. Is that correct during that window?
That's correct. The chain of custody documentation that I still possess and the county possesses a copy as well is what happened when they transferred machines and ballots to us on April 21st and 22nd. We don't have any chain of custody documentation prior to that.
There was, and this is the capacity I'm asking you as a past Secretary of State and somebody that's been involved with elections for a lot of years. Can you answer for me? We have 15 counties in Arizona. Does all 15 county recorders, do we have set laws that outline the chain of custody? So do all 15 counties handle the ballots exactly the same way? Do they package them, unpackage them the same way? Is there any standard procedures?
Well, there are state statutes in ARS 16 and ballot handling issues and chain of custody issues are in state statute. There's also an election procedures manual that is adopted every other year on the off election year by the Secretary of State's office. During my 6 years as Secretary of State, I oversaw the development of 3 of those election procedures manual. Those also speak to general requirements for how to handle ballots, how to document chain of security, but does every county do it the same? No. Obviously, we have some very large counties, Maricopa and Pima. We have some medium-sized counties, and then we have some very small counties. And my experience during my 6 years as Secretary of State were that within the parameters of state law and the election procedures manual, counties can do things a little bit different.
Thank you. Well, and one of that questions was because referring to is making sure that if we hired somebody to go do an audit in Pima County or something, they would find other procedures because we're not all doing the same exact thing in each county. So, which is why it's important for us to figure out
Correct.
what this county's procedures are so we can help each other out on this one. Mr. Logan, can you address for us the chain of custody and the ballot count? You know, once Mr. Bennett says that he has checked them all in along with Mr. Jarrett and we received them there, we'll get into the security issues, you know, the procedures in a little bit, but let's stay on target with the equipment and the ballots. Wait, let me back up a second. Let's talk about equipment a second. You relayed in the concerns that you had that I relayed to Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. There were questions about the routers that we were supposed to, from our subpoena, we were going to get things. You had mentioned to me before I did this letter of a concern that we were supposed to get some equipment and we didn't get it. Could you explain that to us, please?
A little over a week before the machines were to be delivered, I was having questions with Mr. LaRue, the assistant county attorney, as to how they were going to handle the routers that were part of the subpoenas and the other hubs and related internet connectivity equipment, if that's the term. I'm not sure it is, but I'll call it that. And about a week before the machines were to be delivered, I called Mr. LaRue and offered that we could have the contractor that would be looking at the routers actually come to McTech and look at the routers while they were still installed and in place in McTech so that nothing had to be removed or disturbed. He called me back the next day and said that they had removed all of the equipment and that they had replaced it at great expense to the county, and that all of that would be on a pallet delivered with the rest of the equipment on what turned out to be April 21st. When the 21st arrived, and I couldn't see or identify that pallet of internet equipment or routers or hubs or whatever, I asked him where they were, and he said that they had decided not to do it that way, that they were still back in the building, and that they would provide us virtual access was the term that he used. I believe these two gentlemen were standing nearby me when that happened. And so we were told that instead of receiving that equipment, we would receive virtual access. That continued to be their position for more than 2 weeks. And when we finally pushed on when are we going to get virtual access, then they eventually came back and said that the routers in McTech are somehow connected to the sheriff's department and other county departments, and that if they gave them to us or even gave us virtual access, that Social Security numbers would be at risk and county health records. And so they have now refused to give us even virtual access.
So, Madam President, if I may, I think this is a really important issue because one of the things that we need to complete this audit is the routers. You asked for the routers. The county has said that we would get the routers. We've just heard testimony that they had already disconnected them and they were sending them over. Then they showed up and said that the routers would be provided, you'd be provided virtual access to the routers. And Mr. Bennett, you said that was actually in person and these two gentlemen were present?
Yes.
Mr. Logan, were you present when the county said they would provide virtual access?
Yes, sir. And they also said they'd give us Splunk logs as well, so detailed logs of all the network activity.
Okay. And Mr. Cotton, were you present when the county said they would provide virtual access?
I was.
Okay.
Question, did you receive those Splunk logs that they promised? No? Okay, sorry, go ahead, Senator Eason.
So Madam President, I just think it's really important that we put that on the record that we were told that we'd get them, even heard that they were, it sounds like, possibly a misunderstanding, if we give them the benefit of the doubt, is a misunderstanding that they were already disconnected and ready to send. And then ultimately, at some point, it changed to, we're not going to give them to you because of security issues. And so my question with that would be, we've got cybersecurity people here. What was offered so that we could, what's offered so that we can deal with these security concerns with us looking at the routers? And I guess we'll start with Mr. Logan on that.
So the Splunk logs, if we had the complete Splunk logs, would be something that'd be very useful in order to look through things. But I'm actually going to defer to Mr. Cotton on this because this is his expertise of what to look at.
All right. Yeah, Mr. Cotton, if you could, what can we help us understand how we could look at the routers and this could be a secure process?
So first of all, if I could explain kind of the function of a router in layman's terms. So if you think of a packet of data as an envelope in the U.S. postal system, the router is essentially the carrier that delivers that envelope to the right mailbox. Okay, you've got a originating address, you've got a destination address. The data is contained in a packet, and the router typically does not record any of that information inside of the packet. It simply delivers that envelope to the proper mailbox that it's destined for. My confusion here with the stance that the county is taking is that, well, it's twofold. So the first point of concern / confusion is the assertion that PII data and Maricopa County resident data would be compromised by examining the router. That data should not exist on that router, period. So to state that it could be compromised would be an inaccurate statement or an inaccurate portrayal of what the data is on the router. The second piece on this that is concerning to me is that there have been public reports by ProVMV, there have been statements by the county saying that these election systems don't actually touch the internet. Therefore, the extension of that would be that they do not touch the county network because that's exposed to the internet. And to say that the data corresponding to these networks would somehow compromise law enforcement activity or PII data seems incongruous to the previous statements. Okay, and if you take the letter which states these compromises would occur at face value, then de facto that means that the election data had to be exposed to the internet, which I don't know if it's the case or not, but that's certainly something that we need to explore given the inconsistencies in these public statements and reports that they have presented. The actual fact is that after they shut down the provisioning of us with this data, there have been no other offers for us to get access to the data, to review the data, or otherwise obtain that data.
So, Madam President, if I may, Mr. Cotton, have you, what kind of experience do you have accessing confidential or top secret data?
So we routinely work for some of the largest companies in the world with incident response breaches, with forensics matters, and we are entrusted with that data, and we have never had an exposure, a leak, or any type of data being emitted from our custody. I also have personal experience at the highest levels of government supporting agencies in which security clearances are required.
So, Madam President, Mr. Cotton, are you confident that you could look at the routers without risking any security concerns or breaches to the county?
Yes.
So let's go back to the chain of custody, the process and the issues. Let's go to Mr. Logan at this point. So Mr. Bennett has testified as to the equipment and the ballots coming in and up to that point. Now from there, this is where you guys step in and you start actually doing the processing. Tell us what the list that you sent to me, which I included in the letter to Maricopa County asking for some explanations. Could you please explain to us what your concerns are, or what have you found, and why we're looking for these questions, these answers to these questions?
Sure. So in the boxes, there have early voting transmittal sheets. They give the counts they're supposed to be within a given box. And specifically, the county's response stated that the reason why the number that we counted did not match what was expected was because of duplicates. Now, duplicate ballots occur when a voting machine can't process a ballot. That could be because it's got a coffee stain on it and they don't think it's going to run through it. It could be because the ballot is damaged, or it could be any other reason that wouldn't run through it. But part of their explanation is that the sheets, specifically that it was related to the duplicates. But if we look at the specific example they have, there's actually a bottom part of the sheet right here where if anything is sent over to duplication, it's supposed to be filled out. So I'm looking at specifically the one that they had pulled out, which was, I think it was bin number 197. So it's tray number 2104. And if you take a look at the sheet, you'll notice that there's nothing down here. They said there was 2 or 3 that were duplicates, but there's nothing listed as duplicates. If instead we took a look at tray number 6359, you'll notice that there's 3 that are duplicates. So while the count in here, we'd expect it to be 3 lower than what their total count was because they're taken out for duplicates. For the example that they gave us, there's nothing listed. And so our understanding, if this form is filled out properly, the duplicates should be referenced in here, and we're not finding that be the case. And our numbers across the board showed that. We took into account duplicates in the information that we gave, and it wasn't explained. So I'm still uncertain as to why these boxes are off and these sheets do not match the reality of what we're running into.
And for the record, those are included as exhibits in the letter that we sent to the supervisors asking them, could you help us understand why the rest of these sheets aren't filled out, and why they're not indicating where there may have been duplicates. And for the record, can you also explain what is a duplicate? Why would we ever need a duplicate ballot?
Okay, so yes, I can say that we gave those examples. We specifically want to give examples. Those are not the only boxes that we've run into this way, or only batches we've run into it. We wanted to make sure that we gave some specifics so that they could look back to the records and tell us what actually happened there. Duplicates, as was mentioned a little bit earlier, are because a ballot cannot run through a tabulated system, whether that's because it's damaged or whether the machine just won't actually handle it. So when that's the case, they take the ballot, they create a duplicate of it. That duplicate is then run through the system in order to do the counting, and the duplicates are all put together with, as the originals for what the duplicate was based off of.
Okay.
Madam President, this comes right out of ARS 16621, which says, if any ballot, including any ballot received from early voting, is damaged or defective so that it cannot properly be counted by the automatic tabulating equipment, a true duplicate copy shall be made of the damaged or defective ballot in the presence of witnesses and substituted for the damaged or defective ballot. Also says all duplicate ballots created pursuant to this subsection shall be clearly labeled duplicate and shall bear a serial number that shall be recorded on the damaged or defective ballot. We started into our first boxes of ballots that were damaged and had to be sent to duplication. There's some other situations, for example, Braille ballots. I looked at a box of Braille ballots the other day, and a Braille ballot is about the size of a cookbook, and it's got a big plastic ring thing on the side, and it's about 1 inch thick. And that has to be determined what were the votes in that, and those votes have to be reflected on a duplicate ballot. As we were going through some of the early boxes marked as original or damaged ballots sent to duplication, we then went to boxes marked duplicate ballots, and we are finding a 6-digit unique identifier, serial number, it says in 16621, on the duplicate ballots, but we're not finding a corresponding serial number on the original ballot that was damaged or otherwise had to be duplicated. In fact, I was so surprised that I brought the 2 observers from the Secretary of State's office over, along with some other volunteer observers from various parties, just to kind of document that we're running into batch after batch after batch of ballots sent to duplication, but there's no unique serial number or identification number on the ballot that had to be duplicated that should correspond with a ballot over in the has been duplicated box, because those should match up one for one. And obviously they should add up to the total number of ballots as a whole, but you literally should be able to say, here's the damaged ballot and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And here's the duplicated ballot, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And anyone should be able to audit and say, yes, we can see that the votes off of the damaged ballot that the machine couldn't read have been correctly, or I think it says truly, a true duplicate copy shall be made. And so it's we are struggling as to how we're going to be able to match up ballots sent to be duplicated with the ballots that were duplicated if one of those, the originals, are missing that 6-digit number.
Is there, if Maricopa County was willing to help us, is there any chance that they would have something that would provide us that information? I mean, I don't understand how it is. We know whether there's the proper number of duplicate ballots. If there's not enough, too many, there's got to be some way. Certainly the board of supervisors must have some way of verifying that. What would that be that we could ask them for if they would be willing to?
Well, I will send a question over to that effect to Maricopa County. On several occasions, Maricopa County has made it clear to me verbally and by email that they will not interact directly with the auditors, which I feel is very unfortunate, that the auditors can't pose these questions directly to the county. So as the liaison, I will understand and encapsulate these in a question, and I'll send them over to the county probably in the next few days as we begin to resume the counting. But this is one of the questions related to duplicate ballots that we just discovered a few days ago, and we're struggling as to how we're going to be able to match the originals to the duplicates if the originals don't have the same serial number as required by 16621 as the duplicate ballot does.
Mr. Logan, part of the list that you had given me that I had put in a letter to ask the supervisors about, we were talking about the ballots, how they are stored in a box. Are they taped with security tape that shows that do not break the seal sort of stuff that we see on crime scenes, or how the ballots are supposed to be stored inside those boxes? Can either of you help explain what we think it's supposed to be? What did you find? Help me out with that, please.
So we were expecting to find the ballots within bags and sealed within those bags. But I think the county gave a pretty good explanation as to the process of archiving things. They remove those and stack them all together. That was a great answer that helped clarify how they do it specifically in Maricopa County.
Mr. Bennett, are we supposed to be putting them in bags or not? I'm asking because if we are going to be looking at what we can do to improve election integrity for all of Arizona, is that something that we should be pursuing? Should they be kept in bags, or is it okay just to put them in boxes?
Well, state statute says that they are sealed when they are moved from a voting center to central count, that they are supposed to be in sealed bags with a numbered seal. And it appears as though that was happening, because one of the things that we're finding in the bottom of these boxes underneath all the ballots is some of these cut plastic seals that have unique numbers on them. And they are probably the seals from the bags of ballots that were transported from a voting center to a central counting location. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the way Maricopa is doing it, but getting an explanation has been helpful to the auditor. And what we are finding is that sometimes these early voting report sheets are at the top of a batch of ballots, the numbers don't always add up as to what the sheet says we should find below that one until we get to the next one. But we're also finding boxes where the only divider between batches of ballots is just a blank piece of paper with 2 digits written on it. And those 2 numbers don't seem to correspond to batch numbers, which are usually many more digits than that. And so we may be discovering the fact that we could do a better job of delineating the batches within boxes, so that, frankly, if you were to audit an election, one of the things that you might want to do is compare the count of votes within a batch to kind of a subtotal from a batch subtotal report that the election management system produces as the ballots are counted in batches. But without a clear identifier as to, what's the identity of this batch of 200 ballots, or 198 if a couple have been sent to duplication or whatever, sometimes we're just finding blank pieces of paper with a number or 2 scribbled on it as the delineation between the end of one batch and the starting of another batch.
Yeah, without a doubt, what we're given is not sufficient to match things up to batch by batch all of the time. In some cases, but it's not all consistent. Every single box is not put together the same way. Some of the boxes, we have ballots stuffed along the side to fill up the box even more. Other boxes don't. So there's differences in the number of ballots that are in it, the difference in the way they're laid out. And that makes it very difficult to match up batches. So exactly whether a bag is the best answer or there's some other way, we absolutely should be able to open up a box and know for sure that this stack of ballots is associated with a specific batch.
So the purpose, I believe statute, Mr. Bennett, remind me, I believe statute says that we are required to keep ballots for 22 months
Yes.
before they are destroyed. And the reason for that is why?
Well, if there were a question that a court of competent jurisdiction were to order that ballots be opened and recounted or whatever, then you may be recounting ballots for a race in a particular precinct or a city or a board of supervisor district. And eventually, either through the ballots themselves, but probably more likely through the images of the ballots that are taken by the election management system, you would need to be able to eventually sort those ballots down to the precinct level to say, were all of the votes in a particular precinct or in a school district or a city council race or whatever correctly recorded by the election management system. So it doesn't happen often that a court would order ballot boxes to be opened during that 22-month retention period. But if there was a question, it would be for that reason.
So make it easier in the future, perhaps. Okay, if we have nothing else, anybody have anything to add as to the chain of custody issues? If not, I'll turn it over.
Well, I guess I would,
Yes,
Madam Chair.
Mr. Bennett.
There's also a chain of custody on the floor of the audit as to, once we received the ballots, they went into locked cages. They're under 24-hour security, and I know we're going to get into some security issues in that, but when a box of ballots is needed at a counting table, there are at least 2 people at all times, sometimes 3 or 4, in what are called the corrals. They are the corral managers, and there's runners that deliver ballots from the corrals to the counting tables. There's a table manager at each table. There's a pod manager that oversees 6 to 12 tables.
Yep.
But when a box of ballots is needed out on the floor for counting or paper evaluation, one of the corral managers has to sign a document, a chain of custody document for that specific box, and the runner also signs. So there's 2 people signing every time that a box moves somewhere. When that box arrives at the table, now the runner and the table manager are signing for that box as to the chain of custody. When they're finished with it at the table, doing whatever they do, the runner comes back to get it. The table manager and the runner again sign for that chain of custody to go back to the corral. And when the runner goes back to the corral. Again, it's two people, the corral manager and the runner, signing that that box is now back in the corral. So there's potentially 8 different people. Well, the table manager is probably the same person. So, but there's 8 different signatures for a box to move from the corral to the table and back. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
Okay, thank you. Senator Peters.
Thank you, Madam President. Got a question, few questions for Mr. Cotton. I want to, we asked you about your qualifications earlier, but I just had a couple of extra questions on your professional background I want to ask because I thought this was important for your qualifications. Have you been admitted as an expert witness in legal proceedings with respect to your computer forensics?
I have.
Have you testified before the U.S. Congress with respect to the Office of Personal Management breach of 2015?
I have. I believe it was on 3 separate occasions.
I want to go to the passwords, and I want to ask you some questions about that. What level of passwords and access did the county provide you to the Dominion tabulators?
So the county initially provided us a security key and poll worker access to the systems. Now with the poll level access, you can open a tabulator, you can open an election, and you can close an election. The challenge there is that what my purview is to actually determine the configuration of that tabulator. We know, for example, that there are 2 what they call.
And what do you need to get the
that requires a separate access at either the administrator or the technician level. Yeah. And we know, for example, that there are 2 RJ45 network connectors on these tabulators. We don't know what those configurations are. We don't know if there is a card internal to the system that might be a Verizon wireless card. We know those tabulators of that model certainly have that capability, but we don't know what the configuration is for the Maricopa County tabulators.
Okay. Who controls, possesses, or has access to the administrative and technician passwords for the tabulators that you need to look at these configurations?
So in the course of communications with the county officials, it was disclosed to us that the Maricopa County officials apparently do not have access at the administrative or technician level for their own tabulating systems. That level of access and those credentials are maintained in the sole possession of 2 Dominion employees that are apparently full-time contractors within the Maricopa County infrastructure.
So, in a practical sense, what are the implications of that only Dominion employees have access to the admin portion and the county does not?
Well, from a cybersecurity standpoint, once again, there's a difference between what is being said in public statements and representations with what the county can actually validate or verify is there on the tabulating systems. So, for example, we have a report from Pro V&V that the tabulators did not touch the internet. Okay. The county, however, cannot validate or verify that there were or were not Verizon wireless cards inside of those tabulators, which would have by definition touched the internet. So the biggest challenge there is, one, it doesn't appear that they have control of their own equipment when it comes to configuring and preparing for an election. And 2, they can't validate that their own policies and procedures are being carried out without the ability to validate the configurations of the systems.
I want to talk to you or ask you about the deleted database. And we're trying to, again, the president sent a letter with questions, there's a response, and we're trying to, there's lots of gaps and holes and really just misinformation on the responses. So I'm trying to get to the bottom of some of these things. The deleted database directory, in the course of your analysis of the EMS server, did you determine that the database directory had been deleted.
I did, and if I could add a little bit of color behind that. So we follow a very strict forensics acquisition process in which we don't turn on a system if it's delivered to us in a powered off state. We remove the hard drives, we perform forensics imaging with write blocks to prevent any changes to those hard drives, and we produce a bit for bit forensics copy of that particular drive. In the case of the EMS server, there were actually 6 drives. 2 of those drives were for the operating system, and they were in what we call a mirror configuration. So if something was changed anywhere on the operating system drive, that would automatically be reflected on both drives. The other 4 drives were data drives, and it turns out that they were in a RAID configuration known as 1+0. So in other words, you have a volume that is not only mirrored, but it's also data redundancy inscribed across both drives as well. Obviously, if I don't turn on a system, I don't have access to the RAID parameters, and the county did not provide those to us. So I had to do a discovery process to determine what that RAID configuration was. Part of that process is a scan across those drives to detect partitions of data and to also detect what we call a master file table. So a master file table, very simply put, is a record of all of the directories and the files that are contained in that partition, and a pointing and a pointer to where that data resides on the hard drive. In the course of performing that MFT discovery, I discovered a MFT that clearly indicated that the database directory was deleted from that server. So all of this, however, may be a moot point because subsequently I've been able to recover all of those deleted files, and I have access to that data.
So with that being said, do you still need to get that database from the county, or did that rebuilding or recovery that you did, does that have the information you currently need for that database?
I have the information I need from the recovery efforts of the data.
Okay. Well, I think that's some good news, Madam President.
Yes.
I want to talk about, there were some things that have been brought up. We heard something early on, very early into the audit, something about blue pins. And Mr. Bennett, can you kind of tell us what happened with the blue pin situation? Did that create any kind of a risk to the audit? Oh,
I wasn't on the floor. I
okay,
defer
so
to Mr. Logan.
Yeah, if you could kind of tell us what.
Yeah, so we had an observer very early on the first day, before any ballots were on the floor, noticed that we had blue pens out on the tables to be used as part of the counting process. And that was a mistake, and it was an error. And as soon as that person pointed it out, we immediately got those pens off of the floor. All of them were off the floor before there were any ballots out being counted. It was all done within about 5-6 minutes of being told. So we had an observer who identified a problem, and we immediately rectified the situation.
Okay. So there was never, the ballots were never on the floor with any blue pins.
Correct.
I guess is a question. It's that there was some confusion on that. I want to ask about ballot security. There was early on some question about ballot security. Tell me about how the ballots have been protected and secured through this whole process. And I don't know if that's a Ken question or a Doug question.
Sure. Okay. Immediately upon receiving the machines on the 21st of April and the ballots on the 22nd, those pallets and equipment were taken into locked cages. And I think there's only 2 people who have keys to that. And I'm not one of those 2. Although as questions have arisen on certain boxes related to the duplicated ballots, or we found some counter slips in one of the boxes in between a bunch of ballots that did have some voter names and addresses on them. And for reasons of security, I was called and we took those out of the ballot box and created a new box. So we now have 1,682 boxes, so that we have secured those. There was about 1,000 pages, but we have secured both the equipment and the ballots behind locked cages. They have 24/7 live video streaming. There's armed security guards present over the ballots and the equipment since they have been delivered. We have not had any breaches of the cages where the ballots or the machines have been kept. In addition to armed security on the floor where the machines and the ballots are, we have armed security at the doors of the building, and we have armed security at outer areas of the fairgrounds property where you don't get close to the building unless your name is on a list of needing to be there for the right reasons. And interestingly, the only attempted breach of security was an individual who posed themselves as a member of the press when Mr. Logan and myself and Mr. Brakey had I guess a briefing on the floor showing how ballots would go around the counting tables and things like that. And an individual, Ryan Macias, presented himself as a member of the press, but when he couldn't produce press credentials, he was denied access. He later, on a different day, tried to present himself as a member of the press at one of the outer security points. But then a few days later, he ended up being one of the people designated by the Secretary of State's office as one of their observers. So once he was designated as an observer from the Secretary of State's office, he has been allowed on the floor as an observer. But that's the only security breach that I'm aware of. No one else has had it. No one who didn't have need to be having access to the machines or the ballots have been in the ballot corrals or the locked security cages holding the machines.
Is there other questions I have for now, Madam President?
Thank you. I was going to go down, just add on to that. So when we're talking about the security, Mr. Bennett, you talked about the officers, you've talked about the situations there. Talk to us about, and the reason why I know this is because when we entered the contract, you had told me what your plans were, and I've actually been watching this on live stream. Can you please explain the security as to the filming and the live streaming and everything else there, as to how is that being watched? When is it, who's it being watched by, and for what purposes are we doing the different levels of filming and live streaming?
Sure. So the entire room where the counting takes place and the entire area where the forensics data acquisition took place are all covered and live streamed 24/7. Those are being viewed, as far as we know, across the world by thousands of individuals. We get reports at times of things that people are seeing, that most of are suspicious situations that when we look at the end of it, there was actually no problem. It was all intended. In addition to the live streaming cameras that we have, we also have what I call our accountability cameras, where over every single counting table, we have a camera that aims straight down at the table to see who's there, to see what's going on at the table. And we have one that catches the ballot as it goes around. So that if our process, because we have 3 individuals who are counting at one time, it's would be impossible for one individual to try to change any of the vote tallies. And by having, it would take 2 or more people in order to collude to even get any type of change in things. And the nature of the way the cameras are is there'd be a full digital trail of who that person was, what was going on, and all of that goes into our cameras. So as I think one of the best examples we have is we had an individual who we were told there was a USB that had been plugged into a computer, and people were concerned. And we got some message from someone about this, and within about 15 minutes of that occurrence happening, We were able to go to our video streams, pull up the video footage, find out exactly who it was. It was someone on our IT team that was designated by the fact they were in a black shirt, which is we have everyone in outfits based on roles. They were doing an update on one of the computers that had to be done via USB because it's an air-gapped system. So there's no way to connect out to the outside network. So within about 30, 35 minutes of it being identified, we were able to hone in on who it was and confirm that in fact, it was an expected person doing their job duties.
Okay, let's ask a question about, obviously at the beginning, I explained why we're 6 months down the road from when the election first happened, and we've explained why, you've explained why your audit is different than the other ones. We had expected, which was out there in the media, we had expected that, and according to our contract, to be honest with you, that this would be done before the Coliseum needed it again. I know that some of the delays have been because of outside forces and everything we described, but can you give us some more insight about, where you're at now? Why have we not gotten a little bit further? And where do we go from here? When can we complete this? When can we button this up? And because a lot of people are wanting to know what these results are.
So we're expecting to finish the counting process before the end of June. We have had a number of technical issues that we ran through over the course of everything that's required some adjustments and bringing in a whole bunch of more people to make the counting happen. We've made those adjustments. We have a great process in place, and we're expected to be well within that timeline.
Okay. Anything you want to add to that?
No, Madam President. I really appreciate you guys being here. Again, I wish the county would have been here because I'm sure that there were questions that there's unanswered questions or maybe more explanation. I just want to, and I know you said this, Madam President, I'm not putting words in your mouth. We want to work together with them. We want to be partners, and we don't need to do any name calling. We just need communication. We need to answer questions. I think 95% of this stuff so far has just been a matter of communication. Somebody needs to know why it is the way it is. 5% of it, though, I think is stuff where, maybe the legislature needs to implement some laws to make the process more secure. And make sure that the process runs smoother. And that's really what we're, the biggest thing we're trying to accomplish here is making sure that this is a process that our citizens can trust and that they can count on.
Is there anything that, I'm trying to go by all those questions that you guys gave me, which is what I passed to Maricopa County to get those answers. Did I miss anything? Are there more questions that, I know Mr. Bennett said that he was going to keep going with his list of questions to see if you could help, maybe Mr. Barrett or Mr. Jarrett or somebody might be able to at least offer a twig of kindness and give us some answers.
Well,
but did we miss anything else, or is there something else that I need to ask of you or you need to ask of us?
I think one thing I do want to specifically clarify, it's been brought up a number of times that this password that we need for the tabulators somehow gives access to the source code. It does not give access to the source code. Source code is what the programmer writes, which gets turned into a program. And then that program is what is actually deployed in any given system. There's some miscommunication or misunderstanding to think that this password would give access to any source code. And so hopefully that can help alleviate some concerns and get what we need in order to finish this audit.
Okay, that's helpful. Mr. Bennett, Mr. Cotton, anything you want
One
to
thing I
add?
would add is that should we receive those passwords for the tabulators, that for us to collect that data is probably a matter of less than 2 days that we need to continue with for our analysis.
Okay, that would be very, very helpful. Okay. So not to belabor this, go on. I know this is live stream. People have things to do in their lives. So I would like to continue to get, I know we're in a hiatus this week because of the graduations that are going in. Speaking of that, can you tell me where the ballots are right now? Where's the equipment? If it's not on the floor of the Coliseum, Mr. Bennett?
Yes, the machines and the ballots were loaded into locked trailers and moved to a building elsewhere on the premises of the Arizona State Fairgrounds. They are also being live streamed 24/7 by video camera. They also are being watched 24/7 by armed security, both inside and outside the building. And there may be one opportunity yet, maybe today, when we need to put some hard drives that have been being copied over the weekend back into one of the trucks, but they are under guarded security as well. And everything has been smooth as far as moving the ballots over to that other building. They're in locked trailers. The air conditioning or swamp coolers have been on, so there's no risk of physical damage from heat or otherwise to the ballots or the machines. And it was all done under observation by the Secretary of State observers. And when the building is finished with the graduations and they've had time to clean up the building, which I think will probably be Friday or Saturday of this weekend, we'll move back and be ready to go Monday.
Great. Mr. Peterson?
Yeah, just a closing comment, Madam, or I don't know if you're done, but closing comment for me would just be that, Madam President, this is the first forensic audit done on this scale in the history of this country.
That's true.
It's, I just want to commend the contractors for, in spite of the intense opposition and intense efforts to shut this down, not only do we have 24-hour security, we have 24-hour efforts to shut down the audit. And they have done a great job, I think, of adjusting and setting up. And I think it's will set a precedence and help people learn from here's things that were encountered and here's what needs to be done. So when the next forensic audit is done, it will be a completely smooth process from start to finish. But they are now, moving into a rhythm here, and I look forward to this being completed over the next weeks.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And when we did all this research, I got a hold of, and you did as well, the Federal Elections Commission, and asked them, could you refer us to some forensic auditors? And they go, there aren't certified, and they said there really aren't any because there are none. I did find one company that works for Homeland Security, and their price was about $8 million to do this. But this is a whole new breaking ground. I've had other senators and Senate presidents and speakers from other states that have contacted me that said this is an issue that they are struggling with as well to make sure. And they have said this is what's going to lay the groundwork as to what is the future of how do we audit our elections if need be? What do we do to make sure that we're following every best practices possible so that if we do need to answer questions, we can do that easily and put the confidence back into our voter integrity, our elections. So the only thing I'm closing with here is, obviously keep us in the loop. We will keep reaching out to you to make sure that you have everything necessary. And, and as questions are brought to us, that we're going to come to you and say, we need an explanation for this or that or whatever. This is not about, this is not personal, never should be personal. I'm so disappointed and saddened that the Board of Supervisors yesterday, some of the hurtful comments that were made, which is sad. These guys have been my friends for some of them 20 years. This is not personal. This is about our jobs as elected officials. It is our jobs that we have to answer to our constituents, to the voters, to the taxpayers. There was something that was said that was very hurtful about how the Senate is wasting taxpayer monies on this. First of all, I don't think that there's ever any waste of money if we are ensuring that our elections are good, our police forces are good, departments are being run efficiently. That's part of government. This is what accountability is all about. And I'm only saddened that it's cost us more taxpayer monies because we never wanted the ballots and the equipment moved from McTech to begin with. We said, let us go there. Let us do this together. And instead, we have had to spend so much of taxpayer monies now of having to actually rent the Coliseum out, set up all the security system that you explained to us and the cost of that and all the security officers we've had to hire. It just, it's a sad that we've had to spend all that extra money when we could have done it for much less had we just worked together as a team. But I am hopeful that maybe from here on out, they will want to be a part of this and help us make sure that all elections in Arizona are done right, done correctly, and we look forward to working with them. So if there is nothing else, I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you.
All right, everyone. That was a pretty good hearing. I think we got a lot of our questions answered. I got a lot of text messages. People said they were impressed. So I'm kind of excited. I would like to let everyone know that what we have scrolling across the bottom of the screen is how we're looking to change legislation moving forward. And that is 1 day, 1 vote with the new driver's license, for example, as a strong ID, no machine.
Is this our last one coming up?
200.
And it's
140.
Messer.
Straight Republican.
You're coming to it. Keep going.
Griffin and McMahon.
Was governor.
number 4.
Oh, that was my mistake.
Cross
Okay.
that one out, line through it,
Number 4.
and then that, and circle it.
Straight Republican.
And then we need to mark
With a
that
crease.
on your sheet, so that's line 19. And it's 25-152. And it's tally number 2, corrected to Sanu.
Yep.
Oh, okay. And then, just put a yes.
91.
on number 91.
Straight Republican. With a crease. Sorry about that.
No worries, we're all.
And then do I circle down the bottom, these ones as well?
Sure,
The
just circle the
retotals.
24, yeah.
90.
90. And then we're all good, right?
Straight Republican with a crease.
Yeah, 20, because it was easy, 25 times 4.
89.
14 yeses. Yep.
Straight Republican. 513 with a crease.
I guess that's why they have to equal to it.
87.
Well, especially when they're also
Straight Republican
repetitive, and then all of a sudden you have
with a
one
crease.
that's different.
But 22. We all heard the news, Straight Republican with a crease. Brain gets foggy. 164. Straight Republican with a crease.
142.
Okay. 17, 12 and 6.
Straight Republican.
12,
With a
1, 5,
crease.
12, 6, 12, 19. And these all added to 72. And we have 2 flags.
2 flags.
That was line 16, yeah.
No, I wanted. I sat at the farmer's market all summer so that people could come register, so we wouldn't have it on election day.
Straight Republican with a crease.
I didn't sign.
We didn't do it.
Oh, well. I put down everything else.
That's where the other one was 2539. 2539.
So are they gonna bring us more ballots?
2.
Yeah, it's only 520.
Well, with the crease right on the bottom.
Yeah. I could do a couple of packets, probably.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Straight Republican with a crease.
You have the most beautiful. She has the most beautiful eyes.
Excuse me.
Eyes.
78.
She does have nice eyes. We won't know what, we won't know you.
Went down the wrong throat. Straight Republican with a
All set.
crease. Sorry about that.
We're not gonna be the first ones to give up, I can tell you that.
What line are we on?
First one to give up.
134. Straight Republican with a crease. 130.
Oh. Well, if you don't finish it, you don't finish it.
Yeah, that's right.
Straight Republican. Go home. With a crease. Five.
Wait.
Straight Republican. With a crease.
Oh, this one's all in
28.
order. Oh, I thought it was in order.
Straight Republican with a crease. Let's see, 127. Straight Republican with a crease. Was that the 25 one?
25, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
if you do them all at once, you can do a lot of ditto rather than having to, yeah. It says,
Sorting them right now.
This is 7.
15 and 7 is 23. 24, 25. Here's 25. And 3.
Let's do that one first.
These are.
Did you move the camera over? You want to move this over too?
No, I made it on priest. Felt like I was on top of you.
I did. But what happened? I don't know. I'm over as far as I can go.
All right.
I don't know what happened.
Ready? 162. Straight Republican. Crease. 39. 39. Republican with a crease.
What number is this? The back?
3.
No, this one. 10, 6, 2.
125.
Sununu.
Sununu.
All the 3.
Shaheen.
Stamp number 3.
Sodi. Griffin. Lynn. McMahon. With the crease. Yes. $165.
So this is a flag?
Yeah, first one's gonna be flag.
Straight Republican with a crease.
So it's 3.897.
8,
897.
897.
Yep.
Wow.
Say 171. 171. Straight Republican with a crease.
Governor
Sununu.
16. Straight Republican with a crease. 24.
3-918.
24. See it?
Yep.
Straight Republican
Governor
with a crease.
Sununu.
Senator
Massner.
4 Republican candidates, Sotis, Griffin, and McMahon.
Okay.
They gotta look at it. 166.
8, 6, 4.
Straight Republican with a crease.
Governor Sununu. Senator
Messner.
4 Republican candidates.
160. All right, we got Perry.
3-866.
O'Donnell.
8, 6, 6.
Sodi. Griffin.
Governor
Lynn.
Sununu.
McMahon with a crease.
Yeah. Griffin, Lynn, and McMahon.
137.
867.
8, 6,
Straight
7.
Republican with a crease.
Senator Messner. 4 Republican candidates, Soti, Griffin.
157. Straight Republican with a crease.
3-856.
8, 5, 6.
Yes. 124.
Governor Sununu. Senator Messner.
Sununu. 19. Shaheen. Sodi. Griffin. Lynn. McMahon
8,
with a
5,
crease.
5.
Governor Sununu. Senator Messner.
129.
candidates, Sodi, Griffin, Lynn, and McMahon.
Sununu. Shaheen.
3-890.
Sodi.
890.
Griffin. Lynn. With a crease.
Three-8
161.
889.
Right, 889.
Straight
Start
Republican
another
with a
pile.
crease. Oh, we have that. 167. Straight Republican with a crease.
892.
Okay, Governor Sununu. Senator Massa. Republican candidates, Sodi, Griffin, Lynn, and McMahon.
Right. 46.
3.896.
Okay, Sununu.
896.
Undervote on the senator.
Okay, Governor Sununu. Senator Massa.
Sodi. Griffin. Lynn. McMahon with a crease. Lynn. McMahon.
Okay, 3.3-975.
975.
170. Straight Republican
Governor Sununu.
with a crease.
Under 1%, and under 4 state reps.
Under 1%
20.
and under 4. Under 4. for
Straight
state
Republican.
reps. Okay.
3-8
with a crease.
886.
Governor Sununu.
175.
4 Republican candidates, Sodi.
Straight Democrat. It's a change in plans, right?
3-893.
With a crease.
983.
With a crease in the bubbles.
983.
Okay. Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Senator Messner.
Messner.
4 Republican candidates, Sodi, Griffin, Lynn, and McMahon. 3-880.
880.
Four Republican candidates, Sodi, Griffin, Lynn, McMahon.
176.
877.
Straight Democrat.
Governor
He's
Sununu.
in the filled bubble.
Senator Messner. 4 Republican candidates, Sodi, Griffin, Lynn, McMahon.
178.
3-9.
Straight Democrat.
988.
Governor Sununu. Senator
They
Messner.
were. If it's touching the bubble anyway.
So,
Did you write something?
I did, so we have to do a correction. It's line number 17,
That's one.
no vote
Yeah.
for Soti,
Well, it doesn't, he documented to look at.
no vote for Griffin. When you said 4, I thought you were gonna say 4 Republicans.
Yeah. The
Everybody ready?
governor.
968.
Empty and filled.
Okay.
Dan Phelps starts it at the
Governor
bottom.
Sununu.
Yeah.
Senator
Right.
Messner.
60.
4 under.
Straight Republican.
3-939.
939.
Crease on the bubble, empty bubble.
Governor Sununu. Senator Messner.
Messner,
4 Republicans, Sodi, Griffin, Lynn, and McMahon.
Hold your foot.
That's my foot.
Oh, okay.
3-942.
942.
Okay, this is mixed, so we've got Governor Sununu,
Call that a 5.
Senator Shaheen.
Yeah.
With the 4 Republicans,
45.
Sodi, Griffin, Lynn, and McMahon.
Alright. Sununu.
3-943.
943.
Sodi.
943,
Griffin.
Okay, this is mixed. Governor Sununu. Senator O'Donnell. Four Republicans, Saki, Griffin, Lynn, and
Yes.
Two more to go.
3-935.
935.
Governor Sununu.
Yes.
Senator
Excuse me, yes.
49.
Okay, so we have, a governor, we have our write-in.
994.
Governor Sununu. Senator Messner. Four Republicans.
So we have Messner,
Lynn, and McMahon.
Sodi, Griffin,
869.
Lynn,
869.
McMahon, little crease in the empty bubble.
Senator Messner.
Yep.
Four Republicans, Saki.
Is that line 24?
Lynn, and McMahon.
Yes.
And our last one.
Our last one is 3-894.
894.
And it is, Governor Sununu. Senator, Messner.
Yep.
The four
Alright, so this would be straight Republican.
Okay.
Crease in the empty bubble.
531.
531. So this will be easy to add up.
I got 44 here, so that. So I had 5 and 6.
5,
7 and 4.
Yep.
7, 7, 7, 7.
Yep.
4, 4, 4, 4. And 3 yeses. Not like a whole stack.
I wouldn't mind changing positions with somebody.
Okay. You want to tally everybody for a little bit? Sure. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Back to the beginning.
Are we gonna do another one?
Okay. 25, 1, 22, 1.
That was dash 3066.
Yep. And a 12,
Me too.
and 2 flags.
The one we just
Yes.
completed,
Okay?
Yep.
3066.
And now we're gonna do 3067.
We need more blue sheets.
All right, and the watcher is.
Watcher is Judy Site. Yep.
Yep, we need more blue sheets. Thank you.
20, 59. Yeah.
You ready?
Get yourself lined up.
So we'll start at the left.
Yeah.
1, 3, 20, and 1. 1, 7, 16, and 1. 3, 3, 3, 3.
Just gonna write me.
22, 22, 22, 22.
We won't do a thing until you get back. Oh yeah, might as well see if Jerry got back to me. About.
These are chairs meant for 10-hour sitting. So,
Huh? 22, 33, 55. All these doubles, so weird.
Who's
the gentleman?
Probably not.
We haven't yet. You know, that's what, because of that, oh, that's nice. And it's really uncomfortable in that end because of the wires.
That's really
You wanna go back to this drawing then? You wanna go back to this instead? These chairs don't up or down. I couldn't find them.
Huh, interesting. Okay, so this is our last tally session.
Oh, okay.
Well, we have to fix
T 1063.
Are we gonna start without Celeste?
No.
Okay.
If they wouldn't let them stop go without flash,
Hmm?
they wouldn't let them go without
So the gentleman in the black suit with the red tie, his name is Dick Tracy, and he's an investigator with the Department of Justice. Interesting.
Manchester.
Last one for her.
And his name is really Dick Tracy.
That's how he introduced himself.
You know, somebody told me yesterday there was a
Ready?
person named Dick Tracy.
112.
And I said, is that his real name? Yes.
Well, it's like our eye doctor, Dr. Donna Reed.
Yeah, yeah. But I think Dick Tracy is more
37.
And Donna Reed?
Yes.
Okay.
Nope. 37. Straight Republican.
This is our last tally group.
38.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Straight Republican.
Yeah, yeah.
42.
Okay.
I'd say 40.
One,
Straight Republican. 2.
two.
And we're flagging this because it is folded with a no vote for the representative.
34.
Straight Republican.
Yes.
Senator McKee.
36.
Straight Republican.
Why did you say something was backwards?
Oh,
27.
I said governor.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay.
Straight
That's why I
Republican.
said that. 3-1023.
1023.
Another flag.
109.
This is also folded with
Straight Republican.
representative. Okay. Governor Senator.
110.
Messner. 4 Republicans, Soti, Griffin,
Straight Republican.
Okay.
4 reps. Oh, sorry,
103.
3-1.
Straight Republican.
3-1015.
102. Straight Republican. 101.
3-1014.
Straight Republican.
1014.
1014.
Governor Senator.
100.
Messner.
Straight Republican. 113.
1012.
Straight Republican. 115. Straight Republican.
1011.
114. Did you say that? Straight Republican.
Okay.
173.
963.
Straight Democrat.
Senator Shapiro.
Straight Republican. 104. Straight Republican.
Instead of the 310ers, we have these guys. Okay, go ahead.
3-905.
924.
Darrell Perry. Perry. Messner. Sodi. Griffin. Lynn. McMahon.
862.
Hope. 106. Great Republican.
879.
Straight Republican. 96.
997.
Republican.
Senator Messner.
97.
Under with the representatives.
Okay.
Straight Republican.
This is the last one coming up.
Okay.
1021.
Governor Sununu. Senator Shaheen.
Shaheen.
4 Republicans, Soti.
113.
Lynn and McMahon. 113.
Straight Republican.
3-1020.
1020.
Okay. No flag ones. Taking a nap?
Sununu.
Senator Messner.
Messner.
The 4 Republicans, Soti, Griffin, Lynn, McMahon.
It does sound like a legal firm name, doesn't it?
3-1039.
1039.
Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Senator Messner.
Messner.
4 Republicans, Soti, Griffin, Lynn, and McMahon.
Yes.
3-857.
857.
It's too late.
Governor Sununu.
Sununu.
Senator
Messner.
Messner. The 4 Republicans, Soti, Griffin, Lynn, and McMahon. 3-105.
I didn't write down any of this. You know. Okay. 2.
Senate Chair 1 under.
10. Gotta retrain.
Yep. Yep.
22.
1003.
Yep.
Governor 1 under.
1 under.
Senator 1 under.
Okay, I have 5. What are you talking about?
Governor was 1 under.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I blanked out there. No, so 3.
So this person only voted for president.
Yeah, so what line do you have the incorrect?
Yeah, so line 18. It's number 3-1003.
Yes.
Thank you.
And you write down no vote for Sununu.
Correct. Okay, so that's going to be a flag.
Flag.
Are we quitting?
Yeah. Under.
Are you guys stopping?
We will have the county ballots and scan it.
Okay.
Scan badge to go back on this pile.
Yeah, is that the president? Yep.
1013.
What?
You called not to start a batch after 20 of, and it's now. Did we ask?
Oh, yeah, she won't forget
names?
Mike Day too. Pleasure, ladies. Everybody's great.
Not sure.
This is what I'm doing covering leftovers.
What's that?
Yeah.
Put our party affiliation or their name.
992. Oh, it's line 22. Yes. Yes, line 22.
Do you want your index card back?
I was using that just to add up that.
Yeah. 1006.
Good job, everybody.
I didn't read my email.
I don't think it's on the people.
982.
Yeah, if I get the email, it says.
Okay.
And this is our last one?
Yep. 981.
Messner.
Okay, we have a time. 5:47.
I don't know how to
Pat Grant.
So they're just gonna pick up everything else that we discussed and report it to the others.
No pressure, but is someone here willing to stay for a little while and double as a runner? Because our runner has been doubling his data entry in the last 4 days. Okay.
I'll help you out.
Oh, thank
Sorry,
you.
I'm reading.
It's all right. Very great.
Yes.
I can't, get into my email.
Oh, it's there.
For
That's
tomorrow?
perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
And the ballots are here?
I'll tell you.
Just leaving it right there, right?
Yes, that's, eventually he'll be putting.
It was nice seeing you, and I will work on my commitment
I bought a bunch
next
for
week.
us for the supervisors, from Staples, you know, Amazon, and because they came in all different sizes. Yeah, because when we're counting up, you know, pages.
So do you want to hand off the rest? That's can't stop.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
1, 23-1.
Yep.
6, 16-3.
Yep.
4 18s.
Yep.
A 28.
Yep.
And 4 flags.
Oh, nice. Okay.
What's that? Go ahead. So eventually, we're taking that about
I will use the bathroom before we go. I'm gonna use the bathroom before we go.
That's the incomplete.
Well, can we put the pink sheets between the things? Okay. So here.
Iris, thank you.
So put a piece of
Are you
paper
coming
there.
tomorrow?
Use the
Okay, I'll use it tomorrow. Thank you.
One select.
Those are very
One
helpful.
page.
Because I hold the pen so I get a corn on my finger right now. Oh, that's very visible.
Okay, that's it.
I guess I should take this since I wrote on it.
We didn't write them down. We can write them. Should we write them down on something?
You mean that we were all at a table together? We've been signing all the sheets.
Here, you can just write T1 and the names.
Okay.
You can pass through whatever you want.
I'll write. Everybody can write their own name.
Yeah. You guys got sticky notes over here? Somebody handed it to us.
I need one for right on top of here.
So I'm not sure what I did with my purse, but I'm hopeless.
Oh, I'm sure you'll get it figured out.
Will you be here tomorrow? Are you gonna be here tomorrow, Ken?
Unless they send out an email and say they have enough people, and then I won't. Okay. But if they still need people for tomorrow.
Well, I mean, okay. You volunteered.
Yes, yes. I volunteered for the whole
But
week.
you still don't hear until the night before, no matter what?
Sure. Sure. I can do that. Okay, good. So they're covered? Good. Okay.
I know. No.
Thank you all very much.
I have a farm already.
Okay.
So I have a lot missing. The woman
Okay.
We're starting the reboxing of the ballots that have been. We're starting the reboxing of the ballots that have been hand tabulated to put them away.
We're using a different style of box for the ballots that we've already counted, so we don't get those confused with ballots that we have not yet already counted, even though those we've already counted are visually distinguishable because they have green tally batch sheets on top of them rather than the orange scan batch sheets on top of them. But this is just helping the organization. So here it is empty, and he's going to bundle these up and seal them.
Yeah. Okay.
Wonderful Mark has already written down all of the participants and their bio laptop. Terrific. I'll run through them. Thank you.
So he's keeping track of regulatory stuff. And he got interested in election security at some point, so he went to look at what they were doing in his local election office, and came across a box of ballots that was slathered in seal tape. He said you could turn the box over and open it at the bottom.
that's what we need. We can't do that.
Anybody get to the middle table there yet?
I don't believe so.
Okay, guys,
Thank you, Dean.
Look, it's you, yellow shirt guy.
That's what I thought. That's what you're getting around.
So as of the end of today, we've tabulated 4,725 ballots by hand out of the approximately 10,006 that there are.
Sorry, you were talking. Please tell us in here.
4,725. 4,725. So this guy. Sorry to keep you for one more meeting. Sorry.
We'll look forward to it.
Take care, Nick.
Thank you. Back on your newspaper people list now.
Okay, go for it.
Is there any chance we could, I should have thought of this at the time, but these cameras can have two monitors each. If the Secretary of State had another 6 monitors we could borrow, we could put them at the edges for the observers to be able to see. They're complaining about the resolution of the screen.
Okay, so I can ask them, I have no idea what they have.
I knew that they, I mean, we know that they had 2, I think, for each. Yeah, I know they had 2 for each camera before. I know there were more cameras and more
Yeah,
everything, but.
there are more, so they're over in there, those boxes.
Are there numbers there too?
I don't think so. That's
Okay.
it. So is that what you're asking me for? How many?
Well, that was the easy task. What number was that?
I don't know if that spreadsheet goal's been done.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I think we could just put a. Just to say it's in progress and, it's in progress. We'll put it next to this box. I am, thank you again, very grateful. Okay, now, I'm going to do this little demo that to show people how they can check data entries. And I can either do it to my feed from my laptop, or we can just shoot over my shoulder. What's easier?
It's going down the screen.
Yeah.
So we're gonna, is it just gonna be one shot of you?
Well, it's really, what really they need to kind of see is my screen. My laptop.
Okay. You don't want to do that right now since you're working with phone.
Okay. Then you're at an extra HDMI input. Okay, that's fine.
Actually, I could,
You want to put them on the boxes there. Thank you. I'll figure out how to get it to work.
well, I thought the box is empty, so it's like it's either on that Google Doc thing, or is that not true?
That is true that it's currently empty, but I think it's.
You don't like the framing that I have on this one? I thought it looked pretty good.
That's very good. That one can be on that table. These are the actual ballot boxes, so it should be sitting on the boxes.
Nothing now, but I just wondered if I had everything else is like.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm going to ask Jill.
I'd be better off doing this a different way.
I was concerned they looked like they might Jill do that.
I hope.
Yeah, but I think we might need more.
Did you bring two of those to
thank you very much.
So Dale will provide those 2 monitors, please.
Oh, those?
One
Okay.
in each.
I've got 80s or 70s. 80s, obviously bigger.
I mean, 70 seems fine.
So just 2 70s.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, is this?
Can we actually, I'm gonna have you, I'm gonna do it different way. Can I have you on that table over there? I need to get a cable, I'll be right back.
Oh, there is one more, no, that. Oh, okay. USB-C.
This is all the scanned paperwork.
Great, that goes in the box next to the machines.
Just lay it on top.
And I think that's then ready for Ann to seal up. This one? Yeah, I think it should be fine for the, as long as we don't lose the ballots.
Okay, so I can do one without two.
Yeah, I think so.
And the second here, set this up.
Well, let me just make an announcement first. Okay,
Yeah.
so the ballots are now all secured again on that table at the stage right, left side of the room. The machines are bundled up here. The other election-related materials, not including validly cast voted ballots, are over here. We're going to take one of these corner displays and replace it with my laptop screen so that I can, can we wait on the raising the screen just so we can see what's going on? Okay, so that to demonstrate how people can double check the data entry for themselves from the scans of the tally sheets as the tally sheets come up. So we're leaving cameras on all of these sensitive materials, and then in order to make sure that things are still visible to everyone while we do this little demonstration. Preferences, oh, not comments on it. System preferences, displays.
So I'm seeing your laptop.
Uh-oh. Hang on a sec. I should have cleaned some of this stuff up, but this is what I want. Is that visible? Okay. All right. So I'm starting from the streaming page for the audit at the Attorney General's website. It's this doj.nh.gov/SB43. That's the law that authorized this audit, /index.htm. And from this is the page you would go to for the live stream. The first link here, which I'm going to open in a new tab, is the live spreadsheet of the data entry of the tally sheets. This is what the kind volunteers on who are at the table behind me were typing into. Entry A is the person who was towards the front of the room. Entry B is the person who was towards the back of the room. These have identical data in them. They were keyed from the two different tally sheets. So things were tallied in parallel and duplicate, and then entered in parallel and duplicate. This tab shows any differences between what they entered. It should be all green, except occasionally Google Spreadsheets produces an erroneous entry. So just to double check, to demonstrate that, this is the vote for Messner on line 34, and it claims that there is a difference between entry A and entry B of 8 votes. But if we go to line 34 and look at what entry A is for Messner, it was 8 votes. And if we look at what entry B was for Messner in line 34, I would wager a large sum that it is also 8 votes. So there isn't a real difference. This is really to help us make sure that there's no miskeying. It does a number of things. It makes sure that the two people doing data entry agree about what tally batch they're entering. It makes sure that they agree cell by cell. This flag indicates whether or not the flaggers found anything in that batch so that we can trace back to that. And this entry called checksum is making sure that the total number of votes for the gubernatorial contest equals the total number of votes for the senatorial contest on that sheet, and that the total number of votes in the state representative contest is 4 times that, since there were 4 options to vote in that contest. So it's a double check that there hasn't been any miskeying or miscounting at the table. Now, how can you check that this entry is really legit, that it actually reflects what the underlying paper is? So we'll go back here to the Attorney General's website, and if we go to a particular day, let's go to the first day that we entered tabulation data, that was Friday. Click on the Friday link. There are documents from the hand count. One of them is tally sheet A. So these are scans of the tally sheets that were created at the tally tables. This is T1009. The 1 indicates that it was from the first tally station, which is that table over there to my left. And we can look here and see that what this tally sheet came up with was 16 votes for, I can't even read the name, Feltz, and 5 votes for Sununu, 21 votes for Shaheen, etc. So from here, if we go over to this tally page and look for batch T1009, this is batch T1009, and it also shows 16 votes for Feltz, 5 votes for Sununu, 21 votes for Shaheen. If we wanted to check whether tallier B's entry was entered correctly, the tally was entered correctly, we can go back here and look at tally sheet B. I'm clicking tally sheet B, and the very first one should be, there's T1009 again. It is also showing 16 votes for Feltz, I don't know how to pronounce the name, 5 for Sununu, 21 for Shaheen. If we go back over to the spreadsheet and click the tab for entry B and find the line that is T1009, it's going to be the same row in both spreadsheets. Everything is happening synchronously. So the 11th row in entry B should be exactly the same as the 11th row in entry A. Again, we find 16 votes for Feltz, 5 for Sununu, 21 for Shaheen. Now, if anybody wants to verify that the data was keyed in correctly, they have access to all of the raw materials, all of the artifacts that we generated in the process of the hand tally, so they can double check that no errors were made. Thanks. I think that's a wrap. Ann, I think we're ready for your help boxing up the last bit.
She's on the phone at the moment. She'll be done in a few minutes, so if you get everything set up, she'll be in and she can work with you guys on.
Okay. Yeah, just waiting for them to seal the last box. Just need your help to say what it is. Tape's there.
It's wonderful. The red tape,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
everywhere.
great stuff.
I mean, this might also work.
Yeah, it hasn't worked particularly well.
Okay.
We tried. Well, that was my first thought.
this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This number on this table probably isn't going to change for a while. So 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 4 empties, including 4 empties. Oh. We'll set them up for it. It won't happen instantaneously. Okay. What's on there. So you don't pay that? Yeah, I understand. Great. We have a few more monitors there, so we can mirror some of the monitors that are on the table. Are you ones that are facing down.
Well, one thing that I did was I took pictures, so you can take a picture from here, crystal clear from the farthest away, and vice versa. So just to prove that regardless where you are, you can always see every monitor if you are. Just documenting that. I mean, I was like 1/4 when I was too large to be. Thank you all. Yeah.
to follow each other.